festival is the colorful and crowd-pulling festival in Benin Kingdom. The Igwe Festival is an annual event that is celebrated by all Benin, both at home and abroad, to mark the end of the Benin year and to usher in a new year with a renewed hope for peace and prosperity. The annual Ugie Festival is centered on the Oba of Benin as the Oba takes the center stage. This year's Ugie commences with Otui Gwoba. The Oba, sitting at his throne, gives out kola nuts to chiefs in order of seniority.
Ugieni Madonna, imagine Overo, always near Gbo, Manazo, or Ugieni Madonna.
You will have to serve the community for 30 years before you come to this stage. They will ordain you ordain title. Then by then you are one of the elder.
This year now, we don't read the year, so that's why we can do this year.
Historically, joining the Elders Council, an individual must have reached a certain age and must have made significant contributions to the community through leadership, service, or other meaningful ways. There was jubilation in the community as sons and daughters of Okada, both at home and in the diaspora, trooped out to be part of the ceremony with various homes of the initiates agog with festivities. Friends and well-wishers of those initiated into the Elders Council jubilated at the Ogwedion after performing all traditional rites. The elders, known as Edion, in company with their loved ones, danced to their various homes where guests and family members were entertained.
ITV, certainly the best. This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Hello there, thanks for joining us on this week's edition of the program Icons on Independent Television. Icons is a program specially designed to showcase individuals, personalities who have made giant strides in our society in a very unique and special way. So you can learn from their stories, learn from their journeys, and imbibe some of the values, the culture, and the style of leadership that has defined their personality over the years. And bringing those values to bear in your life will definitely change your story. I'm Sonny Duke Okosun. It's always a delight to bring you this program every other week. In today's program, we have a generational prophet, a pastor of pastors, a teacher of teachers, a minister of the gospel with outstanding impact, an educationist par excellence, a spiritual leader who has continued to impact this generation, and I dare say even generations unborn. We're privileged to have in our midst as our guest for this week on the program Icons, the General Superintendent of Gospel Light International Ministries, also known as New Covenant Gospel Church, former National President of the Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria, the one and only Reverend Dr. Felix Omobode. It's a pleasure to have you on the program Icons, sir.
Thank you, Sonny. It's my privilege, and I thank you for counting me worthy to be part of this program.
Fantastic. I'm very honored to be interviewing you because I know as a child I watched you on television ministering. I watched you in crusades and several other opportunities that I had, and I'm grateful to God I have the privilege to be interviewing you on a day like this. Share with us, what was it like growing up, looking at the heights that you've attained globally, the impact that you're making globally, ministry-wise. One would believe that you were born with a diamond spoon, or at least a golden spoon, or even a silver spoon. What was it like growing up?
Well, I can't tell you there was no spoon when I wore a wooden spoon. So it's a very typical rural setup, and a family that was barely making it. So all we knew was the house, the farm, the river. So Opanosa, which was then called Owa, was a very rural community, and I grew up the third of 15 children. That was life, what it was, and I didn't have the privilege of going to school. I grew up, many of my mates were, those who could afford it were in school, but my parents couldn't afford to send me to school until the government of then, Chief of Bafemi Awolowo, proclaimed free education for all children. It was then I went to the primary school in Obadusa. That was the beginning of my educational journey.
Fantastic. At what point did you move to Benin, and when you got to Benin, what were those activities that you got to serve involved in, before venturing into ministry, as it were?
Well, I came into Benin City. I was sick, but I had the burden of having myself educated. I went to the St. Patrick's Secondary Modern School, where St. Paul Catholic Church is now.
Okay.
It was all struggles. I was telling our students yesterday, I sold newspapers in this town to sustain.
So you were a newspaper vendor?
Yes, yes. To sustain my educational aspiration. So that was what it was like.
At what point did you come to the conclusion that ministry was a calling? It was something that you would do for the rest of your life?
Well, first I pursued my aspiration in the field of engineering. When I finished from the secondary modern school, I went to Electrotechnical College, which is now Federal College of Education Technica in Asaba. That was the year the Civil War broke out. So that made us to return back. And I went to the Government Trade Center. It was almost struggles. I finished my City and Gas of London certificate in electrical installation. Then I continued pursuing my education in engineering. I worked. I left the Ministry of Works as a higher technical officer before I traveled abroad for that theological training. But in 1972, I turned my life over to Christ in a crusade organized by the late Archbishop Vincent Idahosa. It was almost immediately, as at that time we were told, you will be not discipled, and you begin to also tell others. So it was later that year, I attended the local Bible school, which is now All Nation, almost immediately. And the work of ministry started on part-time. So it was when we built the Miracle Center, the church built the Miracle Center, then and everybody was moving to the new auditorium, that the late Archbishop asked me to stay over in Iyaro to continue to pastor the place. That was where actually my pastoral work started.
So you were more or less like the first bishop of Church of God Mission Iyaro, so to speak.
I wouldn't call it bishop because at that time, of course, there were no bishopric. The late Archbishop, I was there when he became an Archbishop. So, but he trusted me to be the station pastor in Iyaro, and became a district superintendent of the area, including up to Ondo State. So it was a privilege for me.
Within those years you were in Church of God Mission with the Archbishop,
Yes.
what were those values, those qualities, characteristics that you got, and how did that influence you into starting your own ministry and being able to sustain the ministry since, I believe, 1988
Yes.
onward?
Well, you will never blame the Archbishop for not teaching you the Bible. You will blame him for teaching you too much. Because you can't go to his service and hear stories. You know, his Bible. I had that privilege to be raised on a solid foundation. And, it has kept me over the years. In those days, you don't go into ministry for what you will get. I was pastoring in Yaro. I was still working in Ministry of Works. And it was just my joy to serve. I never had a thought that a day like this will come. So I see it today as preparation stages of my life. And I will forever be grateful to God for the solid foundation that I had. I have, like you know, traveled quite far and wide, and I've held several positions, leadership positions. But that foundation is what is keeping me. And I have remained focused on him who called me.
Fantastic. If you just joined us, the program is Icons. Our guest today is Reverend Dr. Felix Omobode, the General Superintendent of Gospel Light International Ministries, also known as New Covenant Gospel Church, one-time National President of the Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria, sharing with us the thoughts about life, his journey of life, and the values, strategies that have impacted and influenced his personality today. Is quite inspiring, very motivational, and I'm sure you're learning one or two things from this conversation to add value to your life. We'll take a short break. The program will be back in just a moment. Please stay. Many thanks again for rejoining us on the program Icons. Our guest is Reverend Dr. Felix Omobode. Thank you so much, sir, for giving us this honor and privilege to have this interaction with you. In 1998, you founded Gospel Light International Ministry, also known as New Covenant Gospel Church. How did that come about? Did you hear God? Or like some say, there are two categories of church leaders today: those whom God called and those that called God.
Yes. Well, I don't really want to take you into the circumstances that surrounded my life at that time. In all honesty, if anyone had told me that I would leave Church of God Mission, I would never have believed. I had good relationship with the leadership. I rose to the the highest ruling body, the National Executive Council of the church, I was trusted to handle very sensitive areas of ministry. But you know, there was this storm that came, like as I said, I don't want to really go into it, but it pushed me to a place of prayer. When it looks around at all that I thought I had was collapsing. So I know I spent quite some days in prayer, broken spiritually, cried to God the situation I found myself. But then it was the 7th night of that my prayer exercise. I heard God speak to me. If you are around me, I'm not like those who say God say you go to toilet, God say you should clean up. But I tell you, Duke, God spoke to me. And what he told me was to unconditionally forgive all I perceived hurt me. And that he was going to use me to start a new work. He put a lighted candle in my hand, telling you the real thing, and asked me to go light others. So that's where the gospel light came up. We started in my sitting room. I had no money, I had nothing. About 12 people gathered with me in my sitting room. The next Sunday after it, we went to NIFO to cut palm leaves, palm tree, and build a bamboo shade behind my house for a service.
Where was your house at this time?
At Webo Street, behind Texami Road. So that was my first house, which I bought that land with Udoji. If you were grown up there.
I heard about the Udoji award.
So, but anyway, that was how we started. And miraculously, God provided a place for me. Well, we were only in the bamboo shade for one Sunday.
Wow.
The next Sunday, I found a hotel room in former Edre Hotel along TV Road. That was how the journey started. It has been one level of growth to another. We spent less than a year or so in Edre Hotel. Then God provided a warehouse in Uselu, where we renovated, and it just started growing. We ran 2 services there before we moved down here.
Wow. That was really fast. And it really showed that it was God that called you and wasn't you that called him.
Well, we laid the foundation of the church here.
Yes.
I think 2 of our elders left the church. They told me it was over ambitious because it was too big, and the burden of how we're going to build
raise the money and build.
So the idea was build some 4 corners, something, and so this is the place now that has become too small. Because where we have a convention center, so the growth is continuing.
Interesting. Let's talk about ministry of yesteryears compared to what we have today. There are those who would believe that perhaps ministers of the gospel of yesteryears didn't really imbibe the right values and virtues in the subsequent ministers. So that transformation, that transition wasn't proper, and that's why we're where we are today. What's your take on the church yesterday, today, and the future against the background of some of the clear-cut realities that we see in ministry today from pastors, men of God, and all of that?
Well, in all honesty, I wouldn't absolve my generation from blame. It bothers me at times whether we have been able to impart the total truth to the upcoming generation. At the time that some of us came into ministry, the church was impoverished, very, very impoverished. I remember when my pastor then, the later bishop, bought a 504 station wagon. I mean, the press all over this country spoke against him that, how can a pastor ride some kind of,
expensive car?
So he was a very strong man. He could stand firm on what he believed. So he began to teach. We began to realize that you can serve God, go to heaven, and still be relevant here on earth. That's what the Bible teaches. So the God who saves our soul doesn't say we should suffer, live in abject poverty here until we get to heaven. So that discovery brought what they now call the prosperity gospel. I think the inability to manage, strike a balance is where our problem is. I'm worried. We ran into a problem. I led the Pentecostal church in this country for 8 years. It was a great honor for me. But the Pentecostal church in Nigeria is a kingdom with many kings. So for me, I mean, there are several colleges of bishops, whatever title you think of, we have them. So at times control or passing instructions are difficult. I mean, how can me, a pastor, now tell our bishop, sit down, don't do this or do this, that's been one of the problems. Then, of course, there are many young people that left the university and they speak good English. They have read the Bible, and most of the time they come out, some of them come out with greater crowd, greater following, and they have more money than you do, so are you going to tell him? Call him to order, you know. So these are some of the issues that we have. We read in the book of Judges that Joshua died at the age of 110. And all the elders who outlived Joshua, they served God. And all those generations passed. Then there arose another generation. It is that another generation that is the challenge. They did not know what God did for Israel. We need to let our upcoming generation know our values. Many of them are more educated than some of us. They study Greek and Hebrew and Latin, which we never had opportunity to do. I do know that revelation is progressive, but they also must not forget that even the little we knew helped them. Many of them got saved out of that little message that we had. And I'm concerned, one of the marks by which you know a man that has derailed from God is the spirit of arrogance. And he says, it is one of the marks. God taught me early in life to know that there is nothing that I have that has not been given to me. And the Bible says, when you have done everything you have done, so you should say to yourself that you are an unprofitable servant. You've just done what you ought to do. And I think that has guided me in my journey. That's what I was saying.
Thank you very much, sir. It's been a pleasure talking with you. I know that the thoughts that you shared are things that anyone with the right senses imbibes and takes advantage of. Will definitely have profound impact in such a person's life. Thank you very much, sir, for your time.
Thank you.
And once again, happy birthday to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, that's been a program for today on Icons. And our guest has been the General Superintendent of Gospel Light International Ministries, also known as New Covenant Gospel Church. The journey, quite an interesting one, starting out life with being a newspaper vendor. I'm sure at that time you never imagined what it will be today. The same for you. That's a story that should motivate you, inspire you to look at the brighter side of life, irrespective of where you are today and how things are with you. Until I come your way same time next week on Icons, I'm Sonny Duke Okosun, thanking you for staying with us. Have a lovely day ahead. Bye for now.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Ugeni Madonna, Imazedion, Overo, Ovesniagbe, Manazo, Ugeni Madonna.
You will have to serve the community for 30 years before you come to this stage. They will ordain you Odion title. Then by then you are one of the elder.
This year now, we don't read the year, so that's why we can do this year.
Historically, joining the Elders' Council, an individual must have reached a certain age and must have made significant contributions to the community through leadership, service, or other meaningful ways. There was jubilation in the community as sons and daughters of Okada, both at home and in the diaspora, trooped out to be part of the ceremony with various homes of the initiates agog with festivities. Friends and well-wishers of those initiated into the Elders' Council jubilated at the Ogwedion after performing all traditional rites. The elders, known as Edion, in company with their loved ones, danced to their various homes where guests and family members were entertained.
ITV, certainly the best. This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
All right, now a very good morning to you, and many thanks for making it through to us again the way you always do, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. The program is this morning on ITV, and you're so welcome. Wednesday's edition. My name is Evan Sunohugi, and so good to be back here on your television on our program every Wednesday. Always not alone. I have my co-anchors, a beautiful lady, Anoluwakbo Stevens. Good morning.
Good morning, Evans.
Yeah, and we should have a very good morning to you.
Good morning, Evans. I'm so elated this morning.
Yeah, I know. Backstage, we're talking about football and all that. Even if I don't know exactly about football, but I'll tell you two names that I don't know. Over time, the way they've been able to keep that popularity. I mean, Manchester United and of course Arsenal. Now, I remember some years back, when some of my folks were always talking about football and all that. So in order not to miss out, I had to buy a Chelsea emblem, and I kept it.
Don't mention Chelsea right now. Chelsea is annoying.
But excuse me, I think if you ask me to choose a club, I will settle down for Chelsea. I like their color, blue, and I don't want to mention names.
Right, we're actually talking about it, off camera, and then someone said, please do not mention Chukwueze or Alex Iwobi, and that was really hilarious. But it's a good thing that I'm repping. I think I'm repping Gunners this morning.
You're repping Gunners this morning, yeah.
Yes, it's quite great.
Oh, because they won yesterday, right? I don't blame you. I want to rep Gunners, and I love football naturally, but Arsenal really, they did well yesterday. For the first time in about 20 years or thereabout, they are there for the finals. So it's going to be blazing. They deserve it. They worked hard for it. They played hard for it, and they deserve to be there. But will they win the trophy?
Big question.
That's story for the next day.
Big question. I wish we will talk about these foreign teams and foreign football. We talk about our local games like that, our local football.
Then the
the likes of Bed Insurance, Imba United, Royal National, Shooting Stars of
Warri Wolves.
And then, of course, you have one in Ibadan, you know, and all that. I think, you know, I really don't know why we don't talk about these teams and local, you know, football. It is not as if they are not there.
We talk about it on sports, they talk about it also on global sport, because charity, they say, begins at home, all right? We are repping Bender Insurance from this particular side. We have other clubs. Warri Wolves is there. We have Kum also. They are there talking about Remo, talking about Enugu Rangers, Eyimba, Niger. It just goes on and on and on. Nigeria, they are doing well in the NPFL, Nigeria Professional Football League. So we are still growing, but I believe that one day we'll definitely get it, that globally become the signage of all eyes. I like what Bender Insurance is doing right now, going to top 4. At least it's commendable. They should just win the main matches. I want us to go for that intercontinental match. That would be a very, very good thing for Bender Insurance to achieve. All right, we have other teams too from the East, Enugu Rangers. But shockingly, Eyimba, for the past 2 weeks, been struggling against relegation, but now they are off the relegation zone. So they are back again on top, because Eyimba, believe it or not, they are our pride. They've been there on the continent over 2-3 times, one-time champions. But I wonder what happened to them this season. They had to struggle really hard. That brings to mind Tottenham Hotspur, West Ham United, those two battling relegation in the EPL. If you juxtapose it, you get to realize that
it will be time we write a full book.
Oh my God, I can't believe we're actually talking sports this morning. Really, I cannot believe we're talking sports this morning. But let me just add my own 2 cents by saying the only time I'm interested in sports and watching football is when Nigeria is playing. That's
heartache. No. That was there, not now. That was there, not now. Because watching Nigerian football is like you're holding on to your heart. Anything can happen.
Right, and shockingly, just to add this, that all of the persons, most of the males are actually close to me. They're always representing Arsenal. And then I asked myself, well, why? To be an Arsenal team or as an Arsenal fan, you have to have a lot of patience. But it's a good thing they did win yesterday, even though they have so many haters. Let's hope they are able to clinch the cup.
Yeah, who are those sitting on Arsenal? Who are those sitting on Arsenal?
You just talked about, you know, being happy whenever Nigeria is playing football. I think that has to do with the spirit of patriotism, and that's what we have to bring to bear. I mean, being patriotic for quite some days now, I've, you know, been sad with the stories we hear from South Africa, you know, the way our brothers and sisters have been attacked in South Africa. And now, what I don't like about it is the kind of different, you know, stories, different analysis that we're getting about it. Now, some say it's all make-up stories, that the footage and the videos we see on social media, you know, they are not the recent ones and all that. But a neighbor of mine, you know, told me yesterday that they brought a dead, you know, relative all the way from South Africa and all that. So you can imagine. So I really don't understand why we beginning to, why, I mean, we should think humanity first. I mean, you are first of all a human being before you begin to know whether you are a Nigerian, you are a South African and all that. So we're appealing, you know, we're appealing, I don't know, we're just appealing that the attack should stop.
Right. The case of what is going on in South Africa currently, it's a very sad one, these xenophobic attacks, but also to put it out there that it's not just Nigerians that are going through a lot in South Africa, even Ghanaians, Ethiopians, Africans. It's really sad. I think they do not want foreigners in their country at the moment, and then you ask yourself why. If we go back to history, the apartheid era, when Nigeria actually played a big role in South Africa, and then when we actually got the clinch of the Big Brother of Africa, and then we see what is going on now, it's really, really sad. Yesterday at the plenary at the Senate, a very, very notable speaker, interestingly from Edo State, Senator Adams Oshomole, was so vocal about it, and he was so angry. And he said, you know what, if you hit me, I'll hit you back. And that caused a lot of reactions online. And he also did say that Nigerians, the federal government should revoke some of the licenses of the businesses South Africans own in Nigeria, likes of MTN, DSTV, and to think you're
be careful with the way you say that now.
She's quoting Oshomole. He said it on the plenary. He said it.
I think
he said it.
But
I probably not said I'm not going to close anything that belongs to South Africa.
He was just airing out his
feelings,
anger.
Yeah, I know. Because what I'm saying, we should be careful careful with the way we say that now. Now, you have a lot of Nigerians working in these, you know, companies you just mentioned. I don't want to give them cheap
and South Africans careful with Nigerians over there. Do you see what is going on in South Africa?
I know.
It's really barbaric.
It's barbaric
That's
because
the word. It's just barbaric, honestly.
Well, on the news, I was able to, like, you know, I was privileged to interview, you know, Nene Kachuku, the ambassador of South Africa, that is from Nigeria in South Africa. She gave an insight into this particular situation. She gave 2 reasons. She said, if you observe this trend, whenever they are in the political era, some people will just whip up sentiment.
Yeah.
They are taking your jobs, they are taking your women, you have to fight back just to garner votes. You understand? He said, moreover, the unemployment rate also in South Africa is getting too high. It's like they are dragging for lean resources. So what would they do? Targeting older persons. Nobody told them not to go to school. Nobody told them not to be hardworking. And the rest of South Africa, according to the report, would just want to chill, want to relax, want to have fun. But when the money is not coming, they're looking for who to blame. I love what Botswana did. They cut off electricity supply to South Africa in response to what they did to citizens. And they warned, said, look, you do not touch our nationals, or else we are going to push back. They are pushing back. Mozambique also is following suit. Now the question is, what is Nigeria doing? Because this time I believe that South Africa is going to, you know, respond to tit for tat. Yeah. Like what Shomole said. You push me, I push back. So you know that I too, I can push, because if you cut off the benefit you are benefiting from us or giving to you, that will bring you back to your senses. Now take a look what is going on. You attack a shop, a business enterprise because it's not yours. You are fighting. Why are you even fighting? Julius warned them. He said, look, this thing that you guys are doing is going to backfire. He's speaking to people right now that they should stop it. You need to go to school, you need to upgrade, you need to get education so you can compete favorably. If you want to learn a trade, go learn a trade. We have the population, will come and patronize you. Now you're talking about business. What kind of a business enterprise do you have in South Africa? Anyway, if they are coming to purchase from you, you are not there in the tire business, you are not there in previous business, you are not there in owning clubs. So what do you own? Because we have population. If you have all these things, we'll come patronize you. Go and upgrade, learn a skill, learn a trade for you to compete. And guess what? It's like the white minorities. They are not even in this particular enclave that have been, like, you know, attacked because Trump warned them. I say, look, no, if you touch the white minorities again, you will hear from me.
Yeah, if you talk about the white minorities in South Africa, I think to a very large extent they've been able to really seclude themselves from a lot of things, even from their abode, their settlements. You could tell. I mean, you go to you find them in highbrow areas. You know, highbrow areas, places like Johannesburg, you know, and some other places.
And these are South Africans
you don't
also.
Find them. Yeah, they are South Africans.
So what's the difference between the white minorities and the majority?
Whatever the case is, and whatever the issues are, we are pleading. You know, we are pleading the South Africans that please do not attack.
Evans, pleading will not work. Pleading will not work. We've been pleading for quite a long time.
I know that there are bilateral talks as it stands now. And I also want to praise, you just mentioned of the senator representing Edo North, Senator Adams Oshomole, you know, trying to look at it. The best approach we can actually use to this now is to call the two nations, you know, we should approach bilateral approach.
We've been talking, we've been calling. It's like they're not listening.
Can you go to South Africa now? You cannot go there.
Yeah, but still they're in Nigeria.
They have to speak to their conscience.
Ojuku Bianco, she's been trying. Nigerians emissaries have been sending messages. I love what Botswana did. First thing first, take out what they are benefiting from you. Cut off electricity. They did.
And that
they said, now will not supply you electricity until you change. And they're beginning to respond.
And that is what Adams Oshomole, the senator, was trying to say yesterday. But let's even talk about the federal government involvement in this. As we speak now, President Bola Tinubu is out of the country. The last we heard of him is in France. And he's not just only going to be visiting France, he has multiple visits to multiple countries.
I think 4 countries are thereabouts.
And that has sparked a lot of reactions.
No, I guess he left too early for a three-day business meeting.
It's not just 3 days. He has a lot of other countries to visit, so it should actually be more than 3 days from the look of things. But the federal government has actually, you know, initiated a repatriation move for the Nigerians in South Africa that want to come back home, but then they said it's going to be at your own cost. No, we'll leave it as that.
They will go again. Now, how would you say that? I mean, somebody that is taking all of a sudden, then you are saying it should be on his or own cost. I mean, that's what we're saying. That's what we're saying. So you can see
anyway,
how,
over 130, but not all of them, because from what the councillor said, she said over 130 Nigerians that are willing to come back home.
Anyway, we send because of time. Yeah, because of
they
time.
should be subsidized somewhere. I mean, it's like, you know, the
The
fair. The
program is this morning on ITV, Wednesday's edition. So we've got our core anchors in Lagos and of course in Abuja. So when a time comes, definitely you get to see them so that we take you along. So from Benin this morning, our talking point is going to be on governance accountability and of course, you know, estraying governmental agencies, their roles in government accountability. That's, you know, what we're going to be talking about this morning. So we'll take a short pause now and allow the corporate trainer, Inola Tanu Sahai, to come into the program. A very good morning.
Inwarata Dosahai is my name, and I'm so delighted to come away this morning and add value to your day, to your business. So that organization and vision you are driving as have been doing since the last 16.5 years. This morning, we are continuing on the trajectory of driving workplace productivity with emotional intelligence. And we have gotten to the fourth pillar of emotional intelligence, which is social skills. And as we have been doing since we started this journey, using case scenario to drive home these principles that can help you drive productivity, especially as a leader, as a team head, and as a business person. You know, we are doing that again this morning. And the case scenario we are going to be looking at is how a chief medical director used the emotional intelligence component of social skills to transform anger into assurance in healthcare. How a chief medical director used social skills to transform anger to assurance in healthcare. Now, you know, as a chief medical director, it is very important you understand how important social skills is to you. With your medical degree, you got into the theater, as we all know. But if your hospital will perform well, it's going to be a function of the emotional intelligence component of social skills that you possess. And it is very, very important that you take this seriously. For a chief medical director of a private hospital, for example, the emotional intelligence component of social skills is your ability to effectively manage relationship, communicate clearly, be able to, you know, navigate interpersonal dynamics towards ensuring that we achieve amazing patient outcome, ensuring teamwork, and achieving hospital goals. So for you as a chief medical director of a private hospital, the emotional intelligence component of social skills is a strategic leadership asset for you that will help you to project yourself in a positive light, project your hospital in a positive light. You know, take your hospital from that level of just being a place of treating illness to that beacon of professionalism, human connection, and then brand consolidation. This is very, very important. And like we said, we are going to be looking at the case scenario, you know, that will help you to see this in a practical light. The title of the case scenario, like I said earlier, is how a chief medical director used the emotional intelligence component of social skills to transform anger into assurance in healthcare. Now, I go straight into the case scenario. The incident: a patient in the surgical ward was mistakenly administered a double dose of potent analgesic due to its transcription error between the night and morning nurse shifts. While the patient was stabilized quickly and suffered no permanent harm, the family, highly influential and understandably terrified, became aggressive. They gathered in the hospital lobby, demanding a refund and threatening to post a negative review on social media, alleging negligence and carelessness. Now, the CMD's social skill intervention. The chief medical director was alerted. Instead of sending a legal representative or a mid-level administrator, he walked into the lobby himself. This is very strategic. Then establishing immediate rapport. He did not begin with a defense. He approached the family spokesperson, lowered his voice to match the somber mood, and asked to move to a private office to ensure their concerns were given the undivided attention they deserved. Now, remember, I have also explained the emotional intelligence component of social skills as the integration or the exhibition of all the other 4 components of social skills: the self-awareness, self-regulation, empathy, and motivation. When you are engaging as a social skills, the emotional intelligence component of social skills, you are actually bringing into practice the other 4 components I just mentioned just now of emotional intelligence. And that is what exactly this chief medical director of this particular private hospital, practicalized. He just decided not to defend himself. He didn't try to blame any staff. He decided to isolate the people and take them to a private place. He controlled his emotions, self-regulation. He was aware of his own personal emotion, understanding that if he should react, impulsively, it's going to negatively affect the outcome at the end of the day, and that may result to the debranding of his private hospital. So, establishing immediate rapport. He did not begin with a defense. He approached the family spokesperson, lowered his voice to match the somber mode, and asked to move to a private office to ensure their concerns were given the undivided attention they deserved. Validation and active listening. Once private, he allowed the family to speak for 10 minutes without interruption. The emotional intelligence component of self-regulation in place. He maintained composure. As it is presently said in our environment, he maintained his steeze. He kept his composure. He used non-verbal cues, nodding and maintaining steady eye contact to show he was processing their anger. He validated them by saying, "If this were my mother, I would be just as outraged." This is the emotional intelligence component of empathy, which makes somebody or makes a leader to see things from people's perspective coming into play. Emotional intelligence is for you to understand the feelings and the pains of other people. The emotional intelligence component of empathy is you understanding the pains, the feelings, the perspective of others. And that was exactly what the CMD did here in this case scenario. And it was shown that he made an empathy statement, which I read just now. "If this were my mother, I would be just as outraged." Transparent persuasion. Rather than hiding behind medical jargon, he explained exactly how the transcription error occurred. He then pivoted to the solution, outlining the new double-check digital protocol he was implementing that very afternoon to ensure it never happened again. That is the emotional intelligence component of motivation, which is commitment to seeing that things are done better in ensuring that customer satisfaction, ensuring organizational goals, are achieved. That is exactly what the CMD did right here. Let me take that line again. Transparent persuasion. Rather than hiding behind medical jargon, he explained exactly how the transcription error occurred. He then pivoted to the solution, outlining the new double-check digital protocol he was implementing that very afternoon to ensure it never happened again. Collaborative resolution. He then asked the family what would make them feel safe for the remainder of the patient's stay. By involving them in the solution, he transitioned them from adversaries to partners in the patient's care. Very important. The outcome, the family felt respected and heard. They dropped the threat of a social media campaign and expressed appreciation for the CMD's personal involvement. The patient remained at the hospital for the duration of their recovery. Then let's see 3 leadership lessons from this case scenario. Number 1, presence is the ultimate de-escalator. Powerful statement. Presence is the ultimate de-escalator. In moments of crisis, the socially skilled leader understands that their physical presence carries weight. By showing up personally rather than delegating the conflict, the CMD signaled that the family's dignity was worth his time. This immediate investment of status often neutralizes the need for external escalation, such as lawsuits or public outcries. Now, in critical moments, physical presence and direct engagement are more powerful than hierarchy or formal authority. Presence builds trust, faster than position. Very important. Then the second leadership lesson from this case scenario, empathy as a strategic bridge. The CMD used empathy not just as a feeling, but as a social tool by mirroring the family's concerns, where he said, if this were my mother. He collapsed the us versus them barrier. When a leader acknowledges a mistake with genuine human emotion, it becomes harder for the aggrieved party to remain combative. Emotional validation is a strategic leadership tool. I believe you are noting that. Then the third leadership lesson from the case scenario, turning failure into systemic evolution. Socially skilled leaders do not just apologize, they offer a vision for the future. By detailing the protocol changes, the CMD moved the conversation from a past mistake that couldn't be changed into a future improvement that provided value. He successfully reframed a clinical failure as a catalyst for institutional growth. Very, very amazing case scenario. What was the title of the case scenario one more time? How a chief medical director used social skill to transform anger into assurance in healthcare. So this is a serious skill every leader must learn. It's a serious skill. The emotional intelligence component of social skill is a serious skill that must be in your skill portfolio as a leader, in order for you to always ensure that you effectively manage relationship towards achieving organizational goals. Now, in managing of relationship, you communicate clearly, you manage conflict, and at the end of the day, you have an effective team that always projects your brand in a positive light. I believe that profound value have been added to you today. As you always connect, send your questions, your inquiries to my email, inuagata@gmail.com, INUAGHATA, and then I forward your response to you, and then we're able to build a better leadership system for ourselves, better nation, and even a better world. I'll be seeing you next week Wednesday, and when I return, I remain amiable. Inuagata no Sahai. Your day is so blessed. Thank you.
Many thanks for rejoining on CMI this beautiful morning. We would be reviewing the papers this morning, and of course we'll be reviewing it with Dr. Victor Ohai, who will be joining us very much later. All right, as first paper this morning that we would be looking at is the New Telegraph newspaper. The New Telegraph newspaper, the big headline there says, new rule shuts out Uzodinma Oshomole orders. You get that on page 2, on page 3, and also on page 5. 11th Assembly presiding officers' positions. Okay, a writer says, as Senate tightens eligibility, aspirants to have served at least 2 consecutive terms immediately preceding nomination. Another writer says, xenophobic tensions, Akpabio to lead NAS committee to South Africa. You get that on page 2, on page 3, and on page 5 on the New Telegraph newspaper. Okay, another headline that says, Delta killing insecurity. IGP orders nationwide arms ammunition audit. You get that on page 4. A writer says operatives nabbed 280 suspected terrorists. Orders. You get that on page 4. NAS fresh defections as Umer Abaribe anger switch parties. ADC loses 18 reps, 17 to NDC and 1 to APC. ADC reviews nomination fees downward. You get that on page 3 and also on page 5 on the New Telegraph papers this morning. Drinking more water doesn't prevent kidney stone study. You get that on page 30 on the papers. All right, another headline on page 3 says, Obi discussed credible elections with U.S. Consul General. You get that on page 3 on the papers. Gandaji finally recognizes Sanusi 6 years after dethroning him as emir. You get that on page 4 on the papers this morning. Another headline there says Tinubu deadline denies assent to NIMC Act 2026. You get that on page 5 and on page 6 on the papers this morning. Okay, that is all on the New Telegraph newspaper. Do well to grab a copy and go through them. Like I said earlier, Dr. Victor Ohai will be joining us pretty much later. Let's take a look at the Punch newspaper. The big headline on the Punch newspaper says, Obi Kwankwaso as seat rocks ADC. 18 lawmakers join NDC. A writer says Akpabio mocks opposition parties amid exodus of Kwankwasia's supporters. 23 ADC's aspirants defect in Anambra. You get that on page 2 on the Punch newspaper. Another headline there said xenophobia role Oshomole 6 and on MTN DSTV. You get that on page 7 on the Punch newspaper. Coup trial. Villa workers claims he was misled. You get that on page 8 also on the papers. Another headline there says INEC reopens nationwide voters registration Monday. Get that on page 10. INEC reopens nationwide voters registration Monday. You get that on page 10 on the Punch newspaper. Another headline there says 62 Nigerians detained in Uganda battle illness, infants hospitalized. You get that on page 4 and also on page 5 on the Punch newspaper. Another headline there says opposition rift widens over sole presidential ticket. You get that on page 2 also on the Punch newspaper. Another headline there says lovers range Lagos spa worker bath with acid. You get that on page 4 and also on page 5 newspaper. Still on the headlines, another headline says customs nab 71-year-old with 2.35 million naira cocaine haul. You also get that on the Punch newspaper. You get that on page 20 on the Punch newspaper. Do well to grab a copy and go through them. We're still on the papers review. Let's take a look at the next paper, which is the Vanguard newspaper. The big headline on the Vanguard newspaper says 2027 citing crisis, 19 NASA members defect to NDC. Get that on page 5. A writer says ADC NNPP lose 3 seats in Senate in Abaribe as Abaribe Umer anger defect. Another sub-writer says 18 reps defect from ADC, 17 to NDC. 1 joins APC. Another one says Senate's configuration APC 88, ADC 8, PDP 4, NDC 3, ABGA 1, and Accord 1, vacant 4. Another writer says reps APC 260, PDP 38, Labour Party 21, NDC 17, and then PP 14, ABGA 5, others 4. Another writer says ADA distances itself from ADO's fight against NDC's registration. Another writer says, I think ADC is dead, Akpabio. You got that on page 5 on the Vanguard newspaper this morning. Another headline there says federal government sanctions 148 officers destroy 1,167 phones and crack down on prisons contraband. You get that on page 9 on the papers. Another one says 2027 Wike settles for George Kelly. Chinda as APC PDP govern aspirant source. Get that on page 21 on the Vanguard newspaper. In another headline, alleged coup plot. Over 10 million naira paid to me was for prayers. Islamic cleric insists. You get that on page 9 on the Vanguard newspaper. All right, still on the papers, another headline there says xenophobia, Senate reps orders mount pressure on South African government. You get that on page 8. A writer says diplomatic pressure as African nations threaten retaliatory action. You get that on page 8 on the paper. Nestle, we are not responsible for banks. 20 on the papers this morning. And the picture there says First Lady receives women's charter. That is the picture on the Vanguard. Those are all the headlines on the Vanguard newspaper. Do well to grab a copy and go through them. Moving on, still on the papers review, let's take a look at the Daily Trust newspaper. The Daily paper, the big headline there says bandits kills 24 in Castina as military neutralizes 45 gunmen. You get that on the Daily Trust papers. Another headline there says alleged coup. I was deceived by co-suspect. You also get that on page 32 on the Daily Trust newspaper. Police seal ACF headquarters. You get that also on the papers. Another headline there says Senate amends rules on election of preceding officers. You also get that on the papers this morning. Another headline there says rainstorm kills boy, destroys houses in Kaduna State. You get that on page 35 on the papers. Another one says Bella takes over as Ovie bows out of Zenith Bank. You get that also on the papers. You get that on page 25 on the Daily Trust newspaper. Still on the headlines, another headline says I was detained, tortured for rejecting policeman's advances. You get that also on the papers. Another headline there says ADC lost Senate reps seat, review costs of forms. You also get that on the Daily Trust newspaper this beautiful morning. Okay, we're still on the papers review, and we have our guest here this morning, Dr. Victor Orhai. I told you guys earlier he would be joining us pretty much later, and here he is in the studio. Dr. Victor, good morning.
Good morning.
Trust you're doing good this morning.
I'm okay, and you? Looking good.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Good to see you.
Yeah.
All right, we're on the papers review. On the Daily Trust, the big headline there says bandits kills 24 in Castina as a military neutralizes 45 gunmen. I mean, still an insecurity.
Well, in recent times, we have to give it to the military. We've been seeing action, both with air and ground forces, but these people persist. I think that it is good that as we're hearing bandits, we're also hearing that the military are also striking. It might take a while, but I just want to stay hopeful and optimistic, although it's a sad thing that we're going through what we're going through.
So we should be hopeful and
I think
optimistic.
We should be hopeful, yes, and optimistic. I mean, what choice do we have?
Okay, still on the papers review, let's take a look at the Nigerian Tribune newspaper. The big headline on the Nigerian Tribune newspaper says 70 reps want Senator follow Kwankwaso Obi to NDC. You get that on page 4 and on page 16. A writer says ADC reviews timetable, fixes presidential primary for May 23. PEG's nomination form at 90 million naira. Another writer says special convention holds May 26. You get that on page 4 and on page 16 on the papers this morning. Another headline there says Senate amends rules, limits leadership positions to ranking principal officers. You get that on page 27. A writer as governance orders in seats shuts out. You get that 29 and their leg was made. Leg process as video statement 3 on Nigerian Tribune newspaper. Custom intercept 2.35 billion naira in allowed. You get out of 20, and that's breaking fire in on Lagos and Oyo State. Okay, another headline says, digital registration, opposition parties in last minute rush to beat INEC deadline. You get that on page 2. A rider says, senators, reps, gubernatorial aspirants move across parties ahead Sunday headlines. Okay, Dr. Victor Ohai, let's talk about this also will be our main conversation for today, but let's just talk briefly on it. 17 reps, 1 senate follows Kwankwaso Obi to NDC. We saw that they defected to the NDC, and I mean some persons are defecting with them.
Let me put it this way. There are some people that carry glory. And so if you stay under the umbrella, the glory. You recall that during the last election, there were people who were not even serious, who weren't even sure. They just said, okay, let me just contest for the sake of it under the Labour Party. And they just woke up and found out that they had been elected into the National Assembly. There was one in Lagos, for instance. So I think what happened is, this is about the movement. That's the next best thing to an ideology in a political party. But in this case, because the movement is driven by persons, okay, maybe there's ideology behind it. And there's nothing stronger than anything that is driven by ideology or by movement. And that's why you see the way it is. So it's not about party, it's about the individuals. And what you see here is there's synergy there, because Kwankwaso has an assured 1-point-something million votes, and maybe more now because of the fact that many Northerners are disenchanted, and then Obi has, well, for the last election, about 6-point-something million. And if the state of the country is anything to go by, and he's able to maintain that number, then between the two of them, they might be able to get not less than 7-8 million votes, at least 8 million votes. But it depends on what happens with the other parties now. People have argued that they may be decimating their votes because he's going different Atiku. But the last time, too, Atiku was in a different party. He was in a different party. So, but the problem now, and I fear for Atiku, is that where he is right now, before there was PDP, so he ran under PDP, and PDP has structures all over the country. Where he is right now, the structure is not so strong, and he's not, the people that follow him are not people who are driven by ideology. He doesn't have a movement. So I'm afraid that it may expose a weak underbelly, with him. But, we'll have to wait and see.
All right, let's wait and see, and we'll talk more on that later.
Yes.
Okay, moving on, the last papers is, let's take a look at the Daily Sun newspaper. The big headline on the Daily Sun newspaper says, aftermath of Peter Obi's exit, mass exodus hit ADC. Trending. 17 reps dump coalition party for NDC. Akpabio pronounces opposition party dead. I guess it's over, so we'll talk more on that later. Okay, you got that on page 6 on the Daily Sun newspaper. Another headline there says 2027, hope that.
Yeah. First of all, there was a senator playing to the gallery. I'm not playing on words here, where we say we should cancel South African businesses here, forgetting that those businesses have Nigerian shareholders. Okay, MTN has thousands of Nigerian shareholders. MultiChoice has Nigerian shareholders, and they're employing people. You don't use, what this woman said, Obama's wife, so when they go low, we go high. That's not how to do it. But the same thing we did to the apartheid regime, we should do to this regime, which means that if Africa bans trade with South Africa or decides to cut them off and ostracize them, perhaps the government will then be forced to do something.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Victor Ohai. Thank you all for joining us on our newspaper review this morning. We're still on CMI. We would be handing over to our Benin Network studio for the continuation on CMI. Just stay with us.
All right, thank you one more time. The program still on your television, Independent TV, and this one on ITV. Yes, I told you that we are not alone in Benin. We have our co-anchors in Lagos and also in Abuja. Mercelina is in Lagos. Okay, Tulokbe is right there in Abuja. Tulu, very good morning to you.
A wonderful morning to you, everyone. So good to be with you this morning. And also looking at the state of defection is becoming what is on my must tell you today. I know in the course of this conversation, we're going to talk more about it. But let me still give Ms. Lena, because it's really all right, an opportunity to say something before we get into the nitty-gritty of what we have this morning, because we'll definitely be talking about the gale of diversions, especially what transpired at the National Assembly last night. That is also becoming a worrisome trend right there. The massive shift from ADC to NDC. Is NDC the new promised land? These are some of the things we'll be looking at this morning from the Abuja studio right there. And I know we'll still talk a little bit about that before we get into the discussion right there.
All right, thank you so much, Tulokbe. Now, why we, all of us, all, I mean, even you, first and foremost, I'm a voter, so I have the right to vote when the time comes. So we are watching, and we'll see all that is going to amount to as the election draws closer. Now, Mercelina is right there in Lagos. Mercy, very good morning.
Beautiful morning to everyone. Trust you guys are good.
Okay.
All right. So basically, from Lagos today,
we just as Tulu was trying to talk about, Wilson and Anu, talking about the gale of defections here and there, and of course the introduction of new political parties into next year's election. Now, I don't know what all this will amount to, Anu.
Well, it just shows one thing. Politicking is politicking in Nigeria. That's the best way to put it, because for a lot of the Senate and House of Rep members who moved over to the ADC, because we had Peter Obi there, I remember listening to a conversation from an ex-governor in Nigeria, Ayo Fayose, where he said that Peter Obi is the main bride of the ADC, and when you take him out of the ADC is going to fall and fall. Well, a lot of Nigerians at this point are watching and seeing if that would actually amount to anything. And now we're seeing them moving over to the NDC. Within a couple of days, NDC now has over 10 million registered members. Well, that says a lot for the 2027 general election. And I remember someone saying in the news that as at this moment, the NDC is the only party in Nigeria without any legal tussle at all.
Anyway, let's wait, because NDC was already a registered political party before it would be ported into the NDC, so we don't know what will happen.
Well, because this is Nigeria, right, and then anything could just pop up. But as at this moment,
too early. But I think you need to be mindful of the red flag, because I remember a few days before it was announced that Obi was going to the NDC. We saw the way the leadership, like in Edo State here, the leadership of NDC, the way they came on the news, it was on our news, making themselves know that, hey, we're here. So when you see things like that, you begin to suspect that anything may happen with it.
But well, the thing is that NDC, they've been in existence since 2017, if I'm making any mistake.
You can imagine.
2017, they've been there quite dormant until a force came into the fold. Take it or leave it. Obi, Kwankwaso, these are forces to reckon with in Nigerian politics. Within 1 week, take a look at the gale of defection to NDC.
It's not even up to a week, just a couple of days.
Not even up to a week.
I mean, they moved in, it was on Sunday we had that ceremony.
And this is just Wednesday. Okay, let's say 4 or 5 days. You get to see the defection from the National Assembly. Now take a look at the enthusiasm of Nigerians jumping into the NDC because of Obi and Kwankwaso. That means these guys, they're not here to play. They are forces to reckon with, and that should put every other political party on their toes. But right now as it stands, where does ADC stand? That's the cause of an accent.
Anyway,
because it's like Obi seems to be the life wire of that particular political party. Now bringing the Kwankwaso to the fold, it made it burn brighter. Now both of them just left. It's like the fire just
But we also have other political bigwigs in the ADC, like Atiku Abubakar. We have Rotimi Amaechi.
Do they carry the same force like Peter Obi and Kwankwaso?
He carries fire too.
What kind of fire? Yes, he carries fire, but you cannot compare the fire to that of Obi and Kwankwaso.
Listen, I think it's too
so there is fire and then there is fire.
Of course, why not? Fire, you know, you do the math. You know what I'm talking about.
Membership of political parties are not, the number that we have now is not the result of the election. Even if we are saying that just within 2 days we have about 10 million, voters into the NDC, I think why don't we wait? I mean, time will tell. We have just a month to go. By this time next year,
about 10 million. Do you know what 10 million registered voters? I don't understand. The political 10 million voters.
Let's just
within how many days?
10 million
registered vote members. I mean, those
members, not voters.
Those to me,
that number.
Evers, to me, those are automatically registered voters because nobody will want their party to sink. Everybody will go get registered.
It's like you're a member of the NDC
I am not a member of any political party, but I like saying things the way it is right now. Within 4 days, I mean, these guys they're not here to play. So the ruling party should wake up.
Okay. All right. So let's leave the very first discussion this morning to Mercelina in Lagos, and we understand that she's going to be talking about the opposition crisis as it deepens, and also the factions rocking coalition ahead of the 2027 election. Of course, it's going to be issue, analyzing the issues. It's going to be counter reactions and reactions and all that. So, Mercy, we'd like you to take it up from here.
Thank you, Evans. We from our Lagos Network studio, and we have our guest here, Dr. Victor Ohai, would be helping us talk about this all defection stuff that has been happening, and we've been seeing a couple of defection, especially from the coalition party, the ADC, and we saw that, Dr. Victor, now that Peter Obi and Kwankwaso, they defected to the NDC, we've been seeing a couple of defections later, 17 reps, and one senator follows them. And I was having a conversation with someone, and the person was like, anywhere Obi goes, I go. I mean, Dr. Victor, the whole thing, is it like Obi has been the one, has been the man holding down ADC? Because the few days that he left, or we've been seeing a lot of defections, like people are following him. What would you have to say? Let's get your take.
Honestly, Obi joining ADC is the worst thing to have happened to that party.
The worst thing?
Yes. If it didn't, it wouldn't look so. Now ADC is like a pariah. It's unfortunate. And there are people who have spoken too loudly there now, they cannot move. People like Senator Dino Melaye, Bolaji, what's his name again? Bolaji Enwe, I'm trying to remember his surname, and a few of them. Momodu, Dele Momodu and the rest, although they are diehard articulates, let me use that language. If they were there on their own, it's okay, because a lot of people from PDP would just join them. You know what I mean? And Obi would, but Obi joining is like saying, you come and strengthen things. Do you know what it is to say, in one day, so you are a party, 17 senators or more people join you and all that. The guy that joined APC was always going to join APC anyway. We saw the sign during his birthday, or is it his wife's birthday, when this person went there, the chief of staff of the president went to Kogi, to celebrate with him, and he said, remain there, scatter them, we want you there. You could tell then that his sympathies are with APC, so they'll be worried. It's like the article of ADC, but not that he was scattering it. And then one senator leave ADC. That would have strengthened the party. The party would have thought, they leave them in one day. That's not, the optics are just not good at all for the party. And then, the thing about obedience.
Okay.
Is that, and the Kwankwaso is that the Kwankwasia and the obedience, now the OK, as they call themselves, are driven by ideology. Movement next to ideology are some of the strongest things that you can think about. When you see, what you call them, like all these, I'm trying to remember these people that, terrorists. Terrorists are driven by ideology, some of them by movements. Some of them are movements. And it's hard to break.
Okay.
Because once you get into a movement, you are part of a movement. Common sense flies out of the window. If you are driven by ideology, You are hold on to it like that's one thing you believe in. That's why religion, for instance, you find religious movements, you find people who hold on to certain beliefs. It doesn't matter. They can be professors or whatever. You cannot break them. They hold on to that. It's like life and death. And that's what Obi enjoys. That's what Kwankwaso enjoys. And between the two of them, they have, and let me do a bit of the mathematics. I know that we have talked about it later, but so we don't forget.
Okay.
People have said that the opposition may be weakened now, but I doubt very much, and I'll tell you why. What is likely to happen at the end of the day is that PDP may either field a candidate or may decide to align. If they are aligning, they will not align with ADC. I can tell you that for free. Except maybe there's a faction. There will be a faction that will remain. But you'll find a faction that may now decide to align with the OK movement, now NDC. NDC was a master stroke. Okay? Suddenly, Dixon, I think, former governor, is it? Who started it again? Is it Governor Dixon, I think? Siriake Dixon, okay. I think so. He was the one who created, formed NDC. And suddenly now he's a boss man. Let me put it that way. Okay? Now, what has happened is a situation where you find now that everybody, now that they know that NDC is peaceful, even though there's one man there trying to also create problem, but obviously he has no point. Now that they know that NDC is peaceful or has no problems, they did their homework well there. There are a lot of people now who are going to go into that party because PDP is in tatters. And if because of the factionalization, if you stand for election there, you might not even, whether you win or not, it might not stand because of the factionalization. It happened before, I think, was it in Zamfara also, Now, the same thing is going to happen with ADC because of the factionalization. Remember, the court cases have not been resolved yet. So, and if that happens, then the two parties standing will then be, two parties, that formidable parties standing, will then be NDC and APC.
And the thing is, what a lot of Nigerians have been saying, ADC was already a strong opposition party. I mean, the whole coalition stuff. Yes. But surprisingly, earlier we were contemplating Atiku and Obi who would have the presidential ticket. I mean, Atiku would not want to step down, and Obi would not want to step aside.
But I always said so.
So now that Peter Obi and Kwankwaso left the ADC, because the way it has been, ADC was already looking like a strong opposition party. And saying now that he defected to NDC and some reps members and a lot of persons, they followed him. That's
influence. Because each of these reps members and that senator have followers. You get what I'm saying? Because they have a core group. To have been nominated and elected, they have followers. That's numbers coming along. Yes, pure synergy at work here. Kwankwaso will definitely get his 1-point-something million in Kano. But he might get some more because of the level of dissatisfaction of the North, because they feel marginalized, they quote-unquote, they feel marginalized, they've been complaining and grumbling, So APC will definitely, in spite of the governors moving, they will lose people in the North, clearly. Okay? And then, generally, down south, well, there are some people who are happy with the APC, but there are many others who are not. And you will find that Obi might even gain more inroads this time because of the way things have gone so far. So if between two of them, in the last election, they could get about maybe 7-point-something or over about 8 million votes, if care is not taken, between the two of them now, Kwankwaso and Peter Obi. I remember at the time, Labour didn't have 17 House of Reps members or the senator that we have now. So that is an additional influence, numbers coming in to the party. And many more people are going to join them. NDC might get up to 10 million, between 9 and 10 million votes. What is likely to happen is what we're going to see between ADC, PDP, and APC. And anybody who gets up to 10 million votes, if ADC is not crippled completely, and PDP is not crippled completely, it might be a tough fight.
So you do not see ADC standing a chance? I mean, Atiku has his own followers.
No, Atiku's followers are not driven by ideology, and they are not a movement. I've told you, if it's a movement, people for want of what you say, call obedience, out of frustration, because it's like they're not a hear word. No shishio, not a hear word. What you say, they say, they go. Same with the Kwankwasias. You don't have that. The people you don't see anybody who say Atiku or I die. You don't get that. Do you understand? Many of those who follow Atiku are just okay. People who feel he's done them favor in the past and all that. And Atiku has always ridden on parties that have structures. This is going to be the first time he's going to ride on the party without. He has structure, but the foundation now is shaky. ADC is not PDP. Do you understand? It's not PDP. So, and what would have helped it was if all of them were still together, they say, okay, whoever wins, all of us will support. That is not there anymore.
So you think this is already too late for the opposition parties at this point?
It's not late for the opposition parties with NDC.
I'm talking about ADC.
With ADC, he just has a group of big men with him who don't have any influence. Atiku in PDP can do not less than 6 million. But with ADC, currently as is or as at yesterday or day before yesterday, I doubt if he will get 2 million. I doubt it. I doubt it. Because who are the strong people with him? What do you call it? Amechi has no followers. Amechi cannot get any votes from any of the southeastern states. Even from Rivers, I doubt if he can win an election today with an ADC, not a PDP. Okay? Bolaji is from Kwara State. How many votes can he? If he's that strong, let him go for election. Let him go to the Senate or House of Reps or even House of Assembly. What's his name? The publisher. I'm trying to remember his name now. Who is a diehard Atiku fanatic?
So it still doesn't have.
Dele Momodu in any election may not get 20,000 votes. I'm saying it most respectfully. I'm pragmatic. I'm no sentiments, and I'm neither here nor there. I'm not for anybody, and I'm not for anybody. I'm not against anybody. My job here is to analyze, okay, and to do that dispassionately. I'm not trying to say what anybody would like to hear, but I'm speaking. I'm speaking facts, okay. Now, so you look at who are the strong people in ADC. Atiku himself in Adamawa today may not win a governorship election. Take it from me. He can't win Adamawa today. If he goes with his ADC to Adamawa today, he cannot win an election. So he's a goner. I don't know what else can happen. ADC is just an empty shell right now. What happened was a master stroke. So what you're going to see going forward is now you will see mass defections into NDC. That's what you're going to get.
That's what has been happening.
Yes, you might even see
it's shocking.
You might even see some people from APC going to NDC. Everybody now will just go into that party.
And the 18 reps that defected, 17 went to NDC, just one went to APC.
No, that one that went to APC was always APC at heart, so that one is not a surprise. Whether this happened or not, he was still going to go to APC. But they gained one of a senator too, so that's huge. 18 National Assembly people defected immediately. You know what that makes them? Right now, NDC can produce the Senate minority leader. I mean, House of Reps minority leader. Because I don't know if PDP has up to that number left anymore. they've all defected.
So don't you think now that the opposition remains divided, or the opposition party?
I don't know if they are fully divided anymore. Where you say division is where there is even strength. ADC is finished. So it's now a straight fight between NDC and APC. So what needs to happen right now is, what will help NDC now is, if a faction of PDP aligns with NDC, I tell you, APC will be in trouble. If a faction of PDP aligns with NDC, they will be in trouble. I know ADC out of pride will not. Okay? They will not. But a faction of PDP...
You said out of pride.
Out of pride, now they won't. It will be like, wait till happen. They can't. If they were going to, they would have done it. This would not have happened. It would not have happened. You can see the bitterness there already. The bad belly is there already. So that's the situation. So what needs to happen now is for a faction of PDP, because honestly, there's Makinde, yes, but who is he going to run with? And right now there are court cases, so there are problems. So instead of just losing out with the court cases and all that, they need to just align with NDC. If they do that, quite frankly, as we say, as was said in Julius Caesar, I said, let Caesar sit him sure, for we will shake him, or what's this endure. In that case, say, let APC sit them sure, for NDC will shake them, or what's this endure. Okay? So, but otherwise, ordinarily, before now, APC already had it. In fact, when it happened, before this defection, it was like APC has already got it. But upon further analysis, APC cannot afford to sleep. They've got to work hard. I don't know how they're going to penetrate. They have all the money.
Because now they've had a strong opposition.
Yes.
Party.
Maybe if they enter NDC now and offer everybody, all the top people there now, $1 billion, because they're desperate, they can't do anything. Say, look, where's it? Give us an account anywhere. No EFCC in this matter. We'll put $1 billion in your account. Everyone has a price. If they do that, then they might scatter NDC. But it has happened before. People have been compromising the other parties. They will have to think of a super strategy. But guess what? When a man is driven by ideology, and then if it's a movement, it go hard. Those people, they are die hard. That's why they are called. That's why the obedience are called obediots, because they're not the hear word. They're not they take shit.
They are moving with him.
They are moving. You cannot buy them. Is it Mama P you want to buy? Is it Is it Peter or Chris or what's his name? That guy in Abuja, or is it Aisha? You know.
Okay, let's talk about the Senate President Godswill Akpabio, where he said ADC is dead. In his words, he said, I think ADC party is dead. Please, they should compile every resignation letter from ADC so that it will be easy to announce. I mean, at this point, it's mocking the opposition party.
Mocking ADC is not far from the truth. ADC is as good as dead. But what he's not seeing is there's a live snake, very potent in NDC. Okay? ADC, he's correct about it. Let's make no bones about it. That's the truth. You know, mocking, and while mocking, it's too early to gloat. It's too early to gloat. Too early. I can tell you that. What has been given birth to is worse than what ADC would have been. If what happened to ADC didn't happen, it would have been better for them. You know why? Because if, for instance, Atiku, who was always going to win that ticket, if he had gotten it, obedience and Obi remains there, many of them would just vote for other people. Because, like I said, they are driven by ideology, and it's a movement, or there is a movement. The person they want is Obi. If Obi is not on the ballot, they are not interested. They can decide to vote for other people. So it would have been better if Obi had remained in ADC and Atiku won for APC. But right now, is far more dangerous. And then with Kwankwaso, you know they wanted Kwankwaso by all means. Maybe they didn't do the negotiation. If the president had offered Kwankwaso either Senate president or vice president, if on that deal, none of this would have been happening.
Yes. You think so?
Yes, I know so. None of this would have happened. But there's an angle again that is going to play.
Let's hear.
I've talked about it here before.
Okay.
Like I said, I read and write, not just speak, although I don't look it. I read and write it fluently. I'm in 5 WhatsApp groups where I know that the houses the houses are in the majority. They are the true majority in this country. There's a movement right now, and that's another very, very powerful movement. The houses are at war with the Fulanis right now. Serious war. You will see it can only get worse in the coming months and years to come. The Hausas have vowed that they will not vote for any ticket that has a Fulani man on it. Kwankwaso is Fulani. Obi is not informed. If he had courted, and so the houses, that is what we give to with the edge. The houses, rather than vote for Obi, hear what I'm saying very carefully, because of Kwankwaso, they will divide their votes with Tinubu. And that is what we give Tinubu.
Because they do not want to vote for it.
They will not vote for anything that has Fulani on it. Anything that has Fulani on it. They would rather vote for a dog.
So you think with the APC stand?
That is what APC the edge. With the Hausa vote. Because anything that has Fulani on it, forget it. Anything that has Fulani on it, the Hausas will not vote for it. Take this from me. I'm telling you this. I'm giving you a well-informed position. I'm telling you. As I vowed again. They are in the same mosque. Led why in Abuja where they have an Igbo man as the chief imam of the national mosque. That was the truth. Because the Hausas and the Fulanis, the Hausas will not worship behind the Fulani man. They chose instead to put an Igbo man there. The chief imam of the mosque in Abuja is a Hausa man. He's an Igbo man. It's a compromise. So the Hausas went behind the Fulani man. They would not see eye to eye anymore. They cannot eat it all in the same room. It's going on quietly. For those who are following you, what I'm saying. But that might be what may work against you, unfortunately. So quickly, went to him, aligned and all that. It's a very commitment to power is not a wrong commitment. But if it's power for its sake or for primitive acquisition of wealth, then that's where something is wrong. But you need power first in order to be able to build institutions. For instance, my roads have been neglected for too long.
Okay.
Or the roads in my community, there are no rules and all that. For me to have a voice, I will go into politics. I need to get into office. When I get into office, then I have authority, I have power. Then I can implement and fix those bad rules.
Okay.
Okay. So the commitment to power, if it is staying in power just for its sake, is wrong. Building institutions should be the end game for grabbing power. But I'm afraid, and I think that's what your question is intended, the answer to the question is intended to get. It's, they get in there, they want to remain there with zero idea about what to do, or just to remain there for its sake. There are people in the Senate who have been there for so long, they do not pass any bills. They are just there sitting tight. They have been there for too long. You know, it's like as if there's no other person from their community. You might argue that in the US it may be like that, but these are people who have been there and who are actually making meaningful contributions. But we have so many people who are just occupying space, you know, and doing nothing.
I mean, 2027 election is just by the corner, very, very close, and we're seeing all these things. You just made mention that, okay, NDC now stand a chance as as a strong opposition party. I mean, it used to be ADC, but now that Obi has left and Kwankwaso, you know, they've joined the ADC and it's just left with Atiku. Don't you think before Obi and Kwankwaso left the ADC, you know, they were contemplating on who to give, who would have the presidential ticket? Atiku is not stepping down, Obi is not stepping down. Well, don't you think if they had, you know, come to agreement and decided to, like, okay, we're giving this ticket to this person? Because Atiku made a statement where he said, if Obi wins, I'm going to support. And
no,
I think he said
Obi was not going to win. I told you that here before. There's no way. First, he does not give shishi.
So that's the reason why Obi left.
Yes, he left because there was no other way. Atiku is a master of primaries. Atiku, 9 primary school. Let me explain.
So you're sure
he has never
won
lost any primary. Well, has he ever lost any primaries? Maybe the one in Jos during when was it now? He started contesting from Abiola's time. From Abiola's time.
He has been contesting for a very long time.
So he lost the one against Abiola in Jos. So he has been contesting since forever. But after that, man, Atiku has never lost any primaries. He has always been on the ballot. He will always be on the ballot.
So you think Obi has seen that Atiku would win?
There is
the
no way now.
There's
no way he could have won. It's not possible.
And you made mention about Obi not giving shishi.
No, he won't give shishi now. You know that. He won't. They are not called obedience for nothing. They're not the hear words. They will not give shishi. You know? So they will vote and you won't give them shishi. If you give them shishi, they will still not vote for you. It will be or nothing. The same with the Kwankwasias. So that's it. So, and the many of people who follow Atiku, many follow him because of his money. I remember the last election, he only did. He went as far as he did because the vice presidential candidate just carried the entire Delta State treasury and gave to him. You know, if you know the amount of money that they put behind him, you know, because of the presidential ticket, VP ticket. But he doesn't have that anymore. And his company that used to be at the port, the federal government has disabled him. That's his major source of income, his biggest source of income. So right now, Atiku himself not get shishi. And he doesn't have die-hard fanatics who will contribute to him from abroad. It's going to come from his pocket. How is he going to do it? He's not as buoyant as he used to be. He's still a rich man, no doubt. But not. This time, I think he's better advised to use his money to take care of. Let him just. Even his own house is in disarray right now. His children have left him and joined APC.
Atiku has been contesting for a very long time.
Yes, there's a reason for it. He's marabout, or in English, in French you say marabout, in English you say marabout. Marabout. He's seer. When he contested as governor then in Gongola State, before Gongola was broken into two, I think, or was it I think with Obasanjo that he wasn't going to be the governor. She should forget his president. But I will forget because I want but he cannot. That's why Atiku cannot step down for anybody, even if he wanted to. He can't contest for anything else. He can't.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Victor Ohai. 2027 is just by the corner. Let's keep our fingers crossed to see what happens. I mean, Nigerians will want the best.
Obviously.
Okay, thank you all our viewers for joining our Lagos Network studio this beautiful morning on CMI. I am Resilina Unko. We'll be handing over to our Benin Network studio for the continuation on CMI. Just stay with us.
But we're taking over from the Abuja studio right here because a whole lot of things are really going down with the 2027 fast approaching. The major gladiators have started their game work. The mathematics is already on play. And also looking at how far they can go in ensuring they dislodge the ruling party. With the gale of recorded last night right there in the National Assembly, questions are being asked about what's going to happen to ADC and also with the new bride. And joining me what's up there is no other Dr. Chibi. Wonderful Dr. Chinedu. Thank you so much for tomorrow. Showing the national with the members moving to NDC, while Leke Abejide of Kogi State decided to join APC. Are you surprised with what transpired in the National Assembly yesterday?
Anything can happen and you find a reversal. So, game of defection is something expected around this time, particularly with the heated situation, the intrigues and all that. The tendency that people will be moving until they find their comfort zone.
Interesting right there. But one thing that seems to be uppermost on my mind, what is the future of ADC in the light of this? This is just a party that is just coming up, bringing together gladiators in the political landscape together. All of a sudden, it seems a new bride that a lot of people thought it would be. And what do you think may happen to ADC? Do you see them staging a dramatic comeback?
I don't think it is so. Yes, I said it is such a large thing. But remember there was a party called NDC. Yeah. You can see that it's like NDC is the new bride. You never can tell what will happen tomorrow. It could be the NRM, it could be any other party. What is driving this is positioning. People, politicians are trying to find comfort zones where they can, achieve their own interests. ADC, yes, looks very attractive before now, being that all the opposition parties, all the gladiators think around what happened in 2023 election, have the Atiku, UP, and so in one. For me, it was a big mistake of the APC having to put all these guys in one. Because if we thought the opposition could not meet, and all of them find themselves in ADC, that election was decided before 10 a.m. But what is happening now is like ADC is fast losing grip. The number of defections that have happened away from it, and most likely those that will happen in the coming days, shows clearly that ADC is not that sweet bride it was some days ago.
Let's look at the political calculation. Do you think ADC showed their hand too fast or too early?
Well, I like elements of surprise in politics when you unleash your entire ass now at the same time. Don't forget as you're planning or whatever planning is strategy. When all you have at the 10 is that opportunity to I think that was what happened to the Celestine 2. were in that room, gradually we spring up surprises. When it to be too late. He asked me whether it to be table now. I'm not a soothsayer, but I see a situation where maybe the coming days it might be stable. Stable in the sense that you recall that after P2B left the Labour Party got stable, and maybe that same thing might happen in APC, because I'm sure those who are praying that they scatter are scared that if you have these gladiators in one party, there'll be a problem.
Interesting right there. Now the new bride that everybody seems to be moving to is NDC. Few hours ago, let's say 48 hours ago, nobody was talking about NDC. All of a sudden, it seems to be the new place. Peter Obi is likely moving to that place, or probably there. And we also have Kwakwaso also being linked up with NDC. Do you think NDC might really be able to be the party that probably might give the populace an opportunity to give a challenge to the ruling party? Do you foresee that situation?
Well, it's a continuous movement from Labour Party to ADs to NDC. I pray it stops in NRM, the National Rescue Movement, which is actually the party was designed to rescue Nigeria. All these other attempts to look for rescue in places where rescue don't exist is a worry to me. In 2017, we registered a political party called National Rescue Movement. We realized that Nigeria has so much of resources in terms of human capital, in terms of material capital, and leadership has been absent. That we needed to be a party that's a rule of law, where the country will be peaceful and productive and have what we call shared prosperity. But I'm surprised maybe those who are looking for rescue have not looked around the law of rescue, where we have a blueprint that actually speaks to rescue Nigeria. Maybe it will be the last bus stop, because I see a continuous movement until a rallying point where we will need to do what we need to do. But I wish NDC well, because as a political party myself, or as a leader for a political party myself, I want to wish everybody what I wish myself. But I think if they come to NRM, I'll be more happy.
Interesting right there, talking about NRM. Well, that brings us to a major issue of ideology. We've seen instances where political juggernautes are jockeying from one party to the other. And it brings us to what it used to be back. Yesterday, I talked about the fact that in some parts of the country, in the first republic, some are identified with a particular party because of the ethos of the party, which they can identify with. Same thing happens in the Third Republic, that when we had the NDP and NRC. But now, in the Fourth Republic, the reverse is the case. People don't have ideologies anymore. People are not ready to build. More acting like boys. What is really happening with our politicians?
I agree with you, if you like, 99%, because conviction is what drives political followership. Conviction around the ideology. What is it that you're bringing to the table? Democracy is that alternative. An alternative, what are you eligible to mention? Are you a conservative or a liberal? Are you a Republican Democrat? There has to be something that. Well, I think that is now absent, and it looks completely absent. But I'm not one of those who think that there are no. Almost every political party in Nigeria, what you call, I think, from Chapter 2 of the Constitution, which is the directive principle of state policy, where we look at things that we need to deliver to Nigerians. Almost every political party look at that. Some are progressive, some are conservative. But the central point is that and so we don't let this way steady and to have it for us. The freedom people have been beneficiaries in I went to primary school in those states, and those states was within the region covered by Popular Action Group. And if you notice the ACNC, they were talking about economic commerce, which is what you find at the drivers of the area market district today, the Onitsha main market, and all those commerce centers you find in the east. So people who are voting because this is what they offer. Then the NCNs, the NEPU, Northern Elements Progressive Union, which is the current PRP you have today. We're talking about education of the Talakawas. You know, they want to upgrade the status of the Talakawas. So when you're voting based on ideology. But today, it seems that most people are more interested in power grab. But I can assure you, my party, the National Rescue Movement, is totally ideologically based, which is why you find it difficult, even in our recruitment of persons, or even people moving from NRM to any other party. Because our says we have a lot of potential. A social justice system where you can govern a society based on rule of law for peace, because if you do a peaceful environment, if you obey your rules and laws, you're more likely to create a peaceful environment. Then, if you're peaceful in a country as productive as Nigeria, as resourceful as Nigeria, the country will be productive. And then you have a productive society that can now share its prosperity. That is our own ideology. It defines everything we do. Whatever decision has to follow rule of law, it has to follow process and procedure. NRM is the only party that woke up one morning and suspended its founder because he moved away from the governing principles of the party. It's what drives political party principle, ideology, what people can see to recognize people, what people will be voting for. Are we voting for? Because imagine today you don't know whether we're a free economy or there's all sorts of things happening within the same system. But I think if Nigerians have been given a real ideological line where you know that this is you're voting for, you will not even be disappointed if persons stick that into their promise to the people. But today, what is regret is because you don't know what they actually have for us. It's just about power grab. That's why those who don't even care about the ideology of the party they are moving to, all they are interested in is they want to kind of occupy power. That is not what we do in the national scheme.
Okay. Thank you so much, Doctor. Well, you just said something very salient that we can't shy away from, talking about power grab. Do you think the issue about power grabbing could also be a reflection of the society, where people are moving because they just... Do you also think it's a reflection of the society?
Yeah, every society gets the kind of leadership it deserves. That has become a consciousness, unfortunately, in our system where the end justifies the means. Today, you find out that people see axis and your face is not the one doing this and that. Not minding how this is. There's a new shift in our orientation, which is the end justifies the means. People don't care about how they get into power for as long as they get in there. It's a very unfortunate consciousness that's made our system that I think we need to deal with reorientation. Because it's about grabbing power. Okay, look at the APC. I was a founding member of the APC. What we promised Nigerians was that the PDP government was emasculating us. But what you ask yourself today, were we better under Jonathan in 2015 than we are after 11 years of APC government? The answer, you know clearly. In fact, many people are now wishing we even go back to Buhari, not to talk of Jonathan that was like heaven.
Interesting right there, talking about what is really happening right there, and also looking at events unfolding right there. Now, as we're looking towards 2027, and also with the gale of defections we witnessed yesterday, what the ruling party has always been selling to us from the onset has always been, from the onset they told us they are going to do away with fuel subsidy, they were going to restore power, they will improve security. Some of their proponents have been arguing that to a certain extent, they've been able to improve the lot of Nigerians to improve security. Do you agree with some of the things they are saying that will make us think this is the party in 2027 to vote for?
I do not totally agree with that. Like, you see, economics operates at macro and micro level. At macro level, you can speak all the grammar of how the numbers are very good, but what determines what the average person on the street says is the micro. If these good numbers have not come down, what are you talking about? If you're talking about improved security, and today people can't go to farm, what security are you improving? When you have more IDP camps in Nigeria than you have in countries that are fighting war. So it's not about this good rhetoric, it's not about the good numbers, the consultant's documents. We're talking about what you feel on ground. Like I just asked you, were you better in 2015 than you are now? You're a salary earner. You probably got 30,000 minimum wage, or you didn't get it. Today you have 50,000 minimum wage. Were you better with 30,000 then, or with the 70,000 today? The 70,000 can't even buy a bag of rice. So when you discuss economics, for me, I look at it from how human beings operate within the system. How the poor man deals with little money he gets. Does he even have access to getting 1 naira? So if he does, can that 1 naira take him back to his house? These are the questions that if you ask, and the answers are yes, then you can tell me the economy is good. The president himself said to you himself, he didn't talk to a proxy, say, if I don't give you power, don't vote for me. That was his own words. Have we got power? His spokesperson the other day session has not come. Now, if our power did not come in 3 years, if it comes in 1 year, that would be a miracle, and I think I'd like to see.
I'm sorry to say, probably you'll be in dreamland if you see that happens. If something could not happen in 3 years, can it happen under 1 year? You definitely need to go to see Disney.
Nigerians believe in miracles so much. But
okay, Nigeria like miracles.
Yeah, but you know a Good Friday from a Wednesday.
Exactly, right there. But now let's look at what we are looking towards 2027. NDC is in the discussion. NRC, which is also the national chairman, is also not out of the discussion. Though we don't even know who is going to be your presidential candidate at this point in time. What do you think opposition can offer that will make Nigeria, besides the fact that so many of us can see what is happening? Those numbers are being branded around by the ruling government of what they have been able to achieve within the last 3 years. But what do you think the opposition can sell to Nigeria, besides what is obvious to us, that could make us think they are different from what they are doing? Because when you look at all the politicians, they are cut from the same cloth.
Well, I think in this same studio, I have argued that Nigerians should not even be bothered about the movement of people, even if all the political parties, all the Nigerian politicians decide to enter one party. The reason is that, my simple analysis is that all the political class in Nigeria, their families and friends are less than 3% of our population. So I'm always worried about what the Nigerians think. And of course, you can now see at one point, when the governors were defecting, Nigerians were even scared of a possible one-party state. But what after ADC came, and we now realized it couldn't be possible to think about one-party system now. Okay, ADC had come. What did this show to us? It shows to us that every political party in Nigeria is as strong as the other. The difference is who has moved into it. What seems to have defined political parties like that, if you call heavyweight, those who have had access to our resources in the past, they have a lot of resources to show Nigeria. Unfortunately, that's what Nigerians see as making a party thick or small. Because who would have talked about ADC 2 weeks ago, if not that our guys are now moving in there? You know, so it could be any other party. My point is that it's not too early to say, oh, the opposition is prepared or nobody is prepared. I'm begging Nigerians to be the ones prepared themselves, so that if on the last day the parties we expect to give us credible candidates don't give us, we can look at other parties who have not mentioned their name, like I always mentioned to you, the National Rescue Movement. If you find a good Nigerian on the 97% can turn around and go and vote for him, and you can change it, because elections are about numbers, and the numbers are more on those who are not political party members, and those who are not even politicians. Like 7% of us, either in the private sector, either in the business world, the academic world, who are not even politicians. The average Nigerian farmer, the trader, everybody. I think that these are people who should not participate effectively to take us away from where these politicians are driving us, so that we can move into a direction that can speak to Nigerians based on what someone has to offer, and not the heavyweights that we always hear. So I think going to 2027, the opposition may look unprepared, may look prepared, but the people I call to get more prepared are the Nigerians who are the receiving end, who should check this political class, this movement. Is it personal? Is it for Nigeria? If it is not for Nigeria, we should look for parties that present to Nigerians what we think would be good for us and vote them. This has been my attitude. And I've lived with the media. You guys shape opinion. Don't always show Nigerians party where one big man has entered. Show them the National Rescue Movement. Show them the other parties that we have until recently 19. Now we have additional 3. We have almost 22. So let them see the other parties. Who are in them? What do they offer Nigeria? So that Nigerians themselves can be the ones to take the decision. so that we can begin to cut our political class to size.
Interesting. Some of the points you have raised are valid and are germane to the future of democracy in this country. But the question also is about structure. When you talk about your own party, National Rescue Movement, people ask about structure. What is the structure of National Rescue Movement that can be able to salvage the situation of Nigerians? Another issue that is also on the other hand also has to do with the fact that 2027 may likely be about the quality of candidate, not the political party you are going to be. What about the quality of candidate, which is also important, and it cannot be swept under the carpet? What are the quality of candidates we have that we think can deliver Nigeria? These are the questions Nigerians are asking. Even your own party, people want to know, what is the quality of the candidate you have?
I will come to your question of structure.
Okay.
But let me address the last one you said, the quality of candidate. I think that should be the emphasis. Not even the party. Because you get the right party, what you call right party, and you have the wrong candidate. You can't give what you don't have. So we need to look at, interrogate the candidates of all the political parties. Agree with the media. Don't just focus on PDP, APC, Labour, because you had one big man or two in them. Look at all the other political parties. Who are their presidential aspirants? Who are their presidential candidates? Interrogate them. Finding some of those parties you don't have people who have stolen our money, who have had access to our resources, parties, who can give better alternatives to Nigeria. Then coming back structure, yes, structure is very important. But the structure you talk about are human beings. And I've told you, the political class does not have more structure than the Nigerian people who are more in number. And before 2023 election, everybody was like, oh no, Labour Party, they don't have structure. You can see that person who is using the history now will no longer abandon what you call structure. Yes, the party should be structured. It's not have members have leadership across the country. The National Rescue Movement is the only party that has political structure, only unit. We have leadership of party, polling unit, ward, local government, zonal, and fed. We have an political party too. But when Nigerians see structure, they see one big man who has helped himself so much with the Nigerian money, join the party, and they think that's what they call structure. No, structure is members that cause the country. And the National Rescue Movement is in polling unit, leadership women as polling units.
Interesting right there. I'm talking about you addressing some of these major points, and I'm really happy to see how it's going to pan out right there. But also, what is also worrisome also has to do with looking forward to talking about 2027 and also looking at the, you mentioned people follow big guns, people who have helped them to the national resources to be able to pull. Can we get to it? Where can you look at how Peter Obi was build a cultist kind of followership on the social media right here, investment in information, dissemination of information, and selling the candidate? How come it's difficult for any other candidate to be able to sell themselves that same way? Kushi was able to do that. Because that's one question we must also be able to address. Because we see what happens in America, how our parties seek support to be able to actualize their dream and their aim. Because you know democracy is expensive. For anybody who wants to prove a point that he has what it takes, he also must find the needed resources to be able to galvanize the country. This is one major issue that most oppositions have not really been able to get to the bottom of. That's why you see people rush to follow a particular candidate or the other. How do we address this? How do an unknown candidate get the needed resources to campaign to ensure that it gets to the nooks and crannies of this country in a bid to get the recognition? How do we actualize this?
It's actually a huge challenge because we have a mass society that already has a mindset. I think the only two people who I don't know whether it's grace or whether, of course, maybe their experience of based on what they've done when they were governors, talking about Peter Obi who drives the Biden movement, and who drives the movement here. These are the only two organic movements in Nigeria that, if you're even talking about resources, I'm not sure it is the money that one was or Peter Obi put on the ground that drives their members. But it's just that over time, people have related with their lifestyle, their ability to what they were able to do when they had opportunity, and they feel that this is the person that can pull. I think that this is even the one that will define future politics in Nigeria, where people will realize that you need every opportunity you have. You need to demonstrate to Nigerians that you are someone they can remember. I come from a state called Imo. Imo has had so many governors, but there's this governor nobody forgets, Mbakwe. Yes. He was even an opposition governor. But today, even people who are elected find a way of legitimating themselves by going to look for one Mbakwe son to give an appointment. So people should begin to think about leaving legacies. Taking every opportunity you have to improve the lives of the people. The people are not idiots, they're not mad, they know when you have done very well. I think that's what some of these people do. So I have to think about politics, and sometimes we'll get to a point where it's not about how much you have stolen, how much you're willing to unleash, but that people have felt your leadership. People have believed in you. In fact, that is what you will call ideology. Siena is more like an ideology. Obedience movement is more like an ideology. So I think we need to create such kind of things so that people will begin to follow a vision. What is it in these places or in these people that make people organically follow them? Organically. They don't remember, I think it was the obedience movement last year that was celebrating Peter Obi's birthday across Nigeria without the man putting his own money. So our political class should learn that each time we elected a councillor, a governor, a House of Rep member, House of Assembly member, you must demonstrate empathy for the people, capacity to govern the people, improve the lives of the people. When you do, people will always pay you. These experiences are now showing to us that you will have reward. There are some politicians who have been in power that when they stand up today, nobody will follow them because of their last act. So, for me, I think this is the thing we need to celebrate in our democracy today, that even though everything seems to be very bad, there could still be one or two examples that we can key into.
Interesting right there, Dr. Obi. I like your father, you've been able to shed light on so many things right there. We just hope, just like you said, which we should focus on building legacy and also putting, because those are some of the things. But when we talk about this, one name that readily comes to mind is Sowore. Sowore has the popularity, but it's not getting the vote of the people. How do you juxtapose that before I let you go, Dr. Chinedu Obi?
Well, there's a difference between popularity, notoriety, and
activism.
The people, you could be popular for one reason. People fix you where, if it is somebody who is going to come and fight for releasing someone, people will look for Sowore, they will look for a very dark man.
Yeah.
That might not be what they want to look for when they need somebody to take them to church, or when they need somebody to take them to become governor or president. There are two different things. Everybody has what he brings to the table. I think what Sowore has brought to the table is mass mobilization for fighting for human rights. Well, I refer to him, it is not just today. He was a student union activist in the University of Lagos and has continued that trajectory to today. He came up with the Sahara Reporters that finds a way to unravel some hidden secrets in high places. So he has his own value. You can't take that away from him. But that is not exactly translated to governance. They're two different things. In fact, I think time has come when Nigerians should find out where their strength and capacity lies and put more energy in that. Sowore might be a good activist, but might not be a good governor. And I can assure you, most activists are not best governors. We have seen them in the past where you give the opportunity to lead. They don't really lead as much, So people should be used where their strength and capacity apply. For me, Sowore is doing very well in the area where he's doing. There's not some place to leadership. Maybe that's why Nigerians really don't think he deserves their vote.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chinedu Obi, for joining us this morning and for talking about it. We wish your party, National Rescue Movement, all the best in 2027 election. Hopefully, we can get to know the candidate you'll be presenting for the presidential election. Sorry, we lost Dr. Chinedu Obi right there. We would have loved to know what candidate they will be putting forward 2027 presidential election. But it's been nice talking to him right there and looking at the scale of the defection and also looking at 2027 election, what it will mean for an average Nigerian. Do we have a say in who becomes the next president of Nigeria? Right there. But we're looking into 2027 election. Abuja studio right there. We'll shortly be linking now with our Benin studio as the conversation on this morning on ITV continues.
ITV.
All right, thank you one more time. The program's still on your television on Independent TV. Now, we are still talking about the two political parties now. Now, funny enough, we're seeing these two political parties already rivaling themselves, and they plan to rival the ruling party. I don't know how that is going to look like.
It's like a rebirth of the NDC. So we'll take a look at the implication in the forthcoming election. Because I've been talking about it for some members to defect from the ruling party to the NDC. That is a lot. It's a lot. Well, our analysts are there.
You are so so concerned about the numbers that we have there.
At least we begin to have a level playing field, so to speak.
Anyway, we've got two gentlemen this morning. They are joining us via Zoom from Benin. So we're going to be talking about the rebirth of the NDC, and of course the implication is going to be having for next year's election. We'd like to bring Collins Amadi, an essay to the Edo State government on social media. Mr. Collins, a very good morning to you. Collins Amadi, good morning. Okay. All right, so we have Elvis Brown is also joining us virtually this morning from Benin. Elvis, good morning. Mr. Elvis, good morning. Elvis, good morning. Okay. All right. So we'll get them soon. Now, Wilson Marshall, you know, for a political party, I'm talking about the NDC now, because the leadership structure that we have for the party, we understand it's just for the interim, you know. There's supposed to be a national convention before next year's election. Now, little wonder if that national convention is going to bring another major setbacks, because, you know, when these parties come on board, it is at the national convention where leadership structure is supposed to, you know, come from. That's where the problem starts. So this party now, it just came on board, and quickly people, you know, they are trying to take the party off and all that. So don't you think that by the time they now have their national convention, and of course a new leadership structure emerges, is going to also meet another big problem for the party?
Yes, you're making a very big point, Evans, but I believe that the guests right now, they are ready.
Okay.
I don't know, Collins, are you there? Can you hear us? Can you please unmute yourself so we can hear you properly? Collins, are you there?
From your camera there, I'm here.
All right, thank you so much, Collins. Elvis, also please respond if you can hear the sound of our voice. Unmute yourself, please. Elvis, are you there?
I can't see your visual.
All right, we can hear you. So Evans, please, I think you should take it up from here because of the first question. That should be for, yes, Elvis.
Elvis, we have you. Nice to know that you're with us this morning. And of course, your party has is the latest now when we talk about political parties in the country, the NDC, that's the National Democratic Congress. Now, like what I was trying to discuss with Wisin on set here, that the leadership structure that we have now seems to be only for the interim. Now, we understand that there's going to be a national convention before next year's election. So don't you think that that national convention is going to mean woes for the party? I mean, we are trying to, you know, judge from where we are coming from in politics in the country.
Problems other political parties. Some of us have been in other political. I've been in Labour Party before I moved to NDC. So we understand the challenges that most of these parties have. So we have learned from other people's mistakes. It is only important for us to now use their mistakes to perfect our party. So we are not going to have issues at that convention. Everything is going to work out perfectly because over here, what we are aiming at is to serve the country. And because of that, selfishness is not at play in this political party. Born to rule mentality, winners take it all mentality, everything that will bring about jeopardizing the party has been taken care of. And so the party is going to come out of this Congress successful, better, and well positioned to win in a landslide in 2027. That's what I think it's about. Yeah, anybody, it's okay to think that we're going to have problems because of what we are seeing in other political parties. It's okay to think that there will be division. It's okay to think that they will be frustrated and have a lot of problems arising from this convention. But that's not what is going to happen, because we've been able to nail those issues. We've been able to tell ourselves some hard truth, and we've been able to come together and harmonize. Harmonization has helped us to put at rest everything that would have created problems for us after the convention. So you're not going to have all that after that. What you're going to have is a party that's well positioned to go into an election and deliver results to the Nigerian people. And that's why you see that a lot of persons want to come into the party. And don't forget that we're also very careful of how we have meet people into the party. People from political parties that we know that all they have known all their life is trouble, trouble, trouble. And so we are being very careful about that. There are people who want to come and say, wait, hold on. Go and resign from a political party, and let's see why you are leaving before you come into our party. It's not just about saying, oh, there's a new party now. Oh, there's the OB wave. Oh, they have 15 million registration. Yes. I want to be part of it. That's not what it's about. It is about ensuring that, when you come in, you contribute to the growth, development of the party, and overall to the service of Nigeria, the transformation of our dear country. That's what the party is about.
Thank you so much, Elvis. Now, let's move over to Collins. Collins, should the APC be afraid because of the rebirth of the NDC after there was a defection in the National Assembly where some 7 members of the National Assembly defected to the NDC? Should the APC be afraid?
Listeners and viewers all over the world. To go straight to your question, it's quite unfortunate that we have always been deceived. Now I overheard my brother say millions of people are ready to pay in, and those are false. Yes, we understand that they went to ADC, they divided ADC as usual. It's normal. And now he's just telling you, for example, they will select people they are going to admit in a democratic system. And these are people who want to come and rescue democracy, who want to come and entrench democracy in the country. And now you want to select people that will come in. You want to know you just joined the party about 4 days ago. Then you are not the one that already owns it. These are what we are saying. And it is why should APC jettison itself about such a conglomerate of friends or associates who are political organizers who really have nothing to offer apart from one to take dominance? Okay, you just came to a party that you just came in a few ago. You are coming and declaring yourself as a candidate, and you also came with a running mate. That is what we are saying. People were never there before. Where is the influence? For example, because you can't choose to be, and in your action, you are. We are saying they really have about because the had a system that he had to rebuild it over all the system, including the security, infrastructure, and what have you. The evidence are there. Yes, Nigeria to vote. Social medias are not to vote. Not this. I think I was listening to a sister station ago. They had meeting in France. They had meeting whether Jerry, where they have prepared, how they are going to make sure the new party works, and what are they propelling? Propaganda. When the people register, they tell you million already, just to push people, drive people, and make assumptions. When nothing the exercise, anything will always collapse. So this thing is a solidified theory, and there is nothing anybody can do about that but to help strengthen so that we can have a rebate that we have yearned for, a revision in all of the sector that we give the kind of Nigeria we yearn for, not a party they always use an on. You just wait now. After the primaries, half of them will, the few that will be left will be engulfed with accountability crisis, which is part of the one that is always carrying people to drive up and going into ADC, for example. You see where I came from. You say you want to be the presidential candidate. You also went to stop for who wants to be your running mate, which is Kwankwansia. And you brought him and said, you people are not okay. Oh, Kwankwansia. Okay. So it's two of you that both Atiku, Amechi, all of them, who even went there before you, will now come and bow down for you. Like how? Are you a magic? What magic have you done before? Were you able to build the state you come from? Or any young man running on your scholarship in Nigeria today? Or is there any philanthropic gesture you have been doing? Is there empowerment? What have you doing? Or have you been resourceful that you are training Nigerian youth? You are apart from when it comes to election, and probably maybe pastor the voodoo man that helps you will tell you the powder. Just go, everybody will like you. And at the end of the day, end up
all right, Collins Amade. Now, Elvis Brown, if you are still there, the next question is going to be directed to you. Now, the speed at which your political party came on board, it's somehow deserves some questions. I mean, most political analysts are trying to look at the formation of your party. I mean, it was as if some political, analysts knew what was going to happen. I watched the news whereby 2 days prior to when Peter Obi and Kwankwaso came on board to come into your party, we saw the speed at which the leadership structure, even in Edo State, the speed at which they came. But you and I know that time is of the essence in any political arrangement. As we speak now, we have less than 2 months before the primaries are expected to be conducted among the political parties that are going to be fielding candidates for this next election. Now, the question we are asking is, this time factor, don't you think is going to be a major setback for the NDC?
Well, thank you very much for that. I like the speed at which my brother, was analyzing the NDC. It appears to me like he knows the NDC more than he knows the APC. He is more concerned about the NDC than he's concerned about the APC. It's okay. It's not a bad thing. In 2023, they said more than this. We are just 3 months to prepare. And at the end of the day, we won a lot of senators out of rep, out of assembly, and we produced a governor. The governor will tell you that if those elections were free, fair, credible, then definitely the story would have been different today. But that is another story for another day. And what I do not
talking about the time factor, I think a lot of politicians are concerned about that now because they are trying to look at the time permutation. Yeah. Like what I was trying to say, that between now until about June, July, most political parties are expected to have been done with their primaries and submit their names to INEC and all that. Now we have to political juggernauts, Kwankwaso, and of course Peter Obi.
And that is the next question I want to throw to Collins. Okay. Collins, if you know we're having issues with Elvis Brown's connection, but Collins, we have 2 heavyweights, because that's the question I want to throw at you. In the NDC right now that are well known in Nigerian politics, we're talking about Peter Obi and Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso. Don't you think that with these heavyweights, NDC will be a viable opposition to the APC?
Now, let me tell you, when you say heavyweight, is Peter Obi more heavier weight than Atiku? Has Peter Obi ever won any primary in life? In Abga, as a governor, he was adopted. And ever since, he had the philosophy of adoption. Now, has he ever garnered any vote in any presidential election that has seeded Atiku? No, that means Atiku is still heavier than him. Now, is Peter Obi more heavier weight, whether by experience or by service, in the country than Amechi? No. As Peter Obi garnered the experience David Mark has gathered? No. Arego Salah? No. That means even the ADC that is already crumbling on the ground still have more heavier weight than the so-called NDC. You are just talking about people, you are forgetting about over 20-something persons experience and have capital to throw around when it comes to elections, probably from the money they have accumulated before. So what they have done as an opposition, which is good and fine for us, is split themselves. They are, because when election and program of Tiwaju Grace have a way of making themselves because of greed. Everybody want to be greedy. If genuinely they are patriotic as claim, why don't they say it must not be new bread after them who have been a galvanizer, who have been a political trader? Why? Are you thinking they are talking about young people that have not tested from this election in government that they will bring on board? No, let's forget about them. They are just traders. They want to look for donors, businessmen to collect as usual, like what they did in labor. Now they talked about labor. What the advantage they had then in labor with equal that was living, that did not want his friend to succeed him. That wanted to divide out as much as he can. That wanted to split the whole thing as much as he can, thinking that the man he used to be the father-in-law when the daughter was marrying, former President Buhari would win. He wanted to win. I am a partying man, and I am saying this emphatically because I have been a player. But unfortunately, destiny and God did not program it the way He programmed it. That was why invariably all His ministers did anti-party to support opposition, using the state apparatus to support opposition. But that is not something that we should emphasize on. But what I am kidding and these guys are not very serious people. When they are serious, we will know.
Collins, yeah, Collins, I want to, quickly, bring your attention to something, that has to do with when you were trying to ask the question whether Peter Obi has ever won any primary election. I think that is not too correct. But away from that now, let us quickly look at something that may also interest you. Now, I know somehow that a lot of persons are trying to fault these political characters because of the way they leave political parties and all that. But you will recall that even the man you speak for, I'm talking about the president now, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, is also not separated from this. I mean, I will take your mind back to the era of AD. Tinubu was a formidable member of the AD. And of course, from AD, he moved to SDP. From SDP, he moved to PDP. From PDP, he moved to AC. From AC, he moved to ACN. From ACN, eventually, he now stopped at the APC. So you see that it is almost something, a character, among with our politicians. So I think we also need to look at that. But from what we are looking at is that the APC government now, don't you think a lot of Nigerians are so dissatisfied with the way this government has been for the past 4 years? And don't you think that those factors will count for any formidable opposition party that may come on board?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I want to be sure you are hearing me.
I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Yes, your network seems to be this morning, but in as much as you can hear me, let me get you very corrected. The president never decamped from one party to another. What you ever saw with AD, he was a governor of AD, built AD to the peak that he can. Even when Obasanjo decided to demystify AD, he remained with AD. AD metaphors into ACN. It was metaphosing. Then, from outside that, ACN metaphors into AP, while some other disgraced persons in the other part were abandoned, came for rescue, and says, let us imagine that network is really
issues with network there, but if we have,
let's get to see if we have Brown. Brown, are you there?
Elvis Brown, are you still there?
Yeah, with you.
He said that Kwankwaso and of course Peter Obi, they are not heavyweights. When you talk about Nigerian politics, he talked about Atiku, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar being a heavier weight than this duo. And people are like saying that what transpired in the last election might just repeat itself in this election because of the split, so to speak, of some members from the ADC into NDC. What do you have to say about that?
Listen, you see, if what he's saying is true, then why have they been jittery? Why have they been attacking the Labour Party? Every political party that Peter Obi goes to, why have they been attacking the party? If what he said was true, why are they so concerned about the NDC? Why does he suddenly know so much about the NDC? We just the party than we know about the APC. That was not true. Listen, why is he so sure that these people that in the election, is fighting the NPP, is fighting the Labour Party. They are coming together. We don't know. Listen, that these people that he's saying that do not have political today. I mean, because for sure that these guys position president. If now, they're going to challenge the legality of the NDC. So, it is because of this there. So, this thing since last year, most of them have challenged NDC in court. But into that party, the party has to know where to come to prove that it was legally registered. Why is that? It's because the party is not a threat to the whatever is a threat to the APC is something to take care of. They want to keep confusion and destabilize the party. I can tell you that this election is better than the last one. But in 2027, the APC
hear what you are saying. We can barely hear what you are saying. There seems to be serious distortion in the network.
Yes. Yeah. Now, we've seen, I'm so concerned about the eminent crisis that is going to come up. Let me say it's going to come up, that may come up. Now, just on one of the newspapers, this just came out about 2 hours ago, whereby the chairman of the NDC in Kano State has refused to hand over the party structure to former Kano State governor. That's Rabiu Kwankwaso. So you can imagine where the whole crisis is going to come from. And that was the question I asked a while ago. Now, there's no doubt that the party is new. And of course, we have these new big political bigwigs coming into the party. They will want to take hold of the party structure, and that's where the problem starts from. Now, is the NDC going to have enough of this time to go through that political imbroglio, to go through the national convention that they are supposed to have before the election, and to now eventually settle for a candidate? Meanwhile, they have a bigger fight, that's wrestling with the Orolina Progressive Congress. I don't know.
Take a look at the situation right now as it stands. Definitely, a political party must surely have their own issues. I just wish that we have.
Those are the issues that the political parties had issues with. Now, when ADC came on board, they had leadership problem. Remember why the case had to go to court? Because of the leadership problem. Now, even as we speak now, they are not done with the leadership problem. It's only that it has just been suspended. It is still there. I mean, the Supreme Court had to revert back to the Federal High Court ruling and all that. So you can see that all these issues are within the party. And of course, if the party is having this issue and they want to contest,
but the thing is that if we want to to go with what Elvis said. He said they are very careful about who they allow into the party, that they've seen what happened to the political parties, and they are careful enough to make sure that those things do not come up. But he said 2 hours ago, in Kano State, there's a refusal to hand over the structure. But the question now is...
It's on today's Premium Times.
Premium Times.
You can Google that.
But the question now is, you can be the chairman, whether you hand over structure or not. You understand it? Kwankwaso and Obi seems to be right now the end thing in the NDC. I'll just be able to find out a way to just go around it. But that the trouble that they're having there, okay, the trouble that they'll be having there might not be as tough as that of the ADC and of course the PDP.
The only and perhaps the biggest trouble that political parties do have is leadership trouble. And with that single trouble alone, such a party cannot stand.
Well, it's like Tolu have a thing or two to say about this particular issue. Tolu, are you there? Okay. Elvis, can you hear us, Elvis?
Loud and clear. I can hear you loud and clear.
Hours ago, according to the Premium Times, the chairman in Kano talking about the NDC refusing to hand over the structure to Kwankwaso and of course Peter. We don't think there is trouble brewing right now in the NDC.
No, that's not trouble. They have refused to hand over the structure. Doesn't mean trouble. Eventually, there will be Congress. Congress, even the leaders of the party in Kano State, they will be elected. So that's an issue that will be resolved at Congress. So if somebody hands it over, it's of no consequence. So that also has no impact on the structure in Nigeria. But I will tell you, we say that you guys will see at the end of the day that the NDC will come strong and better. Right down to ferment Congress because it is a big council. At the end of the day, the two of them are presidential and vice president respectively. And those of us who are contesting on them will be so that structure is only temporal. The structure that will lead the party into the election, and that structure will be decided at the Congress. So let him hold it as long as they want to hold it.
Thank you so much, Elvis. Thank you. I know you have so much to say, but network isn't really friendly this morning. But all the same, everyone's like we have to call it a wrap. Maybe we'll have these guys in the studio to really have enough time to express themselves.
Yeah, like what I'm trying to say here, I just pray that all these pockets of issues, I mean, it's too early. A party that's only 3-4 days old.
No, not 3-4 days. They just the rebirth of the party. They've been there since 2017.
No matter how you want to say it.
They've been there since 2017. Don't forget that.
And I don't know why you have this sympathy for NDC.
Look, I don't have sympathy for the political party. Just do the right thing.
Whether you like it or not, I think the greatest challenge that NDC has now is they should be able to handle the situation so that it doesn't blow out of proportion. I mean, the Congress is already, he wants to take over the party structure. And of course, the leadership of the party structure is saying no, that hey, before you came, we had leaders here. I mean, even if we've not had the national convention now, and that is where the problem is going to start.
We'll continue this discussion later, Evans, because I know you have sympathy for the ADC.
I don't. Anyway, we'll just take a short pause now for the news update at 9:30. Please stay tuned.
ITV, certainly the best.
Morning, and it is TMI Socials, where we talk about trending story in social media, and of course to hear people's reaction about a particular story. I am Marcelina Unkwa. Our first story today, we saw where the Senate President yesterday, where he said that I think ADC party is dead. Please, they should compile every resignation letter from ADC so that it will be easy now. It's like so. Beers got PDN the V go over it.
Nations in the African Democratic Congress, committed to making my contributions towards of our dear nation, but this time through the NDC. Please accept the assurances of my highest regards. Yours faithfully, the Senior Senator Victor Uefa. Do we expect further defection or this is the last one? This is the last one. So is this my doctrine of Osondo? Osondo, the race for life. Please note. Thank you.
He's saying the truth. What is next for ADC? I mean, we saw the defection lately where Peter Obi and Kwankwaso, defected to end this. A lot of members and, of course, their followers joined them, defected with them. So what is the chance for ADC for the 4th election? Let's take a look at people's reaction on this particular story. Okay, this person said Bola Abu and Gabio's governance, it is demolition in slow motion. Every functional democracy needs an opposition, but in Nigeria, the ruling class treats oppositions like an enemy crushed, not a voice heard. Okay, let's take a look at the reaction. This other user says they keep mocking and laughing at the suffering of the masses, the suffering of parents as a joke, while they and their families eat and get fat. And let's take a look at another reaction. This other user says, it took me a long time to discover this personality. It's a typical mocker. Behold, people like these are often evil, even though they look like saints on the outside. Let's take a look at another reaction. This other person, Obina, says, they have left the party for Atiku. This man's greed will bury ADC. By 2031, he will move back to PDP to run again. Let's take a look at another reaction. Okay, this other person, Emmy, says, these are politicians like soft life. How resignation letter Senate President read on the floor of the Senate that made him to conclude that ADC is dead. Interesting. Okay, that is for that story. That story we would be looking at is we saw an APC member shed tears after his party reached a consensus and hand over the ticket to another party. He displayed the form he bought. This is really, really sad. Trust me. Take a look at the video and post the reactions. All right, let's take a look at the reactions. This user says, we need to reduce how lucrative politics is in Nigeria. It is business. Should be focused, but people will still get into office, fail to perform after crying. The major driver is how lucrative politics has become in Nigeria. Another reaction. There's another person like his NDC should take note of all the disgruntled politicians and go for them. Okay, let's take a look at another reaction. Winner, this user says, the consensus is being on the party members. And to imagine we expect free and fair elections from the party, free and fair primary election. Okay, let's look at another reaction. This user says, they are wicked to even their You know you have a consensus. Why not just tell others not to waste money getting nomination form? This is really sad. Let's take a look at the last story for today. We saw a video where Randa, known as Peter for Nigeria, where he came out to say, shame on Nigerian army. Imagine going after someone who is advocating for better welfare for Nigerians. Nigerians, you need to see the kind of charges they brought against justice. Saw a video where he came out to say that, to expose the Nigerian army, the kind of food them and all of that. And I mean, they went, kidnap him and all of that. And yesterday was a arraigned in court, and this particular person was brought to court in Abuja yesterday. And Peter Randi is actually saying now that you need to see what the Nigerian soldiers or what the what the government they are doing. The terrorists, they're dead. And this person came out to speak for Nigerian soldiers. They took him to. Okay, take a look at the Google reaction. Are you kidding me? This is sad in our economy, trust me. Let's take a look at the reactions. The users has very misacquainted the word. There's an common another reaction. This is a man that spoke up against the poor feeding condition of those who are meant to be protecting Nigeria from enemies. It's treaty. If there's no food in the bed, it's bandits. The real enemy of Nigeria is the evil system. Interesting. There's another person says they are doing this to make an example out of Justice Crack. What they don't know more of this crack ways. Enemy forget they are the ones at the receipt. You can hardly feed better vision's dog, yet you are not angry enough to ask for better welfare. Interesting. That's this reaction. This person says accountability shouldn't be mistake for rebellion. When people speak up for better welfare, it should spark reform, not retaliation. That's still okay. That is all for that. The realist side, trust me. This is all we've got for you this beautiful morning on CMI socials. I am Selena. Thank you so much for joining a Lagos Network Studio, a Benin Network Studio, and a Abuja Network Studio on CMI this morning. Do have a wonderful day ahead.
Cannot defend any longer.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Ugieni Madonna, Imazedion, Orero, obviously, Manazo, or Ugieni Madonna.
You will have to serve the community for 30 years before you come to this stage. They will ordain you ordain title. Then by then you are one of the elder.
This year now, we don't read the year, so that's why we can do this year.
Historically, joining the Elders Council, an individual must have reached a certain age and must have made significant contributions to the community through leadership, service, or other meaningful ways. There was jubilation in the community as sons and daughters of Okada, both at home and in the diaspora, trooped out to be part of the ceremony with various homes of the initiates agog with festivities. Friends and well-wishers of those initiated into the Elders Council jubilated at the Ogwedion after performing all traditional rites. The elders, known as Edion, in company with their loved ones, danced to their various homes where guests and family members were entertained.
ITV
Certainly the best.
The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace, and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
Federal government moves to end abuse on honorary degrees, bans use of doctor title. Wicked never paid it to open accounts. Motorists, residents lament worsening flooding at S&T Barracks, Benin City. Edo police warn against forced confessions. Governor Sanwo-Olu urges Lagos pilgrims to pray for country. A beautiful evening to you, and thanks for joining us on ITV Network News. From the Abuja Network Studio, my name is Godwin Daly. And don't forget, you can also watch ITV live online on www.itvradioNG.com/live. Follow us on all our social media platforms, Facebook, X, Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok at ITV Radio NG. And tonight on the news, I'm not doing this alone. Joining us from Benin is Anu Oluwapo Stevens. Good evening to you, Anu.
Good evening, Godwin. Good to see you.
Good to see you too. I'm Senelis from Lagos. It's Messelina. Good evening to you, Messelina.
Beautiful evening to you, Godwin. It's good to see you on the screen tonight.
Yeah, good to see you too. We move straight to the news. The federal government has introduced stricter rules to curb the abuse of honorary degrees in Nigerian universities, warning that violators could face sanctions, including action against the vice chancellors and prosecution of individuals who falsely claim such awards. As Abigail Adiremi reports, Minister of Education Dr. Tunji Alausa disclosed this Wednesday while addressing journalists at the Prayer Villa on memoranda approved for his ministry during the Federal Executive Council meeting held in a week ago.
The Minister of Education, Dr. Tunji Alausa, and the Minister of State, Professor Suwaiba Said Ahmed, were at the Villa at the last Federal Executive Council to brief of approvals gotten. Speaking, Dr. Alausa explained that due to press state and work demands, they were unable to brief the press then. On memoranda approved, he said the federal government has prohibited recipients of honorary degrees from attaching the title doctor to their names. According to him, the policy approved by the Federal Executive Council is intended to restore integrity to honorary doctorate conferment, which he described institutions and individuals. Alausa said, under the new framework, universities that do not run accredited doctoral programs will no longer be allowed to award honorary doctorates. Institutions must also submit proposed recipients to the National University Commission for vetting before any award is conferred.
Council approval for the establishment of a uniform policy for the award and use of honorary degrees in Nigerian universities to safeguard academic integrity, restore public confidence, and eliminate the current trend of indiscriminate and unmerited conferment.
The minister said the government will verify claims of honorary degrees directly with awarding institution and take action against anyone found to be misrepresented such credentials. Minister Alausa said the reform, which took effect on April 20, were designed to sensitize the system and end what he called the indiscriminate awarding of honorary titles. He also briefed on FEC's approval establishment of the National Research and Innovation Development Fund in what was considered as an historic move to boost and coordinate research in the country. He said the fund will foster collaboration among research agencies, promote strategic allocation of resources and national priorities. From Abuja, Abigail Adiremi, ITV News.
The House of Representatives has called for stricter enforcement of regulations on the siting of gas filling stations following a gas explosion in Apapa, Lagos, that left 5 people injured. Organic Victor reports that the motion was raised under matters of urgent national importance by Honorable Deshola Samuel Adedayo during Wednesday plenary.
This motion of urgent national importance on the need to enforce regulatory rules on siting of gas filling stations and outlet and manage emergencies arising from a gas explosion in Apapa Federal Constituency, Lagos State, Honorable Adeshola Samuel Adebayo lament that the country cannot continue to lose lives and property due to poor enforcement of safety rules in high-density residential areas.
Concern about the recurring incidents of gas explosion in such high-density, low-income residential areas, and the huge losses of lives and property. The House resolves, 1, to mandate the regulatory bodies on the siting of gas filling stations and outlets to be strict on the enforcement of location rules.
His motion also highlights growing concern over recurring gas explosions in low-income, densely populated areas across the country.
We now have people selling gas in shops, claiming that it's their means of livelihood. But the community cannot continue to be at the behest of people for commercial reasons. You know, life and properties are so important to us.
The House has urged all relevant agencies to act immediately to address both emergency relief and long-term safety compliance. From the House of Representatives, Organic Victor, ITV News.
Meanwhile, the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, has challenged rival factions within the People's Democratic Party, PDP, to prove their legitimacy by opening an official party bank account and secretariat. ITV's Joy Igochi Yakina reports that Wike made the remarks during a live media chat with journalists in Abuja.
Speaking during his monthly media briefing, Wike accused some party leaders of misleading Nigerians and disregarding court rulings in the ongoing leadership crisis within the PDP. The former Rivers State governor maintained that a faction opposing the party's recognized leadership lacks legal backing and cannot lawfully manage the party's affairs.
Abdurrahman is the chairman of the party.
He specifically challenged Tamino Turaki, SAN, and other leaders of the rival group to validate their claims by opening a bank account in the name of the party.
Like we are doing now, PDP Secretariat, we are giving the bank account where you pay money. Let Turaki, as a senior advocate, open an account of PDP. That day, that silk will be removed. Let, if I dare him, open an account. Tell Nigerians, tell party people, this is the account where you will pay the money for PDP. Let him go and open PDP account.
From Abuja, Joy Igochie Herkina, ITV News.
And from the nation's capital, we turn our attention to Benin for continuation of the news.
Many thanks, Godwin. Here in Edo State, where residents, motorists and business owners along the SNT Army Barracks axis on Benin-Lagos Expressway, Benin City, have expressed concerns over worsening flooding despite government assurances to tackle the ecological menace. They express apprehension that the return of the rains will compound the situation if urgent steps are not taken by government. This report by Esther Ogoro is presented by Jolade Ojo.
Flooding along the S&T corridor remains a recurring challenge as heavy rainfall submerged sections of the road, disrupting vehicular movement and economic activities. Motorists lament frequent delays, vehicle damage, and increased accident risks, while business owners decried loss of customers and low patronage during downpours.
Water dey enter our house, road no dey, nothing. We not the person not dey fit sleep for us. Water don flood everywhere.
We find it so difficult here
How I wish the government will stand up on their ground and, come to make sure that this place is being taken care of. It would have been nice.
I bet may governor come help us for this water. Even this water now, because of the water, some driver they pass one way. Key students, key many people.
Fielding questions on plans by the government to address the problem, the Commissioner for Environment and Sustainability, Barrister Nusa Adams, says government is taking steps to address the ecological menace. He revealed that erosion control ponds are being desilted to improve free flow of water and reduce flooding.
That problem was there before the advent of this administration. As a follow-up to complaints, His Excellency directed that we should go into desilting the existing pond. Inside the S&T barracks, we have one pond. Outside the S&T, we have 2 ponds, which makes it 3 ponds. But over time, the ponds are desilted. What we are doing now is to desilt the 3 ponds. Then after desilting the 3 ponds, they will not through the underground culverts. There will not be water along the express again. With time, we will not have water along through the...
President, however, urged the Edo State government and relevant authorities to move beyond promises by ensuring immediate drainage maintenance, road repairs, and a lasting solution to the flooding challenge. From Benin, Jola Deojo, ITV News.
Meanwhile, Edo State Governor Monday Okpebholo says the state's consistent top ranking on the Accountability Index underscores his administration's commitment to transparency and prudent financial management. The governor made this known on Wednesday while receiving the leadership of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria at Government House in Benin City. The report filed by Chigwe Emmanuel is presented by Ikmonwosa Ugiagbe.
ICAM President and Chairman of Council Haruna Yahaya led the delegation on the visit, during which they presented the Institute's incoming President Hajia Quinsley Safuratu Serosime, an indigene of Edo State. Governor Monday Okpebholo expressed delight at hosting the body. The governor reiterated his administration's commitment to engaging qualified professionals, particularly chartered accountants, in managing the state's finances, an action that informed his decision to retain key financial officers upon assumption of office. He congratulated the incoming ICAM president, Hajia Quinsley Serosime, and assured her of the state government's full support.
Highly delighted to see you, most especially our daughter, who is now coming to be the president.
Earlier, the visitors commended the Edo State government for its prudent financial management, saying that the state consistently ranks high on ICON's accountability index.
We consider it an opportunity and acknowledge the pivotal role that you play in shaping and the state and also supporting the institute.
In a related development, Governor Okpebholo received the management of Irwa Specialist Teaching Hospital, led by its Chief Medical Director, Professor Ruben Agbons Efeidiyi, alongside representatives of the Rear Admiral Augustus Aihomu Foundation. The delegation briefed the governor of plans for the foundation's official launch later in the year and invited him to participate.
We have met our mandate. It was established as 200-bed hospital. What we have today is over 800. And 3 mandates, teaching, research, and services. We have break grants and we are still pushing boundaries.
Similarly, the governor hosted the state coordinator of the National Youth Service Corps, NYSC, Mr. Adedofun Fasure, and his team. Leaders of Igbo community in Edo State, led by Sir Samson Aweaka, President General of the Igbo Community Union, were in Government House on a courtesy visit. Governor Okpebholo assured them of greater inclusion in governance, promising the appointment of a commissioner and a special advisor from the Igbo community, an unprecedented move in the state's history. Ikmomosa Ugiagbe, ITV News.
In the meantime, the Edo State Police Command has begun a 2-day capacity building training for divisional crime officers, DCOs, on the effective use of modern statement-taking facilities. The training, held at the command's headquarters in Benin City, is aimed at improving investigative standards and ensuring compliance with legal procedures in handling suspects. Jolade Ojo reports.
At the workshop, legal experts took officers through the framework guiding audiovisual recording of statement in Nigeria's criminal justice system. They stressed that compliance with the Administration of Criminal Justice Act and the Evidence Act determines the admissibility of statements in court. They explained that under relevant provisions of the law, statements must be electronically recorded or taken in the presence of a legal practitioner. They added that any form of coercion, including physical abuse, renders such evidence inadmissible. The training also highlighted the fundamental rights of suspects, including the right to fair hearing and personal liberty.
Section 17 of the ACJL provides that a suspect may choose to make or not make statements. So if a suspect decides that he's not going to make statements, so long as there is a video that is recording that suspect, just allow that video play. If a confessional statement is not video recorded, that statement is as good as null and void.
Deputy Commissioner of Police Administration, Grace Longe, says the training is designed to better equip officers to deliver justice effectively.
There's no better time to equip them to use it than now. We just have to bring our officers to speed with globalization.
Some participating officers also shared their views on the training program.
During this training, I've learned a lot. When taking statements, I know how to go about it, whereby if my case is charged to court, I will not fear.
I'm going back home now to dissect everything I've learned to my subordinates so that the Nigerian police force can be the type of the police force the society deserves.
The initiative is expected to strengthen professionalism and promote accountability in the handling of criminal cases. From the command headquarters in Benin, Jola Diojo, ITV News.
And now let's join Messelina in our Lagos studio for more reports.
Many thanks, Godwin. Welcome to our Lagos Network studio. The Lagos State Water Waste Management Office has shut down a popular event center located in Victoria Island over improper discharge of raw sewage into a public drainage system. A statement made by the Commissioner of Environment and Water Resources, Kumbo Wahab, said the enforcement food action followed reports that the facility was releasing untreated waste through a pumping machine alongside unattended wastewater spillages from a blocked sewage chamber, which caused foul odor and environmental nuisance in the area. The state government harped on the need for residents and property managers to strictly follow wastewater disposal methods. In another report, as the 2026 Holy Pilgrimage to Saudi Arabia approaches, Lagos State Governor Mr. Babajide Sanwo has called on the state's intending pilgrims to prioritize intercessory prayers for the stability and economic growth of the Lagos State and Nigeria. Governor Sanwo-Olu reminded the 1,600 contingents that Hajj is a rigorous act of worship rather than a leisure tip. The governor emphasized that the spiritual heights reached during the exercise, particularly on the plains of Arafat, should be used to seek divine intervention for the nation's leadership.
If you are just joining us, this is Network News on ITV. Now it's time for a break. We'll return bringing more stories on the news. Please stay.
ITV. ITV.
ITV, certainly the best.
Welcome back. Some Benin City residents have raised alarm over a growing number of mentally unstable persons roaming the streets, particularly within the city center. Joy Obarsiabo brings the details.
A medical practitioner, Dr. Kingsley Osarere, and other respondents said the growing presence of mentally unstable persons at bus stations, marketplaces, and city centers undermines Edo State social development efforts and raises questions about its ability to maintain public safety and order.
Yeah, seeing mad people around King Square, the center of the city is not a good thing. It doesn't give a good image of the city.
I think all these mad people, they used to bring them from somewhere, dump them here and leave. It's not making the city center look nice.
They called for swift intervention to safeguard residents and restore confidence in the state's capacity to manage social welfare and public spaces.
I want the state government taking them to where they belong to and have mercy on them and treat them.
And the government should look into it. There's a way they can build a kind of a rehabilitation home where they will be rehabilitated.
Responding to the outcry, Edo State Commissioner for Women Affairs and Social Development, Eugenia Abdallah, revealed that the state government has flagged off a statewide raid to rehabilitate mentally unstable persons. The exercise, which commenced on Tuesday, 5th of May 2026, is scheduled to run for 7 days as part of efforts to tackle the menace across the state.
Raiding of people that are mentally unstable from our streets. It's just the first phase. We are going to do it for a week and then, try and rehabilitate them.
According to Commissioner Abdallah, the ministry also plans to sustain the initiative by rehabilitating the affected persons and empowering them where possible.
To sustain them is not difficult because the Women Affairs and Social Development, what we do, when you help them get out of that mental state, yes, giving them sanity, what we do, we identify those that we can empower and then we empower them.
From Benin, Joy Obaisiagbon, ITV News.
Still on the news, the Owode Local Government Council has flagged off activities to mark the 2026 World Malaria Day, with a strong appeal to residents to maintain a clean environment as a key step in preventing malaria. Residents were urged to adopt proper hygiene practices to curb mosquito breeding across the area. Oluwafemi Fariola reports.
Representing the acting chairman of Owode Local Government Council, Honorable Austin Imafidon, the vice chairman, Honorable Haige Samuel, called on residents to keep their surroundings clean by eliminating stagnant water, clearing refuse dumps, and removing other potential mosquito breeding sites. He also encouraged residents to take advantage of the free malaria testing and treatment provided by the council in collaboration with health stakeholders.
As a local government, we are particularly concerned about the cleanliness of our environment. So we are here to further encourage you to make sure that your environment is clean.
Earlier, the malaria focal person for Owode Local Government, Mrs. Adun Joy, underscored the importance of World Malaria Day, observed annually on April 25, as a platform to raise awareness and strengthen efforts toward malaria prevention and eradication.
Malaria is a deadly disease that need to be eliminated, apart from being eradicated, eliminated totally from this nation. So we always remember people, educating them on what to do to prevent malaria. For us to eliminate malaria, we have to eliminate mosquito. Mosquito being eliminated, you need clean environments.
Also speaking, the local government health officer emphasized the need for early diagnosis and prompt treatment, assuring residents that health centers across the council area are well equipped to manage malaria cases.
We don't want malaria to be affecting our people, our health centers. They are near you in the community here. Go there when you are sick and get treated properly. Don't want to be buying drugs from chemists here and there.
As part of the program, residents received free malaria testing. Those who tested positive were treated immediately, while others were given preventive medication. The World Malaria Day program is an annual initiative aimed at reducing the burden of malaria and advancing efforts toward its eradication in Owode and beyond. Oluwafemi Falayola, ITV News.
Discussions on the 2027 general elections took center stage on Wednesday's edition of the flagship program this morning on ITV, as political analysts examined the defection of former presidential candidates to the Nigerian Democratic Congress. Shalom Owogwara reports that guests expressed divergent views on the implications of the defections, particularly on opposition strength and the evolving electoral dynamics. The report is presented by Osemudiame Osage.
From Benin, political analyst Collins Amadi described the development as a possible rebirth of the Nigerian Democratic Congress, noting that the ruling All Progressives Congress (APC) is unlikely to be significantly weakened by the shift. Elvis Brown stated that the party's objective is to serve the interest of Nigerians.
Has Peter Obi ever won any primary in Abga? As a governor, he was adopted, and ever since he had the philosophy of adoption. Okay, you just came to a party that you just came in ago. You are coming and declaring yourself as a candidate, and you also came with a running mate. That is what we are saying.
Everything is going to work out perfectly, because over here, what we are aiming at is to serve the country.
From Abuja, National Chairman of the National Rescue Movement, Chinedu Obi, said that beyond defections, the competence and quality of candidates should remain the priority.
It's like NDC is the new bride. You never can tell what will happen tomorrow. It could be the NRM, it could be any other party. What is driving this is positioning people. Politicians are trying to find comfort zones where they can, achieve their own interests.
From Lagos, United Nations Humanitarian Ambassador Dr. Victor Okai highlighted concerns over the deepening crisis within the opposition as defections continue to shape political alignments ahead of the 2027 elections.
The opposition may be weakened now, but I doubt very much. What is likely to happen at the end of the day is that PDP may either field a candidate or may decide to align. If they are aligning, they will not align with ADC. I can tell you that for free. Except maybe there's a faction. There will be a faction that will remain. But you'll find a faction that may now decide to align with the OK movement, now NDC.
Osemdiame Osage, RTV News.
And in Kano State, where the state governor, Abba Yusuf, has sworn in Murtala Garo as the new deputy governor. The oath of office was administered by the state chief judge, Justice DJ Aboki, at a ceremony held at the antechamber of Kano Government House, witnessed by top government officials, lawmakers, traditional rulers, and party stakeholders. Kano correspondent Abdul Ibrahim tells us more.
In his remarks, Governor Abba Kabir Yusuf described the appointment of Murtala Sulagaro as strategic, saying that it is aimed at strengthening the governance and enhancing effective service delivery across Kano states.
The decision to nominate our new deputy governor, Alhaji Murtala Sulagaro, was guided by a singular objective to strengthen our party, consolidate on our gains, and ensure unity and cohesion within our ranks.
The deployment follows the resignation of the former deputy governor who stepped down from the office amid political realignment in the state and the need to reposition the administration for improved efficiency and cohesion in the governance. In his remarks, the newly sworn-in Deputy Governor Murtala Garo expressed appreciation to the governor for the confidence reposed in him and pledged his loyalty and commitment to the administration.
To the people of Kano State, I remain committed to your service. This moment calls for teamwork and continuity. My role is to support that vision and ensure that government policies deliver real results for our people.
The ceremony attracted high-profile dignitaries, including the Deputy President of the Senate, Barol Jibril, Speaker of the Kano State House of Assembly, Jibril Palgore, and former APC National Chairman Abdullahi Umar Ganduje, among other notable personalities. The inauguration marks a new phase in Kano State administration with the expectation that the Deputy Governor will support efforts to strengthen governance and deliver on the government's agenda for the people. Abdul Ibrahim, ITV News Kano.
Away from that now to other stories where a powerful rainstorm has left a trail of destruction in Doka Maijama, a community in Chinkun local government area of Kaduna State, killing at least 2 people and destroying more than 50 houses. The village head Hamisu Tuku confirmed that a storm displaced many residents and caused extensive damage across the area. According to him, dozens of houses were severely affected, with several completely flattened by strong winds. Residents said the heavy rainfall lasted for about 40 minutes, accompanied by violent winds and tore off roofs and reduced buildings to rubble. Many families have been left homeless and were seen trying to salvage what they could get from the debris. Affected residents have appealed to the state government as well as the National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, and the Kaduna State Agency Management Agency for urgent support. Emergency officials have since begun assessing the situation, with NEMA deploying a team to evaluate the extent of the damage and determine the necessary response. The Federal Controller of Works in Lagos, Mr. Olufemi Dare, says the federal government is weighing the possible shutdown of a carriageway on Eko Bridge, subject to the approval of the State of Minister of Works, Senator David Umahi. The Federal Controller of Works in Lagos, Mr. Olufemi Dare, says the federal government is weighing the possible shutdown of a carriageway on Eko Bridge, subject to the approval of the Minister of Works, Senator David Umahi. He said that the move followed a recent joint inspection by consultants, contractors, and officials of the Federal Ministry of Works, which revealed that about 8 piles on the bridge had been badly damaged, posing significant risks to users. Dare attributed the damage largely to the activities of miners and scavengers, noting that some of the piles had lost their concrete covering, leaving only exposed reinforcement. He added that the Minister of Works was expected to visit Lagos for further assessment and to take a final decision on the recommendations. We now take a breather. Please stay with us. Well, thank you so much for staying with us. Still on the news, the Federal High Court in Lagos has restrained the National Broadcasting Commission from sanctioning broadcast stations under provisions of the Nigeria Broadcasting Code, NBC, described as controversial. Justice Daniel Oseguel granted the interim injunction following an ex parte application filed by the Social Economic Rights and Accountability Project, SERAP, and the Nigerian Guild of Editors. The court barred the NBC, its officers, and agents from enforcing or imposing sanctions on broadcast stations based on the dispute provisions pending the determination of a motion or notice. The ruling effectively stops the Commission from acting on its recent formal notice, which warned broadcasters against expressing personal opinions as facts, intimidating guests, or failing to maintain neutrality. The fourth defendant in the alleged coup plot trial before the Federal High Court in Abuja, Zakari Umaru, has denied knowledge of any plan to overthrow President Bola Tinubu's government. The defendant insisted in a recorded statement played in court that he was misled. Umaru, an employee in the maintenance department of the presidential villa, working with a construction company, made the claim in a video recording previewed by the court as part of the prosecution's evidence against the 6 defendants standing trial over the alleged plot. In the video, Umaru told investigators that he first came in contact with persons linked to the case through the third defendant, Inspector Ahmed Ibrahim, attached to the presidential clinic. He said Ibrahim introduced him to a man identified as Hassan Mohammed, whom he later discovered was Colonel Mohammed Maji. According to Umaru, he initially believed Maji was a civilian businessman interested in offering him electrical work at a building under construction. The defendant recounted how he allegedly received several cash payments from Maji during meetings attended by Ibrahim and another associate identified as Usman. The Nigerian Navy has issued a strong warning to maritime criminals, reaffirming its resolve, capability, and commitment to ending crude oil theft and securing the nation's maritime domain. While speaking at the flag-off of Exercise Fleet Centel, the Chief of Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Idris Abbas, described the exercise as a significant milestone in efforts to strengthen the Navy's operational capability. Abbas, who was represented by the Chief of Naval Safety and Standards, Rear Admiral Pakirobo Anababa, Rear Admiral Anababa explained that the exercise is aimed at assessing the operational state and combat readiness of the Navy in addressing emerging maritime threats in line with its constitutional mandate. The flag officer commanding Central Naval Command, Rear Admiral Suleiman Ibrahim, said the joint exercise, conducted in collaboration with the Eastern and Central Naval Commands, is designed to combat crude oil theft, dismantle illegal refining networks in the Niger Delta, and ensure a safe maritime environment for commercial activities. Now, if you're just joining us, you're on to the main news on ITV. We'll take a short break. Please stay with us.
ITV. ITV. ITV, certainly the best.
In business news, Nigeria has climbed 6 places on the global passport ranking while simultaneously losing visa-free access to more destinations, according to the latest April 2026 edition of the Henley Passport Index. The Nigerian passport improved from 95th position in January 2024 to 89th globally. The gain, however, masks a decline in actual travel freedom, with the number of visa-free destinations dropping to 44, down from 46 in January 2025 and 45 in January 2024. The data highlights a paradox. Nigeria's improved ranking does not necessarily reflect stronger passport access, but rather shifts the performance of other countries. Several nations previously ranked below Nigeria recorded steeper declines, inadvertently pushing Nigeria higher on the global table without a corresponding expansion in its travel reach. The index, compiled using data from the International Air Transport Association, assesses 199 passports worldwide. Between 2025 and 2026, Nigerian passport holders gain entry to new destinations such as Fiji, Micronesia, Mozambique, Rwanda, Togo, Samoa, Halwa Island, Niue, and Montserrat, largely countries with open or flexible entry policies, particularly among Pacific Island nations. In entertainment news, fast-rising Nigerian comedian Ejiro, popularly known as Anointed Mouth, is set to headline his first-ever comedy special, Parables of Joy. The live comedy special is scheduled to hold on Sunday, August 9th, 2026, at Velvet Place Hotel, Helen, with a red carpet session at 5 p.m. and the main performance commencing at 6 p.m. Billed as more than a conventional stand-up showcase, Parables of Joy will blend storytelling, satire, and observational comedy, drawing from everyday life, cultural nuances, and social realities. The production is designed to deliver both laughter and reflection, offering audiences an immersive experience that connects deeply with the real-life perspectives. The event will feature performances from Kilt the Drunk, Godorn's Forever, Femi Babs, and Larry J, alongside a special music performance by Timi Dakolo. Organizers say the comedy special aims to deliver a premium entertainment experience while also positioning Anointed Mouth as a standout voice within Nigeria's comedy industry. It also is expected to serve as a platform for audience engagement, brand visibility for sponsors, and the continued promotion of live entertainment culture in Lagos. Russian attacks killed more than 20 people across Ukraine on Tuesday, ahead of rival unilateral ceasefires proposed separately by Moscow and Kyiv. Authorities in Zaporizhzhia said 12 people were killed in a Russian aerial attack, which President Volodymyr Zelensky described as a cynical terrorist strike. It said 5 people were killed in Khartoumsk and 4 in Dnipro. In Russia, authorities in the Chuvaks Republic said that 2 people were killed and 32 injured in a drone attack on Tuesday morning. On Monday, Russia and Ukraine declared unilateral ceasefires ahead of commemorations held by Russia to mark the Soviet Union's victory over Nazi Germany on Saturday. But Kyiv announced it would observe an open-ended ceasefire from midnight on 6th of May, and that Ukraine would act symmetrically from that point on. The 2 ceasefires appear to be unilateral, meaning the 2 sides have not agreed on their terms, length, or monitoring. Zelensky's chief of staff, Kirill Budovel, said that if the ceasefire announced by the Ukrainian president was reciprocated, they will continue to observe it. Ukraine's earlier open-ended truce is likely a way of Zelensky to show that his country is willing to start an immediate and lasting ceasefire, that any violations will be pinned on Russia. Well, still staying outside Nigeria, where Israeli airstrike on southern and eastern Lebanon have killed at least 6 people and wounded 3 others in violation of the ceasefire brokered by the United States last month. At least 4 people were killed and 3 others wounded in an Israeli airstrike attack on the town of Zela in eastern Lebanon, according to reports on Wednesday. Dolan Emir takes it from here.
Ali Kassam Ahmad, the head of Zela's municipal council, and 3 family members were killed in the attack on their home in the western Bekaa town. Israel also launched an attack on southern Lebanon using fighter jets and drones, where the village of Mefadin was shelled with artillery, resulting in 2 deaths. The Lebanese armed group Hezbollah said it had engaged Israeli forces, claiming responsibility for an attack targeting a gathering of Israeli soldiers. Israel later issued forced displacement order for 12 villages in southern Lebanon, warning residents to remain at least 1 kilometer from their homes. Most of the villages affected were north of the Litani River. The Israeli military has continued to expand its operation in southern Lebanon, with the latest forced displacement order including western parts of the Bekaa Valley for the first time since the truce came into effect on April 17. Fighting between Israel and Hezbollah renewed on March 2nd after the Iran-backed group fired rockets at its southern neighbor following the U.S. and Israeli launch of a war against Iran. Since then, Israeli attacks in Lebanon have killed about 2,700 people and displaced more than 1.2 million. Israeli forces have destroyed entire villages in southern Lebanon, prompting comparison with devastation caused by Israel's genocidal war against Palestinians in Gaza. Donald Ehiminyen, ITV News.
We now join Tolulope Oguntime for updates in the world of sports.
All is set for the 2025-2026 CAF Champions League final as South Africa's Mamelodi Sundowns face Morocco's ASFAR in a 2-legged contest for continental supremacy. The first leg will be played in Chiwani on Sunday, 17th May, with a return leg scheduled for Rabat on Sunday, 24th May. Both sides are former champions seeking a return to glory. Sundowns are chasing a second title after the 2016 success, while ASFAR will aim to end the 41-year wait since the 1985 triumph. The winners will also claim a record $6 million prize, following a 50% increase announced by CAF President Patrice Motsepe. And in Europe, Benfica winger Gianluca Prestiani is set to miss Argentina's opening 2 matches at this summer's World Cup if selected after his 6-match ban for abusing Vinicius Jr. was extended worldwide by FIFA. The 20-year-old was sanctioned by UEFA for using homophobic language during the Champions League clash in February. He has already served 1 match. We missed 2 more, while 3 additional games are suspended for 2 years. Prestiani, who has won senior cap for Argentina, risks serving a ban in European competition next season if he is not included in the World Cup squad. The incident initially drew allegations of racial abuse from Vinicius, which Prestiani denied. UEFA confirmed the offense as homophobic abuse. And in Spain, former Barcelona and Spain defender Gerard Piqué has been handed a 2-month ban by Spanish Football Federation following a confrontation with a referee. The incident occurred during FC Andorra's 1-0 defeat to Albacete, with the referee's report quoting Piqué as making threatening remarks. A disciplinary committee ruled that his action undermined sporting dignity and decorum. Sanctions were also extended to other club officials, with President Ferran Villaseca suspended for 4 months, while sporting director Jaume Nogues was
also banned. KK, who retired in 2022 and is now a co-owner of FC Andorra, enjoyed a decorated career, winning 9 La Liga titles, 3 UEFA Champions League trophies with Barcelona, and lifting the World Cup and European Championship with Spain. And that's it on Sport News. I'm Ogutime Tolulapo Ogutime.
And that ends the main news on ITV. Many thanks for watching. I am Anuluwakmo Stevens. Good night.
ITV, certainly the best.
The Igwe Festival is the colorful and crowd-pulling festival in Benin Kingdom. The Igwe Festival is an annual event that is celebrated by all Benin, both at home and abroad, to mark the end of the Benin year and to usher in a new year with a renewed hope for peace and prosperity. The annual Ugie Festival is centered on the Oba of Benin as the Oba takes the center stage. This year's Ugie commences with Otui Goba. The Oba, sitting at his throne, gives out kola nuts to chiefs in order of seniority.
This is ITV. Certainly the best.
WIC Women in Conversation. This is another beautiful episode where women are gathered to discuss heart-touching matters in Nigeria and probably our homes also. And in the world generally, we try to look at things that are happening around the world and see how we could advise or how we could let you understand if it's right to be done or wrong to be done. And, you know, it's a table where everybody wants to quickly tune in and watch and listen to what these great women have to say. And today, of course, I have with me to discuss Japa. We're going to be talking Japa. Nigerians, almost all Nigerian youth wants to Japa. What is the meaning of Japa? And I also heard that we also have another one called, well, the women in the house, in the studio, will let you know what that one is called. I really can't remember what it is called, but we also have another name for those that have gone there and it's not working out for them. They come back. Anyway, with me on this table to discuss all of this is Abby. Abby, you're welcome. You're going to be talking more of the Japa because you know you Japad when Japa was Japa. Now you're Japambo. Japada. You're Japada. Anyway, so Abby is going to be talking more on Japa with us today because she lives in the US, UK, and also is living in Nigeria. I don't know how she does that. She's a big girl. Anyway, also we have Toyin. Toyin will let us know about Japa because I think she has more experience. Not because she Japa though, but she has more of the words in her mouth to say about Japa. And we have Chisom, who is going to be representing the Gen Zs. The Gen Zs are actually the ones right now who wants to Japa to any country. You hear them say, let's just leave Nigeria. Let's just go to any country. Ladies, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you. It's a pleasure.
Okay, Japa is not an English word. So what word is Japa?
I believe is a word created to relocation. Nigerians relocation.
What tribe is this word carved from? Let me hear from you.
Japa is a Yoruba name. It's a Yoruba name, which means run quickly.
Run quickly.
Why the Japada is come back.
If it's not working out,
run back quickly. So when you run out quickly and you get there, it's not working out, run back. Japada. Quickly.
Okay, let's talk about Japa. Toyin, I'm still going to be asking you this question. A whole lot of Nigerians, especially our youths, everybody wants to Japa. It's not just our youths now, the professionals too, mostly doctors. Most doctors have left Nigeria. Yeah. Everybody wants to go. You also hear them say, just to any country. Right now, they don't even choose the country they want to go to any longer. And then seeing what is going on in these countries that they're Japa into. Yesterday, I was watching on social media. I don't know if anyone of you saw it. What the South Africans are doing to the blacks over there too, not just Nigerians, to the Ghanaians. They're asking that they should leave their country, go fix your country, don't come here, go fix your country. So is Japa the right thing to do?
It's a very big question. But I still believe if you have the opportunity, it is better to Japa than to remain here.
Abby is laughing because she doesn't believe in that.
And died of depression or turn yourself to be a criminal. If you have the opportunity, Japa. If you don't have, you have to, so many things you have to put in consideration because it's two major reasons that are causing this. Number one, the economic situation of the country and the insecurity. When you think critically of those 2 points, you will think of Japa too. Because you are not safe inside your house. You are not safe outside the house. You are not safe even going to work. You are not even safe at work. You are not safe giving birth to your child in the hospital. You are not safe raising that child in the house. You are not safe sending that child to school. So that is a good thing. And now,
maybe if you basically, there's no family that can manage 100,000 again in Nigeria. How will you do it? And the basic, I think our, what is the minimum wage? Minimum wage remains 75,000. And for the people that are even using bad hail electricity lights, 75,000 is not enough to run your bills for electricity alone. What about other people? What about feeding? Gone are those days that you can just take 20,000 naira, you want to go to my 12 and do a shopping. With your 20,000 naira, you are not buying anything in the nylon. Maybe you want to buy only pepper, garlic, and ginger. Then you come back home.
You're making me hungry. The food combination.
So that is it. When you are working hard and there's no reward, it's not even enough not to talk of saving.
Yeah.
And one good thing that our government is good at now is by thinking of every avenue to screw us with different policies of getting money from us. But where is the money from? They are talking of companies closing down. Why won't they close down? Even the electricity problem is a big one. They are running at loss. So that is the reason. So if that I'm talking to you, Oluwatoyin has opportunity today, I will jackpot gladly.
Wow. Okay, Toyin wants to jackpot.
Thank you.
Okay, she gave the reasons why she would want to jackpot.
Yeah.
But I've also heard the people over there too talking about this, although insecurity is out of it, but they are also talking about the economy.
Yeah.
They also say that things have increased and all that, because I know that when I complain, just like you're complaining, they all tell me whatever increase you people are having in Nigeria, we are having it there. But Nigerians also will tell you, we still want to come. What is the reason why they want to go?
Okay, there's this thing they say, that anywhere in a way except Nigeria. So that is what mainly the Gen Z say, right? Anywhere in a way. Because except where you are right now, Nigeria is worse than any other West African country. There is nowhere you go that you will not find a Nigerian. Nigerians are in Nepal. Nigerians are in even Pakistan. Nigerians are there. They prefer to be there than to be here. Where somebody who is 18 can't even boast of anything, unlike the way it is in the UK. A child of 18 might already be independent, might have already even had a car, might have started working or doing some things. But you are 24, 25, you might even still be in school, maybe due to strike. You are still battling with year 2, year 3, year 4. And by the time that person comes out, you're not independent. You still have to gather your CV, enter streets, and start looking for a job. And before you would even find a job. So it's because things are much more better out there. You can't say, oh, like in the UK, if you're looking for a job, they won't consider your qualifications or consider, there are things that, we would definitely know that things are happening there, the economy and everything, racism, right? And those things are happening there. But tribalism is worse here. You rather embrace racism in UK than the tribalism we are facing in Nigeria. So that's the reason why youths of nowadays prefer to jackpot. So it's just the amount of, let's say, pressure, unpreparedness that makes some people jackpot. And people who are already comfortable over there, they just feel like, oh, because of my business, I have to come back. But then the youths that jackpot with confidence, they can't bear it anymore. They are not prepared. They don't have anybody over there. So the best choice, instead of going there to commit crime, just come back home and stay with your family.
Okay, Abe, you live in the UK and then you are trying to jackpot to Nigeria. You're trying to put in your businesses together and wanting to come back home. Okay, now you heard what Chisom said. A whole lot of Nigerian youths wants to go there. Okay, and we have seen families that had sold maybe just one property belonging to every family, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, father, great-one. They sell it for someone to, jackpot. Do you think it's worth it?
No, I don't think so, because I have come back to Nigeria because I see it as an opportunity, a land of opportunity, and I'm trying to understand that there's unemployment, the economy, people are suffering and everything, but I want to even bring it at a very basic level, because I came back and I was like, okay, I know the minimum wage is 70K. Minimum wage is 70K. But then I started to, because me, I'm a business person, and I don't expect every person to be business-minded. But I saw opportunity. I see things differently. I went into the real estate. I went into short-let. Some things didn't work out. It was difficult. But then I went to start even selling groundnuts, and then I started to see how it was made, how I could even export it, food stuff. So I don't know, I just feel that there's so much opportunities in Nigeria, and it's not, everybody's fault that they can be able to make the Nigeria work. I know, it has to start from the top, the leadership, and the way that the resources are being mismanaged and everything. But there's so much opportunity. They said in each state in Nigeria has at least 3 mineral resources, natural resources, gold, cool.
But are the citizens able to access this minerals?
We have to help ourselves sometimes.
How?
We just have to do it, in the little.
Let me quickly come in here. You said you came back, okay? You came back from trying to come into from abroad, okay? And then you said at some point you started even exporting granules. That's because you have the opportunity.
Can I just say something?
Not just the capital. You already have created your market abroad, so you have the right source to export to.
There is actually a training. A woman in Nigeria here. She trains. There's a training. I can share the training that she does to help Nigerians to give them opportunities to export abroad, even fashion, food stuff, and everything.
Do they have to pay for the training?
The training is not much. It's not much.
They will not give you.
It's not much.
They will not give you what? They will not give you the secret of it.
Yes.
No,
I have joined more than 4
of those training.
I've more than 4, and I pay huge amounts.
No, you need to be the okay.
Let's register another company.
I can even start to do some training if that's the case.
Let's leave the training aside. Let's leave the training aside. How do you expect a Nigerian that, of course, just like she said, probably came out from school, parents are not really buoyant, and he or she has not gotten a job, so there's no savings anywhere, and you expect that person to go for training and then start exporting. Where does the capital come from?
It doesn't have to be exports. It's unfortunate, I know, but there's still some people, like there's this Alaki just free trade. She's giving some funds to people. There's different fundings.
How many people?
It will not go around.
How many people have access to that information?
I know, but that's why I'm saying, it's training, information, getting it out there. But those that do will benefit. We can't help everybody.
The ratio is low.
There's opportunities out there. I understand because I'm
before we go on a short break, I want Toyin to give me her side of what's your take on what I asked Abe. I mean, is it worth it when you sell your buildings and we hear people do that? Is it worth it?
It's worth it. I don't think so. When you go to UK, I come to the UK, the things is high cost of living, is cold, people are suffering. Some of them are even in jail because they still can't fit into the culture.
Okay. Yeah. Abe, let's go on a very quick short break. When we come back, we'll be having Tony talk to us on is it worth it to sell a property and go. We'll go on a very short break just to sip some water and I'll be back. Please sit. Welcome back. It's still Women in Conversation. We were talking Japa before we went on the short break. And I mean, behind the camera, there's been a lot of, yes, it's good to Japa. And, it's just that they're saying it's not good to Japa. Even the man behind the camera is also saying Japa is very important at this time in Nigeria. Toyin, you were saying something before we went on the short break.
She said that it doesn't worth it. As of today, I regret not following my friend 2023. The family sold their car, sold their plot of land, and traveled. It was rough initially, but now they are thanking God. They are thanking God that they made the best decision at the right time. Because here, we keep struggling. Even business, everything is frustrating. Is it the rent that's going up? Is it the expedition that is high every day when you are not making it? And if you will not see that now, since about 2 years ago now, the population of the prison keep increasing because crimes. When they don't have opportunity to japa, they now begin to down.
But like Abe said, we can also still make Nigeria work and we can make it happen.
How?
She probably has to explain to us.
Time. I feel with time.
With time.
I know there is suffering. I know but with time, let's just have a good leadership. Somebody that has his head screwed on, that can make...
Honestly, I do not like the way Chisom is laughing. Because when Abe mentioned let's have a good leadership, she did... I don't understand.
The kind of patience she's preaching to us is the kind of patience they preach to cow from Sokoto. That calm down.
Reach there.
And by the time the cow saw himself in Abatio, pieces you.
Sometimes
is it until we all die of depression?
It gets worse before it gets better. Those that japad, when things start to get better here, for them to come in, you that have stayed and struggled, that have now established and you have your roots in, you see that you start to be elevated and promoted to positions that they can never get in. Nigeria will get better.
Amen.
Yeah, even they said before the end of this year, the currency will be 1 to 1.
Amen.
Yeah, and then when it becomes that, when the rate is different now, when we start to bring the skills for all those that have japat, they need to come back home.
Sister Biodun, we are all Christian, we are reading the same Bible. You are talking of hope, we are talking of reality.
Yes, and it is happening. People are coming back and bringing their skills. Doctors are coming back and bringing their skills so that...
Abe, it looks like you are just the one saying the doctors are coming back.
They are not coming back. Some are coming back. Those that are japat before are coming back. I have stories.
Maybe when they come back, they are coming back to retired home. That's different.
They need training. Nigeria needs a lot of training.
Anyway, Abe, let me leave you. Let me go to the Gen Z in the house. Let her really explain to us if it is worth it to sell your family property to Japa, or you sell the property and start up something like Abe says, we can make it here in Nigeria. What's your take?
Okay, first of all, Japa is an emergency exit. Right now, Japa is an escape plan. It used to be a travel dream, right? People be like, oh, when I grow up, when I go to the UK, it's more like people were relaxed. Let's say in the 90s, we just go to travel for vacation. Nigerians were, But as of now, for the youth between 18 to 25, Japa is an emergency exit.
Yeah.
It's more like an escape plan, right? Because, when somebody have run out of option, we're not talking about somebody in his 30s or 40s who might have built something somewhere in Nigeria.
Even the 30s and 40s
have nothing to show for it. So that's why it's better to just, if you have to make sacrifices, if you don't have option. If the sacrifice is, this is my only inheritance, and if I sell it, it gives me an opportunity to go to the UK to study and, to work, right? Because there are a whole lot of things now available in Canada. I mean, they want people who want to migrate to come and work. I think Canada, they open things like that, even for refugees. Look at what is happening in the north. We have a good number of youths dying on a daily. What happened in Jos? What happened in... So it's in Kwara. Exactly. So if there are opportunities that, come, we are receiving refugees, people who, you're migrating due to the fact that your country is... They should go. You can't tell them to stay. Build what? Out of nothing. There's nothing to build from. There's absolutely nothing.
Okay, thank you so much, Barrister Chisom. That brings us to insecurity. You know, because I said we're going to touch insecurity. Why I wanted us to touch it as mothers, as women, as wives, you know, the insecurity for the recent days we've seen has gone to the children. Yeah, we saw what happened in Calabar, and we also saw what happened in Benue State, where the children were going to write their UTME and they were kidnapped, you know. So as mothers, the talk of Japa brought us to insecurity. Abby, you say it is not important to think of leaving the country, but this is where we find ourselves now. As a mother, how would you want to secure your child that you live with in Nigeria? Because she mentioned something. She said, we can't even sleep with our 2 eyes closed any longer.
Yeah.
So how will you advise your child to stay off, should I say stay off target zone? Because it looks like everywhere is a target zone. And then with a child that is that scared, how do you think he or she wants to go out there to try and, you know, make Nigeria better, like you said, or try to do something in Nigeria? These are children that were going to write exams. That's their offense. Yeah. They were just going to write their exams to be able to be better citizens and to be able to be a better person tomorrow. And then they were arrested. Over to you, Abby.
Yeah, it's heavy to see what these I'll call them evil people are doing, or you know, to the children, because I heard that story, and it was even from a prayer group that we were praying, and we were very, very angry and prayed against insecurity in Nigeria, and then again why this was happening. And as we all know, it's to do with a lot of things that's happening in Nigeria. But I would say, you know, you mentioned that, you know, regarding the Japa business, because that's a different issue entirely. But at the same time, it's something that needs to be dealt with, the issue of insecurity in Nigeria from the leaders, and it will be done, because it's getting to a stage where we're all tired. Yeah, I'm here. I feel, you know, also at risk. You know, I've got CCTV in all my rooms, in the inside, not outside, inside the house. So I understand what people, and I know not everybody can, you know. So
the crime rates.
Yes, you know, then we can bring it to the table.
Okay.
How often do people get killed in UK?
All right, Abby.
Nigeria?
Yeah, but you haven't answered the question the way I want you to answer. So probably I'll ask Toyin. Toyin, yeah, okay. So Toyin, with the situation of the insecurity in Nigeria, do you think in fact, we were talking about those children that were kidnapped, and those ones in Calabar, we haven't heard stories if they were released. It was just the ones from Benue that we saw the videos that they were released. So those ones in Benue that were released, do you think they want to go back to school or write exam without having that?
Let me ask you, as a mother, can you send your daughter or your child to that same school same day?
No.
Hi. What are we talking about? This thing is very emotional and very sad. Thank God we are all mother. Is it that easy to bring a life to bring a child to life? This thing does not start yesterday. I remember 2014. I was in labor. The days of Chibok.
Yes.
Up till now, they were not complete. Till now. If any of us happen to be a mother of any of those children, and you now see opportunity of Japa, even if it is to Kuton, want to pack them to the neighboring country. Insecurity, this is, do you know, 3 days ago, last week, the school of my daughter sent a mail that they are going on excursion. I started praying to cancel this excursion. How will only me be cancelled excursion? Excursion is a good thing, because traveling to give them around is part of education. but not again in Nigeria.
Yeah. True.
They went to Abeokuta. I cannot sit down. I put myself in fast, walking about, praying, monitoring them till I hear they're back.
Chisum.
Yeah, so just to buttress what Tony said, I think Nigeria is to me, Nigeria is like a balloon, right? It's like a balloon, and the more corruption, just like that is how the breeze is just getting bigger and bigger, and the day it will burst, I just pray.
I go down there.
You are holding this jackpot in so fair.
Yes.
Yeah, okay,
so Nigeria is deep rooted in unpredictability, right? You cannot if you say, oh, let's learn skill, let's all join hand, Nigeria will be better. The government did this. It's better not to wait and say, oh, I have hope for the next 2 years. I think that is what they said the last 5 years ago or the last 4 years ago, right? So that unpredictability is like an obstacle. It's like a canker worm, right? That is deep rooted in corruption, and it's really terrible, affecting everybody. So the system of JAPA itself, right? It's just like I told you, it's an emergency exit, especially for the young ones. So if there's an opportunity for them, they should leave. Because of the high insecurity that is going on. Because in Nigeria, we celebrate basic functionality is seen as a miracle. It's not. It's not. The government is not working. That's just what it is.
That is it.
Yes.
Okay, one word from you, Chisum. If you have the opportunity to JAPA today, you are a barrister in Nigeria. You're a known barrister with a known chambers. Do you think you will want to JAPA?
I would.
God bless you.
Because we are all at risk. That is the main point.
JAPA. Will you want to JAPA?
I will say it 25 times without changing my word. I will JAPA straight if I have the opportunity.
Okay. Abby, if you have the opportunity to JAPA, will you want to JAPA?
As I said, I'm here for change, transformed Nigeria.
I
remain positive that we'll work it out.
Amen.
And things will get better. To me, I just remain positive. It's sad what is happening with the kidnapping and everything and the insecurity.
Thank you so much, Abby. Thank you so much. Abby believes that Nigeria can be better, and then she also believes that we can actually make it here in Nigeria. That's Abby's belief. But Chisum and Toyin believes that if there's opportunity to JAPA, they will JAPA, even though they are well established in Nigeria. At least they are not amongst those that are begging before eating, yet they want to JAPA. We would like to know what your own take is. Do you want to JAPA, or you want to believe like Abby that Nigeria will be better someday? That's where we're going to be ending this program today.
This is ITV. Certainly the best. This is ITV. Certainly the best.
Thank you so much for staying tuned. Welcome to 60 Minutes Nigeria. I am Wilson Marshall. Since our apologies for coming slightly behind schedule, we have to put things in place for you to have at least in a perfect show. I know you're expecting Mr. Egosa or some of them are not to worry. He's on his annual leave. Yes, when it's true, taking a break, having fun to recharge, definitely you see him on set again. For now, in his stead. Okay, so today is all about the security situation in Nigeria, and of course the comment credited to the Senate President David Mark on the opposition being behind the acts of terrorism in Nigeria, just to discredit President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration. How true are these weighty allegations? Yes, is it true? Is it false? Is it yes and no? Anyway, analysts will definitely throw more light upon this particular discussion for us to get to know their views and of course their opinions on this particular topic. Joining us all the way from Canada, he is a political analyst, political affairs commentator. Join me to welcome Honorable Austin Ogunetiti. Honorable, thank you so much for making our time to join us. Honorable, are you there? All right, we were able to establish contact with him, get to his own views and of course his opinion on this particular discussion. Also joining us virtually, it's the SA to Edo State government, yes, on digital resources. Collins Amadi. Collins, how are you doing this afternoon? Collins, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. All right, Collins, you'll be having the first shot on this particular discussion. We're taking a look at the comment made by the Senate President David Mark. I beg your pardon, Godswill Akpabio, please. Godswill Akpabio. A comment credited to Godswill Akpabio that terrorists are the ones behind what we're experiencing now, that they are being sponsored, being financed, being told what to do by members of the opposition. And I believe that you're a member of the APC, and I know also you have your own views and opinion on this particular weighty allegation. Now, what do you feel about this?
Yes, thank you very much. It's a little bit worrisome when he was being misunderstood to the level that some person did. But what he actually said was nothing far-fetched from the reality. When he said, yes, Mr. President, you are doing your best. But you can understand the fact that some element who believe being an opposition must look for something to criticize about, must create tension where there is none, and probably, could go any length. He was not specific, and he did not mention any name, by chemically creating unnecessary tension, by bombing places in order to...
Mr. Egosa or some of them are not to worry, he's on his annual leave. Yes, when it's true, taking a break, having fun to recharge, definitely you see him on set again. For now, in his stead. Okay, so today is all about the security situation in Nigeria, and of course the comment credited to the Senate President David Mark on the opposition being behind the acts of terrorism in Nigeria, just to discredit President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration. How true are these weighty allegations? Yes, is it true? Is it false? Is it yes and no? Anyway, analysts will definitely throw more light upon this particular discussion for us to get to know their views and of course their opinions on this particular topic. Joining us all the way from Canada, he is a political analyst, political affairs commentator. Join me to welcome Honorable Austin Ogometiti. Honorable, thank you so much for making our time to join us. Honorable, are you there? All right, we were able to establish contact with him, get his own views and, of course, his opinion on this particular discussion. Also joining us virtually, it's the SA to Edo State Government, on digital resources, Collins Amadi. Collins, how are you doing this afternoon? Collins, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. All right, Collins, you'll be having the first shot on this particular discussion. We're taking a look at the comment made by the Senate President, David Mark. I beg your pardon. Godswill Akpabio, please. Godswill Akpabio. A comment credited to Godswill Akpabio. The terrorists are the ones behind what we're experiencing now, that they are being sponsored, being financed, being told what to do by members of the opposition. And I believe that you're a member of the APC, and I know also you have your own views and opinion on this particular weighty allegation. Now, what do you feel about this?
Yes, thank you very much. It's a little bit worrisome when he was being misunderstood to the level that some persons did. But what he actually said was nothing far-fetched from the reality. When he said, yes, Mr. President, you are doing your best. But you can understand the fact that some element who believe being an opposition must look for something to criticize about, must create tension where there is none, and probably, could go any length. He was not specific, and he did not mention any name, by chemically creating unnecessary tension, by bombing places in order to create the impression that there's so much insecurity. Yes, some people may say it was an unguided statement, but I know, and Nigerians know, it was actually also said on the ground of levity. It was not something that was extremely serious to say somebody should go and be crucified, but all just to say that because of the way and manner in which some persons who believe because they are opposition, you must go to the extreme, to turn issues that are not supposed to be political to become political. How can we have men of the armed forces who indeed have put themselves on the line for the sovereignty of this country, from rescuing us from the hands of terrorists and terrorists, and at the end of the day, someone begin to mock them with teeth and say a soldier had died. You can see that is how government did this, government did not do that. Who ordinarily are to secure the sovereignty of a nation? Is it not the same soldiers? Were they not given the needed facilities to work? Even now you hear opposition cry that how can they be voting such a huge amount for security personnel, and yet you want them to work? If they are not giving facility to work, people will shout. Now they are giving enablement and the empowerment to demystify and also destroy the terrorists. Some persons have also taken it as an issue. But ordinarily in our share, the government is focused and the federal government is poised to making sure lives of Nigerians are secure and properties are well secured. So I think all we need to do is to also admonish those who intend to play politics with every issue as they come to please maximize and minimize it so that we can have a better country called Nigeria. Yes, for the Senate President, yes, he must also understand too that some Nigerians think the other way, or some people think the other way. As a senior public officer, most times he must understand that there are statements that we should not be thrown off to the air because people will turn the statement upside down. So based on that, I know his intention or what he meant was not to create issues or openly say that oppositions are the one, but you will not also run from the fact that the desperation and the manner in which some persons are going about the oppositionism They can do anything just to criticize and crucify the government of today.
Thank you so much, Collins. Now let's get to hear from Honorable Austin Ogometiti. So you've heard Collins, you've heard his own opinion. He said some persons took the particular comment credited to the Senate President, Godswill Akpabio, out of context. Now, what do you feel about this, Honorable Austin?
Thank you very much, Amasha. Once again, before I progress, I want to quickly appreciate my brother. Collins, has been a while. Amadi, he's been a strong time political
Thank you very much.
I want to take it from where my brother, my friend, stopped. That the statement from the Senate President, somebody of that caliber, occupying such an exotic office, to make such a statement, like he rightly said, is unguided. Nigeria right now is very dicey, and I think anybody holding a political office in that manner should be very careful with kind of statement they release to the public. As a matter of fact, when it comes to insecurity in Nigeria, I think it is so to which is their call mandate to secure the lives and property of a nation, of a nation like Nigeria. So I think for somebody like Akpabio to make such a statement is very, very guided. And looking at the volatile standard of the country right now, I think one have to be very, very careful. For us, or for me, the government of the day should take responsibility of every actions or everything that goes on in Nigeria, because it's their mandate to secure the country. I think I will leave it at that point for now. Can you hear me, Masha?
You loud and clear. I can hear you loud and clear. Now, let me go to Collins. Collins, some are saying that the comment really is not to have been made by the Senate President because he is the one leading the legislative arm of government. And with that comment made by the Senate President, Godswill Akpabio, that means is in tandem with this administration. Some are not deducing that maybe the reason why we are going through what we are going through as a country, no effective opposition, no effective checks and balance in terms of government, is because of the romance between the legislative arm and, of course, the executive arm of government. With this particular comment, what can you make out of it?
Of course, Senator Godswill Akpabio is the Senate President of the Federal Republic. And he has indeed collaborated with the executive very well in a harmonious way in order for governance to be delivered to the people. And that is what should be expected. It's not important that all arms of government must be at work before you know that they are delivering. The legislature does not need to fight the executive in order for them to get the applause when Saraki was Senate President, or when Chuba Okadigbo was Senate President, that he had to fight Obasanjo at all time, create unnecessary unrest. No. If the executive can well collaborate with the executive, with the legislature, who indeed are to help pass budget and also do oversight to making sure budget pass are being implemented. If this is well done, then we should applaud them, because we don't need to fight in the inside and also have the strength to fight external aggression. The president was chairman ECOWAS, and there was no good relationship with the legislature here. I am sure within the period he was ECOWAS president, he wouldn't have performed. So people should not always believe that good governance will come as a result when different arms of government are fighting, or when different tiers of government are fighting. Because we had a time where evil governors were fighting the presidency, and local government chairmen were carrying presidency to court on either allocation, formulation, and distribution, or how the internally generated revenue were being managed, where you saw that many governors during the Mamechi and their likes had to also take the presidency to court. Now you have a system where the president is open, working cordially with all the governors, to the extent that even opposition governors were romancing and said they have never seen this kind of a president before. They have never seen this kind of a center before. Who will not look to which party did you come from? to give you what you merit or what you so desire or what to show an assistance to your state when there are emergency or when it be, like what we used to see in the time of old. If you are not a member of a particular party at the center, they can even seize your allocation for 4 months, just using different formula to hold it back and make sure your people cry that you cannot pay salary. But that we have never seen since the administration of this very collaborative government. So Nigerians should not believe that for the fact that the Senate president, we have to applaud the president on critical area that he has performed, makes them a puppet. Because people are fond of doing that. When you are married to your wife, you assist your wife in doing some domestic job, they call you a woman rapper. But when you and your wife is always fighting, they will also stand and start to mock you people and say a house divided against itself cannot stand. So for a patriotic Nigerian, you should not wish that we should have a government that will fight itself, and when external aggression comes, we cannot stand. The same collaboration we have been having with Edo State, where His Excellency, my principal, have worked closely even with legislators. Them have not returned or decamped to APC. That from the very onset, the very first day he had the opportunity of becoming the governor of Edo State, he did not insist that the speaker would be impeached. He did not insist that principal officers must be changed. It was only when some who refused, or later when there was reshuffling in the cabinet, that they had to now, because the then majority leader was now in a minority party. It is just by law and by principle and the ethics of the house that there was now a swap, that the former minority now became a majority. Former majority now became minority. That is collaboration. And all the time, you are seeing how the governor have also been performing, because there have been cordial relationship between the executive and the legislature. That is what we want. That is why you can see today we say Edo is shining. Edo cannot shine when there is an unrest. Edo cannot shine when nothing is going on, when it comes to peace and harmony. First way a government can always deliver is when it's a harmony. You can see what happened in Rivers State at the time, where the chamber House of Assembly was being locked up, the complex was burned down, the speaker will run here, the governor will run this way. And at the end of the day, Rivers people were crying that they were at the end state. Is that what the people want for Nigeria? That the legislature and the executive to be fighting and everybody will be running up and down? No, certainly no, because the president is a very calculating, diplomatic, and expert in political dispensation. And that is why you can see the way it's dispatching politics, the way it's dispatching governance, there is harmony, there is peace, everybody is happy. So we want Nigeria to be, so that we can continue to move forward. Nigeria will be shining just the way Edo is shining.
All right. Well, let me go to Honorable Austin Ogometiti. Now, let's take a look at the security situation. Some pundits have the opinion that what happened towards the 2015 general elections, that's what is happening right now. Like what David Mark said, he said the killings, the act of terrorism is geared towards 2027 election to discredit this current administration. I keep saying David Mark, Godswill Akpabio, to discredit this current administration. That was really happened to President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. The opposition made it so much ungovernable for him because of security situation, to the extent that President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, then president, had to throw in the towel when he was told that he wasn't the winner of the election. Do you see the same game plan being orchestrated by the opposition to the ruling party, which is the APC? And that is the reason why, just maybe perhaps the reason why Godswill Akpabio is crying foul already.
I thank you very much, Amasha, once again. I totally disagree with Akpabio, like I rightly said. There are statements and exotic personality like that don't make. If you take a critical history at the Nigeria politics right from the beginning, the way it has been, for us, the government of the day is supposed to be in charge of everything that happened in nature, because the bulb stopped at its table. The insecurity of this magnitude is bedeviling a nation. I think it is the responsibility of the president to take charge or to be on top of this situation. But in this case, the other way is the situation. For us, it's an art of incompetency. It's an art of lack of responsibility for him. And for me, I want to say at this point in time, I disagree with my brother Ahmadin Collins. I think if you look at the so many things that is unfolding right now, the president is no longer fit to preside over the affairs of the nation, because like in 2015, like we rightly mentioned, the things that happened there was as a result, like the opposition stated, or they claim they made that it was as a result of inability for the president to drive the nation to success. So in the case of President Tinubu Ahmed, I think he has lost it. There's no capacity anymore. There's no competency. I think he has lost the vision. For me, if he's selling enough, he should have just resigned and let the next person take over the country and secure the country. Thank you very much, Amasha.
Now let me go back again to Collins. Collins, you heard what he said. He said Mr. President has failed Nigerians when you talk about security situation, and what Godswill Akpabio, the Senate President, is saying right now is not true. It's not because of a position, it's because of the incompetence, so to speak, of Mr. President to handle the situation. Take it up from there.
I will disagree with my very special brother on this. Yes, I understand where he's speaking from. Sometimes we can have such insinuation. It's normal. It's a democracy. But when you go in depthly, you will understand that Nigeria does not live isolated as a nation or as a state, as it were, in international relations. There are very many indices that you use to weigh a country. I can bet you there are even countries in Europe today. There are countries in Africa today, even in Asia continent, that to even have access to buying a fuel is a big problem. A liter. Now beyond that, their economy has completely been drawn up and caught up. But it's just because the world does not live in isolation. Nigeria does not live in isolation. There must be interrelation. Even the ECOWAS crisis that started, where overthrowing and imbalancing adequacy in those countries also affected Nigeria as a country. There must be an interrelation, whether economically or security-wise. So Nigeria, if not for the fact that the president is the president of the Federal Republic of today, I bet you what you would have experienced, what we would have been saying, would have been 100% worse than what we assume today. Like government have never put food in anybody's table before. Most times I like to ask our people, yes, infrastructures have not really been there, but you can go around states in this country today, up to local government administrators, even in this hardship that the world is facing itself, there are infrastructures going on. People, even when Nigerian system and the world system was even a little bit okay, governors and local government can't even pay salaries. When economy were effective, they can't even pay salaries, not to talk of building a system that will run. Go to the IMF present rating and assess the way Nigeria economy has been rated. One of the best fast growing in the world. First 7 in the world. And they have also projected that in no distant time, Nigeria will be tall in the fast-growing economy. Now, you don't just go economy or you don't assess economy based on the fact that you sit there and your food comes to you and you eat. Yes, we agree things are quite expensive, but that was why the president said when he came, there have been nothing on ground. And do you know most times, at the point you are building a house, at a foundation stage, even when it gets to window level, you still don't know you are building a house. You start knowing that you are really building a house when you begin to roof. The beauty begins to come out. So we must understand that there must be trust. We must sometimes trust our leader. We must ask dictate questions. We must ask how far, where were we? Now, when we talk about security, about 44 local government was in complete head-on by insurgents, Boko Haram and their ISWAP. They flew their flag. People paid taxes to them. But today, those things were demystified. Nigeria was withdrawn from them, because they almost told Nigeria, when you go to the eastern part of this country, the unrest was enormous. People can't even go home because some people have taken government to themselves. All these things are not rocket science. All these things were taking time to work upon. Government can't do magic, no matter how you are looking at it. No matter how people are telling you, I want to do 4 years. If I get 4 years, I will make Nigeria Eldorado. Ask them, how are they going to do? Are they going to continue to subsidize basic things that no country subsidize anymore? Now, let them ask in America. Let them ask in UK. How much was a cup of Milo 3 years ago, 2 years ago? How much is a cup of Milo now? Let them begin to weigh from there. Now, even when you talk about the welfare packages that used to run in all these countries, ask them, is it still there? If those things are still available to be there, why will America continue to withdraw itself from areas where they have been showing humanitarian concern? Every country are struggling to survive. These are some of the things that even God himself has said, that when it is time for him to come, there will be a lot of issues. Issues will happen. Hunger will come. Hunger, probably end time is getting closer. That is why our people must learn to get closer to God every day, because let us not bring theology into all of this. But sometimes there are things that happen that is beyond the human comprehension. Russia and Ukraine has been fighting an unending fight. Even when United Nations could not mediate, now the fight has snowballed into a stage that even basic things that countries used to access from these countries, they can't access it anymore. There are extremely scarcity. When there are scarcity, there will be hunger. And when the demands are high and the availability is not there, you should treat this as basic economy. Now also you transfer it down to the issue of Palestine, US Israel war. Sorry, Iran, US and Israel war, which has become the highest, almost reckoned even more than Second World War. Even though you agree that nations have not been directly involved, but indirectly we are hearing, we are seeing what is happening. These are things that affect economy. You cannot access when the United Nations and the UNESCO then said many years ago, over 20 years ago, and set up targets for countries to develop and said Millennium Development Goal 2020. 2020 were deadlines that were given to many countries to develop, owing to benefit they were getting from both the United Nations and other agencies around the world, EU, especially African countries. But at this time, our leaders did not put these things into consideration. They didn't build lasting infrastructure. They did not put any mechanism or ground to sustain us in a situation where there is no sustainability. When the storm comes, what magic are you expecting? What do you want to happen?
Thank you. Thank you, Collins. Thank you, Collins. Thank you so much. I will come back to both of you immediately after this break. If you just joined us, this is 60 Minutes Nigeria. Don't go away.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you so much for staying tuned. If you just joined us, this is 60 Minutes Nigeria, reaching you live from Benin City, Edo State, South Nigeria. If you take a look at the current security situation, you get to realize one thing. It's like these terrorists, they are getting bolder. They are beginning to make more statements that is making Nigerians in the hinterland, in rural areas, in the northern part of the country, most especially uneasy. You get to see terrorists demanding for 700 cows, tubers of yams, you just name it, or telling residents of villages in the outskirts of a particular town or city to start paying taxes to them. And I want to throw this question right now at you, Honorable Austin. Now, with all these things happening, some of the opinion that this has been on and is not the fault of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, that is doing his best to make sure that the country is safe. Even when we realize somehow that the terrorists are getting bolder, they are saying, give Mr. President enough time. After all, some persons are pulling the string that is making this thing difficult for the Nigerian government to curtail. Take it up from there.
Thank you very much, Amasha. People said that they should be put in the round hole. Security issue in our nation is very, very serious. It's not a mere thing. Where does it really start from? Mr. President is agitating for another 4 years. In the last 4 years, what has he done to curb the insecurity in our nation? For me, I think if you look at it critically, the security agencies, they have been underfunded. Even when you hear that billions and billions and billions of naira have been released to them, does it really get to them? Do they really get hold of the fund and make use of it to get the necessary amenities or weapons that they need to secure the nation? The answer is no. And that was why I stated earlier on, he has lacked capacity to do the job in his desk. As a matter of fact, this thing has been on for years, and he came to apply for this job, telling the Nigerians that he can secure them, he can give them light. After 4 years, if there's no light, they should not be voted for. In any of these that he stated in the last 4 years, which one has been executed? The answer is no. For a nation like Nigeria, for terrorists to get hold of a community and put up their flag and demand that such community to be paying tax to them is an aberration. That showed lack of capacity. That showed lack of commitment to a job that you swore to, that you want to take. For me, I think it's a no-no. It's a no-no in terms of this insecurity of our nation. It's a no-no. And I want to also say at this point in time, when a president of a nation, he's not true to time, he's not committed, he's not serious about his job, this is what you see. This is what you see. The issue of insecurity in Nigeria is a thing that one must take very, 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 very serious. So I disagree for those agitating for another 4 years. I disagree for those say we should give him more time. With the time that he has gotten so what has he done with it? Just a few days ago, a few weeks ago, some persons were kidnapped from, was it Plateau State or Borno? Had they been released? The answer is no. What statement has he made to that effect? The answer is no. He hasn't said anything to that effect. So can we give such an individual a second chance to lead us again? Where is he leading us to? So I disagree, and I request at this point in time that Nigeria should think twice. And they are doing this to destabilize the democratic standard of our nation. They are doing that for it. So I want to state at this point in time that the president should take responsibility of whatever that is going on in Nigeria. Thank you.
All right, I'll definitely come back to Honorable Austin. Well, Collins, Conrad, you heard what he said. He said the money earmarked for security doesn't get down to the people vis-a-vis these humongous sum of money which he alleged that they don't give to the people, according to reports, according to the opposition and some Nigerians out of the opinion that, look, this might just be true. So, Collins, I need you right now to react to his opinion in terms of the money allocated for security votes, security challenges, to purchase weapons and all that. The money being earmarked for this, like what Honorable Austin said, does it really get down to these people, to the soldiers, to the armed forces?
Yes, I think, thank you very much. That question or that assertion he may be true, may not be true, because we will need the armed forces to brief us on that, or we will need our representative at the Senate, probably to brief us. If truly through their various committees, what are the Minister for Defense saying? Or the Minister for Police Affairs? Are they telling us? Those are people we should ask questions. But have the army or the military authority, have they told us that what they have been projected for, what they have told them, did not get to them? So with that's only assumption. We are only assuming. And when it comes to governance, we must not assume. We must do our findings and be very sure before we say so. And he actually also said, no, the president must not come back. Then who is the alternative to President Bola Ahmed Asiwaju? Then you will tell us, you will give us a recommendation that this is the person you fit, that is democratic enough, that is expatriate enough, that can take his place. Because it is not just to say, it is to act. People will just come, everybody wants to be president, everybody wants to be governor, but do they have the capacity? Everybody wants to be an aide. Do you have what it takes? Can you deliver? Can you stand firm? Can you do the needful? That is another question to be asked. Yes, we agree there have been lacuna, there have been issues. From the days of Jonathan, for example, or even the days of Obasanjo, there have always been issue of funding of our military personnel. It didn't just start today, or the story did not just start today. To the extent that the former president had to carry physical cash in dollars into a private jet of a friend and said he wants to go and buy arms in South Africa. And nobody talked about other. Because those things came as a result of the high insecurity that have engulfed this country as at that time, where they said the US have refused, to allow them buy weapons. Then they needed weapons at all costs, that they have to be carrying physical cash into different private jets, which at the end of the day was seized. And those money never returned back to Nigeria. And the South African government said never. They want to use that money to empower their own economy because it was against international monetary rules. And that reason is a criminal act. Now, nobody is talking about it, but all they now say that insecurity. Have we forgotten that there were insecurity before this party came on board? Have we forgot what happened while you sent Jonathan and his chronic away? Have we forgotten so soon? We must be students of history. Have we forgotten how people were crying that Boko Haram was already...
But Collins, some are saying that it's worse off right now. That's the complaint. That it's like day in, day out. We have one or two security situations that makes Nigerians scared and worried.
It cannot be worse off except we try to prepare and propel an unnecessary propaganda, because we were all here. We were all here that almost every state in the north ran away and came to the south. You cannot say, even in the west, you saw the way the insecurity were every day as at that time. Well, let's be factual. Let's be truthful to ourselves. For the fact that you hate somebody's race or you didn't vote for the person doesn't mean we will say what we're never there. Insecurity completely tied off Nigeria. That America said they wanted to come in, and they were telling the then president that if you allow America to come and assist you, then they are going to take over the country. And Jonathan refused to allow them to come. And at the end of the day, you now also have a government that opened his arms for different dialogue and different help to come in to make sure nothing like that continue. And you still say the government is bad, while some other locked it up, did not allow assistance to come. Then another person have allowed assistance to come. And you tell me that there have been both ground and air bombing of this insurgent that even a few days ago, some bombing that took place to fighting where they were gathering in a particular market, the factional people in the particular party turned into ordinary people were also part of the people that were bombed. Is that not the issue? Was that not the story? And they are saying it just to prove an unnecessary point. Where there were no assistance, where there was no function, where there was no action, we complain. Now that there are action, capacity is being put to bear, we are also complaining. What do they want him to do? It's a simple question. What do they want him to do?
I will come back to
you.
I will come back to you, Collins. Collins, I like your passion. Maybe people are saying that, or not people are saying that, it's because some are saying you've been given an appointment. That's the reason why you're all blazing and shouting to the high heavens that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is like, the best for Nigeria right now. I wouldn't want to get personal, but definitely I will come back to you to react to this. Let's move on to Canada, where Honorable Austin is standing by. Honorable Austin, you heard what Collins said. He said the security situation has been this way and it's not worse off. What do they want Mr. President to do? Quoting Collins.
Thank you very much, Amasha. Collins is not just being sincere to himself. He's not just being sincere. The truth is, because any of his family has not been kidnapped, because any of his family members have not been involved in this terrorists are be kidnapped by the terrorists. That's why it's talking like this. You cannot play politics with the life of people. As a matter of fact, no one can create life. So when it comes to securing people's life, one have to take it very salient. You can't play politics with it. A nation where government is negotiation with terrorists, is that government serious? Is that government? Is it a serious government where they negotiate with terrorists, and tomorrow there's another kidnapping somewhere, and they want to say, okay, they want to negotiate, and how much they pay, the kind of ransom they pay to release the one that was kidnapped yesterday, the information will not be given to the nation. Is that a salient government? And my brother is here shouting to high heaven that what do they want the government to do? When you fail in your responsibility, or the best thing for you to do as a salient government, as a government who is responsible, is to quit the business. You are hired to do a job and you cannot deliver. So why are you there? And life are going. I come across a video yesterday when the 25 girls that was kidnapped were being slaughtered like a chicken. Can anybody create life? We shouldn't be playing politics with the life of a nation. These are life involved here. So I'm not repeating my brother. So the thing is, the security is higher now than before. And the way to curb it is for the president to call it, to rebuild or reaffirm the security architecture and give them an ultimatum, a marching order to do their job the way it ought to be and secure the nation. That is it, Obasha. Thank you very much.
Well, it's getting heated here right now. Though I'm not in the studio, that joining me eventually, you get to hear the four, and of course, against giving serious a point of why their own point supersedes, maybe the other. Some are saying is what's of this time. Others are saying no, it has always been there. Anyway, we want to go for a break. When we return, we'll be asking Colin some other follow-up questions. Don't go away. Thank you so much for staying tuned. If you just joined us, this is 60 Minutes Nigeria. Well, we're coming to you now, Colin, still on the security situation from what Honorable Austin said. He said you are playing politics with security and nobody should do that. He still maintains that it is worse off. And you opine that, God forbid, okay, maybe just maybe because one of your relatives have not been kidnapped, that's the reason why you are still shouting to the high heavens that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is the right man to secure Nigerians against the opinions of so many Nigerians. Please take it up from there.
First, these are the blackmailing statements most times that are not supposed to be, especially for professionals or people who are exposed. He ran to Canada and he's living in Canada. He's not here. So his own is say, then say. Ask him to quote areas and where some of these things he's propagating have happened. He had no information. He had no clue. Just because he probably has sympathy for his party, then he just uses that as an opportunity to...
Well, Collins, I wouldn't want us to go personal, get personal.
I know, I have to now. He also took time to say I was playing politics. How can I play politics with my people's life? What politics am I playing? I have been an advocate of the people all my life, and I remain so. Even if I'm the president or even a special advisor to the president, I will correct the president or advise the president when I need to.
Oh, Collins, now the question was, are things worse off or is getting better? We're talking about security.
Now, we cannot encourage people to kidnap me or my family member. No, those are statements people shouldn't make on air. What is he trying to say when he said because I'm not enough? He shouldn't say that again. He's very wrong. Now, let's go to the point. The point is, things may not have 100% be correct. That was why I said, these are measures that the president has taken. Even when others couldn't allow external assistance to come in. He did that. This man had voted over the time resources to procure equipment. Both air and ground actions have been ongoing. and it's still ongoing. Most of the IDPs that were displaced have all returned back. Majority are returning back to their base, to their homes. Don't they watch news? Or is only the television station that is condemning the government that they watches? Don't they watch other stations that balances news or that balances information? People should learn to be well equipped with information so that they...
Hello, Collins, are you there? Okay, well, let's move straight down to Canada, where Honorable Austin is standing by. You heard the reactions of Collins, and you know he's not really happy with your comments on him playing politics with the security of lives and property of Nigerians. And he said he shouldn't mention to the public that it's because he has not been kidnapped, that has been an advocate for the people. Now, talking about security situation, what do you think Mr. President should do differently outside of him resigning just like you opined?
Okay, thank you very much, Amasha. Quickly want to make a quick correction on my brother's submission. I never wish he should be kidnapped. Anyways, just a throw off. And again, he also said, I ran to Canada. I've not been. I'm here, but I'm always at home. That is the point. So I have every information at my disposal. So coming back to the insecurity, I think there's technology today helping everybody in the world to access or do whatever he want to do. If since the security issue has been worsening, is in my opinion that the government of the day should put more consistency or look into deploying technology to track this menace that has bedeviled our nation. I think in that direction, it will help to curb this insecurity in Nigeria. And more also, it's not enough to also deploy. It's enough to also do a follow-up. You could deploy technology, and when there is no follow-up, there is no actions taken to do the needful. You may not also get the desired result that you want. So I want to sincerely, as a matter of fact, because it's something that is very, very critical at this point, because like I said, no one can actually create life. There's nobody on earth that can create one. So we must take it as the first on our agenda to carry out, and the president must do the needful at this point in time. Thank you very much.
You heard him. You've heard him, Collins, tendered an apology, and of course, he also said that though he's in Canada, he's always at home getting information here, and they even made suggestions on how the security of lives and property should be carried out with the use of technology. Now, Collins, if you take a look at the situation right now, whether I want to believe it or not, Nigerians, many of them are not really happy about the situation. What do you think Mr. President should do differently to make Nigerians happy, at least to get a sigh of relief that, yes, our president is really, really marching words with action by saving, protecting lives and properties? Collins, are you there?
Yes, I am here.
So please respond to that question.
Oh, my brother from Canada, apology accepted. I also apologize if I have hurt you by my way of statement. But just to say that, yes, the world in general are not happy. But there are issues that are beyond the ordinary masses. There are issues that are beyond just one government. American citizens are not happy. People go to club on their way. People are being shot. Even security personnel, they kill citizens. Yes, Nigeria have never had institutions that are functional. That is why we say, because of the inadequacies that have been there over the time, it is not a rocket science. I will build Nigeria doesn't mean I am going to do it, paint it the way others are painting it. I want to help you build institutions. And that was why I made reference to when you are building your house. At the level of foundation, it gets to window level, you don't get the best filler. But it gets to a certain stage, you begin to be happy. So in as much as we are happy, he also talked about technology. Yes, it is good. Probably that was why you saw that the president opened arms. He just went to France about a week plus ago and signed a new memorandum of understanding with the French security personnel on training both on hardware and some other areas for the security personnel. These are measures. These are if it doesn't want to end all this insecurity fallout, will it be doing all of that? It doesn't want to go back through because of insecurity. Do you know that even most of our locals are the one perpetrating all of these things just to make money? Now, but can you put police in every home? Have you not heard when somebody has kidnapped his own mother, arranged it with his own father, just to raise money from their sister abroad? Did we not see Festus Alege and some crime watch programs that have told us, and these people confess to it? So at that point, what government can really do? But they were still caught because government intelligence still went at work to find out. Communities are now involved in self-kidnapping of their own children in numbers. And at the end of the day, after getting ransom, they share among themselves.
Thank you, Collins.
All these are things that are taking time to unravel.
Thank you.
I know by the grace of God, go through over these phases of challenges.
Thank you.
We'll come out stronger as a nation, and it will be better for us.
Thank you so much, Collins. That's the last line on this discussion. Honorable, quickly in 30 seconds, what advice do you have for Mr. President and Nigerians watching this show? Briefly.
My advice to the government of the day is to take charge of what is happening in Nigeria and take responsibility of whatever is going on, and do the needful and make sure Nigeria is secure. Thank you very much.
So much, Honorable. Thank you so much, Collins. I appreciate both of you. Well, you've heard the comment credited to the Senate President, Godswill Akpabio, about opposition. Collins said it was misconstrued, that it might be correct or it might not be correct. But when important to talk about the solution that we're facing right now, even as a nation. Honorable Ogumentiti said, look, the presidency, the ruling party must take charge. After all, promises were made that they will guide, they will protect, they will secure Nigeria and Nigerians. What in the world is happening? I'll leave you with that question. We'll do it again next week, Thursday, God willing. Bye for now.
This is ITV. Certainly the best.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Ugemobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari yari, Oba Tope! Yari yari,
The Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers.
This is ITV. Certainly the best.
All right, people of us, I greet all of us. I say welcome to the program. This is what they call Daughter, the heart of the matter. You go have me say what you say you want to look the heart today. So many things that when we say about our dear state, Edo State, and our country, Nigeria. Now we want to look. Well, go bring somebody when we say we know say help go sharp for this kind of matter. Well, we may come talk to us. The special advisor to Governor Monday Okpewolo, when we say yes, a special advisor on media and strategic planning. When name be Honorable Goswill Inegbe. Welcome to the program.
Thank you.
I greet you.
Are they happy to be here this afternoon? Thank you so much.
Well done. My name is Thomas Sado. You say with two of us we are white today. Wait till we say they happen. Don't worry. Now part of the matter to make sure say everywhere shine according to in line with the Edo Shine agenda.
Edo is shining.
Edo is shining. This shine. I want to start from there. If we talk and I say Edo is shining, when you say you talk now, people they get a little complaints about that thing, especially for night. Edo State dark, no lights. You agree with that?
Well, it felt they good to say we go understand what the shine means.
Tell us.
You know, yes, we know say the shine. What the ordinary person for street they think about is between light and darkness. Where something they shine.
Okay.
That one are part of it.
Especially when you white shirt like this, they shine.
Exactly.
Okay.
Everywhere clear. It's part of it. But the main thing for that shine. Now in English there's what we call acronymy.
Okay. Acronym of
acronyms of waiting this governor Bebolo, the administration, waiting stand on top.
Okay.
You see, if you want space shine, you start with X.
Okay.
X for this Okpebolo government, where it stands for now security.
Okay.
H now heads. I now infrastructure.
Okay.
Then of course N now nutrition stroke agriculture. Of course the E talks about education.
Okay.
So if you check and
so now that acronym,
maybe that one shine. Then the other part when we say the ordinary people for streets understand when you say something they shine, it's still they part of the government of course, because the work when the governor they work now. The common way or the easiest way when the ordinary man go to interpreter is to say Edo they shine. Edo they shine in the sense of the infrastructure where this governor they build.
Okay.
Edo they shine in the sense of the human capital when this governor they build.
Okay.
Edo they shine for the work when governor they do for heads. Okay. Edo they shine for government
for all of the
all the sectors.
We agree, but I can tell you now, say if you drive past Edo State for night, especially for Benin, the state capital, street lights and everything, you know. So I want me to compare that shine and the shine for night.
Yes, that's where I'm going to. I don't want you to only restrict the word shining to light when they shine for night for streets. That's why I have to give that foundation. So that people when they watch us go understand better. For the part of the darkness when they talk that they go through, of course, the governor too is working on it. That's why you notice what the governor, what he really want to do is that this road when they build is part of the road is that when they complete that they go put street lights.
Follow them.
Follow them.
Okay.
Once the road that they complete are street lights from the beginning to the end, so that in the night, wherever they drive through, once you know so they build that road, there must be light. And the ones when we say they are not working on now. For instance, if you let me use Airport Road as an example. When the governor came on board, in the night, we have the issue of Airport Road in the dark. And the governor asked why, because there are street lights on that road. The report when come meet with the governor was that some of those street lights they bad.
Okay.
And some of those street lights, they are source of power. You know they are not solar street lights. You need to use either electricity or generator.
Okay.
So those are the source of those power when they power those street lights. And there were issues from the source of when they power those street lights. So in summary, the governor has given the directive to the man in charge of those state rural electrification to ensure that whatever it takes, those street lights that are still okay, may they put in order so that in the night everywhere go they shine. But where they construct road, lights not fit they shine for there for now. Until when they don't finish those roads, then they go do a proper
lightning
okay.
of those roads and
this
streets.
shine when you talk about the electricity. So the airport road, we say now when you come from Akenswa Junction, go towards the airport, and they shine. Yes. Akenswa Junction, go the other side. Yes. The lights no day. So you come like now a selfish thing now do now. Where the government go pass, they go airport, you go call, we go lights go there. When go pass, come out from airport, the lights go there. If you go to places like Mission Road, lights the day before, they don't work again. Go to Ugbowo, the same thing. I go fair agree with you also, maybe to conserve energy, look and say this thing. But when we can't put the one when BC say you go day natural, when the business sun, now BC say they power and like solar system. When would they expect that?
Well, the truth is that this light when they talk about now, this government inheritance.
And because we don't do our well, that make us judge the one before come out. Exactly. There, so give us the light.
Exactly.
So why never see
that is why no, it's not why we never do one. Waiting me they try to tell you, say not be say why they never do one. They go do one. But what the government is looking into now is the best way. Today, every economy or every country they are moving to what's called clean energy, which is how to do with solar powered lights. The governor already suggested to the relevant agency when he get hand for that job, say he will prefer solar powered street lights, which is even better. And so if those part of the airport road when you talk, they already captured, they are on it. Then the other part of the city where road construction is not ongoing, please take note, where road construction is not ongoing, they have already given directive that they should ensure those street lights they work on them. The ones that are bad, they should replace them with solar powered lights.
More get the ability before we call you again.
Yes, of course.
Now all those lights we don't they work. I agree with you, say all of those ones. But mostly stick to. If I want to move, they take all this our question segment by segment. Mostly stick to the to light matter. Yes. The issue of light now one big thing when they say they bite almost everywhere for the country Nigeria, a national thing and all of that. So much so now the way they call them if you look at the what they call this state now, Abia State, when Alex OTD, they talk and say make everybody they go take light for that. I mean they go learn from where Alex OTD for done because he own light there. And especially when we say the federal government don't talk and say all state government get the right to generate power, to give power to the people and all of that. In this direction, what thing they do, especially when we say Osium of first day before, when we say we come the year so many things they follow them and all of that. Now blast not true Osium now. You understand? People go they complain and go say you throw away the baby and the dirty water. I don't know how to explain that one for
where already the governor is doing if they do something about the lights. And I want also on behalf of the governor thank the president when we say nice sign I told law that state cannot generate their power. And the governor immediately that of course that law was signed to become law in Nigeria. You recall that weeks ago this governor brought him an investor when the other day the governor everybody see him when they formally officially do the what's called groundbreaking for 100 megawatts. And it is because the governor wants power to be a problem when it's solved before he come up for office. Not be only even just last week for year, another Chinese company again. Maybe if you read papers, you will see national dailies like Punch, Vanguard, they carry on. When this governor brought another investors, maybe they can't invest or not just in power for those states, also for coal and cement production. So there are all those ones they already agreed to come and do. So the governor is doing that to make sure say this opportunity for the state to generate power, which the president signed into law, those states benefit for them. And I can tell you in no distance time, these things they will come into reality even before the governor leaves his administration comes to an end. But then regarding to Oshomo, when you first talk, you know, over time when I come here,
we should come to an end. Whether this tenure come to an end, I've been on this put on that tenure again.
I said just
before tell us make we wait till 8 years. If not say if they put on that tenure, I've been wait for this one. We say after 4 years.
No, where you know say power. You know say yeah. I say when I say before this term,
this term 4 years now.
No, not be saying 4 years
before the government come up for power. Of course. So now 8 years we will wait for.
Yes, well the point I'm making is that these governments now the work when they do. Now it go determine how long he go stay for office. Not be so. And this work
this governor don't they do one, and people already shout to tell and say 8 years. But what if they tell you before also because of the work where they work.
Okay.
Now what if they also tell you now say this governor now power generation not be waiting that they do overnight. It not be like generation when you go on for you. So now process, you understand. But I can assure you, say we go get this independent power providers for this thing when will give us power before this government, because this governor is very committed to that,
to ensure say power
they available
everywhere,
everybody.
Okay. We they want to make it be say everywhere they well lit up and all of that, because now one thing when BC say we liked and I be that one. I want to make we look the issue when BC a concern roads.
Yes.
When the governor come, the very first project when BC say a flag off. Now be the flyover.
Yes.
That flyover. I need to talk with him out. See, in 18 months, say he go deliver on that.
Yes.
Then later when you come go down, because the way the speed of thing they go, you can't say the way the thing they go, so he say get the delay, say in 15 months, say he go do and complete.
Yes.
November 12, 2024. If I don't make mistake, Abi. Now we 2025 till now. No, 2024 till now. You look and see, you say it don't reach 18 months.
It never reach 18 months.
On the 12th of next month, not gonna be 18 months.
If you never reach,
okay.
If you never reach,
what be the guarantee now?
If you say,
what be the guarantee now? Say that thing they go deliver, they will commission that work after the 18 months. Even when we say if I reduce them, but we leave that reduction, but we stick to the first one first.
Okay, first and foremost, I don't know how long you don't reach that flyover for Ramat Park. I mean, when be the last time?
When I go there, the work don't go very far. But it never start, never open.
Yesterday,
the officials.
No, don't worry, may I help you? Yesterday, myself, the governor, Shehu Okimbaloye of Channels Television, we were in that place yesterday. Maybe we go see her for social media and for television and all that. Shehu have to also leave Abuja by saying no, not the way they use my talk. He want to use the ITCM. So if you reach there yesterday, you go know say that work is almost completed. So what they are just doing now, the little remaining works where they put in order. And one thing I want to also tell you, the reason why if not only the flyover alone, originally when this governor want to do before, for don't finish it. Now what happened was that if you noticed before now, that Aziz of Aduwa, when you have the Court of Appeal, INEC, and other government agencies, when erosion drive out, they have to relocate.
Fair driver they come out.
Okay. No, I want to tell you. So that area of Aduawa, this governor again have to recommit to the contractor. Say no, if you finish this flyover, that erosion problem, they're not solving. There was going to be other issue. So they have to now again ensure that that one now become part of the work what they do for there.
Okay, which means the 18 months not feasible now.
No, it's not feasible. That job is already. I'm telling you that project, by the grace of God, between now and next month, they go out of that project. But I'm just telling you to know the nature, the gravity of that project when this governor don't do. That erosion matter that over the years have become a challenge. This governor does solve. Not only that one. If you check the other side where that market is there for Ramat Park, before you reach where Big Joe get station, Big Joe bus station, you get one street where they by your right. That street, now erosion, now make people, that street actually leak upper Sakboba. If they do that road, now you can for there leak upper Sakboba. But because that place now become erosion
prone area.
People who did there, they abandon that area. This governor tell this contractor say, I also want you to ensure say that problem you solve it. If you reach there today, go and see what they are doing. So it's not just only about the flyover again. I wish the flyover is almost 95% ready. But the government is also ensuring that within that environment, any challenge they have to do, either by road or erosion problem, that he ensures it's solved once and for all.
Now that one go carry me go to the next question, because I hear it for your mouth now. You see, Shehu Okimbaloye.
Yes.
You call when you say you can't check her. How come they wonder? The other time now, Idris Abdul Karim na come.
Yes.
They can't check roads.
Yes.
They can't check some products. Then Shehu Okimbaloye you can't come check. People they wonder now, say if you want to do media tour, especially when we say special advisor or media matters and others, we expect say maybe you carry a team of this thing. Why you can't be like say now somebody, one person like Shehu Okimbaloye, now be say you go bring come from Lagos or Abuja, make it be say you can't check out. Bring somebody like Idris Abdul Karim, especially when people talk and say Idris Abdul Karim talk some kind things against this government. This one person come now to come bribe him now, been waiting. Why you be that kind of thing? We expect if you want to do media tour, the whole world go follow, come, but to bring one person, come look and say yes, now this one not be the person be say come down. They make even we be say, well, look at only me say Thomas Ado, make you come follow government.
Okay, well this is the situation. The waiting happen not be media tour. Okay. So I need to clarify. I'm sorry, everybody go understand.
Okay, so
not be media tour. You ask the question, I go answer. You not be media tour. The governor do. Of course, the governor want to do media tour. We are going to send invitation to every media house, starting the one in Edo State. Okay. And we are planning that one towards when the governor go, they commission these projects. Okay. Now, what will happen to those people when those two individuals when you answer that? For instance, Shehu get program when they do for a television when they work for, and people, some of his guests, when he invite some of the programs, when they did there, they criticize say those states that there was nothing happening. Okay. Then they now invite, say, make the governor come, may come defend himself for television, tell them, say, things they happen. Now the governor say, no, in a practical governor, he no need to come to television, come they read paper here. Say, he want make the share when be say, now be the anchor of those programs. He want invite him personally. May he come and do. When he go come, he go carry him, run those projects and see by himself what happen and do. Okay. That's exactly what happened. It's the same thing with Idris Abdul Karim. Okay. One of the shows where he can't do, from there, he can't say nothing they happen. They criticize. Governor say, no, I'm not going to engage him with words. I'm not going to tell my aides when I go the right to the reply. No, me, I want by myself. I go carry the Idris put for my car. I go drive the car by myself. I go carry around. So when you go don't see with his own eyes, then of course now in months you will come tell the world say lies if they get expiring dates. Now truth now be the cocoa. So now what did the governor do be that? So that's the reason there were those two cases. There's what we call English, there were exceptional cases. Okay. You understand? But I want to tell you now, say we already had a plan on ground when we go do media tour, or it's going to be part of the commissioning of these projects. And if you listen to the governor, they say when we want to start to the commission of this project, 2 weeks not go reach us. I'm telling you, 2 weeks will not be enough for us to. When I mean 2 was a day after the for all 2 weeks with the commission project across the 3 central districts. And before we start those commissioning, they will first do this media tour. Then from the media tour, we now enter to the commission. So it's part of the package which the government is putting together. Okay, we come in this year now because say Shehu Idris Abdul Karim now tell our governor say or tell our governor for Edo say what they do no correct. They bring a call when we say they make on check them. Shehu Okimbaloye they come for a program now because what they talk say no correct. Now because say they bring a call make on correct. So maybe by the time bring 1 or 2 people come, maybe say they can't talk about the government what no correct. Now say carry Thomas Ado. So we go check the project. No one at all. If you get what we and the government can do that. Okay. But the good thing is that these projects are there for people to see. Not be audio projects, not be paper projects, not be MOU projects. They are physically on ground. The blind can even feel it and see it. The deaf can hear the sound of the caterpillars and bulldozers. Very well, no, so that so that made the thing very interesting. Okay, no, wahala. Make I take you see on this road issue. I want to congratulate us for the work when business they do for our people for Teboga Road. Thank you so much. Thank you. Say congratulations too for Ekawa Road, Charismatic Road, and all of that. Me, I take my eye to see and some others when some others when they say yes, say una they do. But one concern they say almost every day. The governor must go to Sapele Road. Yes. Make you go check that road, say how far. Yes. I take my time. Just last week I go to Port Harcourt. When I travel when I read that Sapele Road, now wahala. You understand? Yes. After Cocoa Junction, when I don't enter well into Delta State, every matter when in BCA say a concern
that road, the bad state of the road. Because now Edo has this for Ologbo 9 end.
That's the reason why we should keep thanking this governor and be praying for this governor.
Okay, now Edo Cocoa, that's Edo side. Now be say end. From that side go, the road ain't good. So why is now only Edo side now can get this issue? I used to make at the thank the governor and the rest. But because we're supposed to say yes, if you look for that Cocoa, Ologbo there, before you get to Cocoa there, and the rest, you go see so many vehicles when we say for there. So many vehicles, what do they call that? Long vehicles there, tankers and the rest, even up to trailers there. When we say they break down for that place and all of that. You know they give
the reason why I say me you thank the governor now be this. Don't forget that when this governor, before he came into office, this road when you talk about, because of say trailers go stay for weeks, youths when not gonna be happy, they'll come put canopy and chairs, do fire, they cook, they eat for them. But when this governor came to office,
you eat for that food.
I know, because you know say we don't be stranger for this state.
You eat for that food.
No, because we are eyewitnesses to all this is when they happen for this state. Now, since when this governor came on board, that former government didn't do anything. Instead of them to do something, they go put signboard. This is federal government road. Please bear with us.
Well, now I no put signboard. Now I don't do inside.
But we don't need to use mouth to tell you. You can imagine all the way from Adesua Junction, straight down to we don't pass by the flyover. They go. We are getting closer to Ologbo. Now the point I'm making, this governor, because he believes that Edo people elect him may come work for them. That is why he have to commit the state money to build a federal road when the former government say they're not going to do. Now the governor say people when they use that road, now Edo people now they use that pass. Why not go build that? But you can see true.
Okay.
There is a hope that the road that they build that they come. As I just told you, now they started from Adesua Junction, all that they already passed the flyover. They are getting towards Ologbo Axis. The idea is to ensure say the Edo axis of that road when they very bad, they fix it. And you can see this nature of the road when this governor they build. The reinforced cement structure road. That road, not what they use they talk, not be campaign with the campaign. That road can last from at least 30 to 40 years. This road when this governor they build, and the governor he know how much they commit to do that road. You know this governor, when the governor will not get the heart of the people for mind, he go say no, that money I go divert and go to do other state road. May I leave that federal road and all that. And you can see his effort so far on that road. So I can assure you, the other part when they talk now, when you say they never do, they are working. They will get there. They will get there and fix it and make it all right. And don't forget, not only that federal road this governor they build though. What of the Bini Agbo road? What of the Bini Auchi Ekpoma road when this governor don't build?
The Bini Agbo road, that Ikwen road and the rest of the night talk so.
Yes, in fact, you can see how the government building the road.
But that road when we say talk so that Ikwen own and the rest of that. Now one thing when we say the people only for that area, for Ikwen area, they complain and say the way the road they go, it's a very big problem because they when we say for that place now, they not even they see how we say they go take move. Even if I say I thank now for a movie when we say go enter Okpara road, come go enter this. Even if I say we thank you for all of this one, those now will they work for. But that Ikwen road, now very big issue. When I say they there, and if I talk say anything before I say yes, we go take a break. I want to make a quick talk about this one. Ring road, now issue.
Yes.
The ring road, you can agree to the ring road is bad.
May I quickly
wait first?
May I answer you?
Because you agree that the ring road is bad. I want to make you think and well. So when you come, you go know the plenty answer when be say you go give to me. The ring road is they bad. Right from that Saple road, go down. Now issue. The ring road itself when we talk about when say they bad. Now issue. So much so now when they expect I'm going to do road now. Now local governments can they do the roads they when we say they for the heart of the town. So I go ask the question now because that's how I feel manage the time. Why it be say that ring road won't be the heart of the whole thing? About they wait make the local government come do and already local government. Because that road you agree say the road bad.
May I answer you?
I know. Now make me if I know the
thank you so much. You see when we talk about work like this with this governor. For me, it is sweeping for belly. You know why they sweep me for belly?
Never tell
because once people they talk about, go forget say this governor he never spent 2 years in office. So people go talk as if now governor when don't spend like first term, now second term it did. But when me say the governor they work for everywhere. That's why everybody is now saying that this one, that one.
That make ring road.
Now the ring road matter. Now I just tell you now, the governor, if you listen to her, you hear that the governor they always they say his vision is to make Edo State a modern city. That is the vision, and that's what it is. That ring road, as I can tell you, that the governor has already even awarded that ring road, not just the road, the entire King Square.
Okay.
There is a modern design that this governor want to turn that King Square to, and that contract I think is CECC. Chinese company that are building that flyover. They are the one that's going to handle that project. And I can tell you, by the time this government don't finish with that King Square and the entire ring road, you go no say more the now God sent to Edo people. So what I go tell you, just calm down, relax. The entire ring road, not just the roads now, it's both the road and the King Square. The governor has seen the designs that have been brought. And we want to ensure that indeed when you go drive into Benin City, there you reach ring road, you go agree say Edo is not a modern city.
If you look at that ring road, that be one of the legacies they were in be certain when they do it that time.
Yes.
And if you look at it, they vote them as one of the best ring road. The time they do them, even in Africa and even some part of Europe. But don't be say because they say and say they be like that, come like say they leave a shadow. That's why the government say want to transfer it to a modern city. You want to when you, as I said before, there are a lot of you know, this is a practical governance. We don't want me to do the talk. You work with the speak. By the time you don't start the design, you see what I'm talking about. If I tell you this one now, because we go do. You know they had to talk.
We don't go do. And see what this government is doing.
We don't do now. This now make them say former governor that that's show more. Let's say we don't have today earmark something. Want to they earmark them.
Yeah, but you can see this governor, not the governor, not the propaganda.
We don't they earmark them. So if you say we earmark them,
the ones that have done so far, that they can do propaganda. They can do propaganda now. When the government say one be fly over, they're not saying political campaign. The first one is 95%. The second one are this one just shown. You don't read there lately. One of the you don't read the later. For you to have a governor, when you go say something, you go they do it. It means say the man a man of his word. Because for you to construct 2 major flyover bridge in this time in this country, my brother, not be by talk. Now by somebody when read they say for his heart is ready to serve the people. Now go fit do that project.
Okay.
Because these are some of projects where we say some governors they avoid because it's capital intensive.
But just now they are lost like they avoid the electricity or like
electricity.
No,
I've already addressed the issue of
LSOT.
I know, not be LSOT. How long has it been in office? This governor, how long is it? I just told you, just a few months when the governor done the office, you don't bring 2 major investors.
Okay.
We do groundbreaking of one went for 100 megawatts. The other one will start next week. So this government is everywhere.
Okay.
The man is performing.
No, I go ask you the question where we say where we come. Make you tell me how the match they perform. Make we know. We'll take very short break now. Okay. No go anywhere. We're there with our brother since when NBC special advisor to the governor on media and strategy. Our brother Honorable Goswe Inegbe. I don't tell us so many things. But we'll come back. When we come back and we go open the line so you go feel calling and make you ask questions when NBC want to ask. Me say get question I go ask you and not see you get. But after this break, stay with us.
ITV. ITV, certainly the best.
The program the Wakadego and the name of the program now, Daughter, the Heart of the Matter, they reach you from independent television. We say they watch us for across the globe. I will deal with our brother here since the special advisor to Governor Mondo Okpebolo on media and strategy, brother and friend Honorable Goswe Inegbe. Welcome to our program again.
Thank you so much.
I agree to you. When they show the headlines just now for 5 o'clock, when they show the headlines just now, the first one they say come in mind, the one the first show say Turaki, PDP fashion, so they lose and everything. You just smile and all of that and that kind of thing. So when we talk behind the camera just now, you say people they enter political party when they get issue and it will go make they saw their difference. But I want to make you marry them If I'll come back to the matter when we say yes, it really concerns us. I want to make you marry with people talk and say any political party. When we say the ruling party see now, see they bring your head come out. They want to do something. Next thing when we say they will do, that will cause crisis for that political party. A perfect example, if I will not say anyone now I be the one we say a concerned Governor Adeleke of Osun State. When I want to move enter the APC, then you know if you enter the APC, maybe anyway every party get the right to say come our party, you know come our party. You can't enter Accord. The day when you enter Accord, less than 2 weeks now, Accord can't get fashion. The day when the BCS the CCA ADC don't work out, don't strong well now, fashion come the inside. Why it be any time when BCS any political party they come out, they want to struggle with the present ruling political party, they must come get fashion.
You know the truth, my brother, is that if the strengths and the energy when opposition leaders take they blame APC for the way they use their own hand take cost, if they put that energy, they make sure say they prepare themselves before they go do. Now the way they talks about any problem na APC, go be like say APC don't become spirit. When we say once you join enter any political party, if that political party don't get any issue na APC. You know, in this part of the world, it's very easy to blame the ruling party. The ones when we say they're not strong like that, and they don't get problem now. But when we hear say one person don't come out, you see Labour, now so Labour do, it come up for space. See ADC now, for know what they happen now. Now don't ADC don't go here. If they get their issue, they continue ADC, at the end of the day. Before them, David Mark hijacked that party. Are you aware the cases of that party when they caught? There were more than 5 cases already before they hijacked the party. Find out now. That is one. Labour Party, when the former chairman, they follow and then all of they drag. Now APC, now cause that problem for them. Then, are you aware that today we have nothing less than 21 political parties that are contesting for this election? 21 political parties. So the other ones, when they mention APC, they cause crisis for them. I remember that. So opposition, the problem opposition get is this. They don't know how to organize themselves. Okay, we'll take the very first call. The number go there because people when we say they get the number right from time, they always they call it. But the number when we say you go call, now be 080 77 77 0300 080 77 77 0300. Once you call that number, you don't become part of the program. Now be that. Thank you for the ones when we say you tell us about the rehabilitation of road. We'll come back to that one. If you look at those states now, okay, now you do some big new roads and the rest, but rehabilitation is an issue. For East Side Town, GRA now problem. If you say me you want go government house safe through what do they call them? For mechanized brigade there, now problem you know if you pass that place. You know that if rain fall now to enter government house from this side of it, now very huge problem. If you the other day now do city boys movement, or anytime when we say the government want to go to the, you go pass through Akenswa. That place now, it did very, very bad. You don't understand? And if you go to 5 Junction, the same problem. New Benin, if not being the already local government chairman, we say, see, go there, go do something for that New Benin. Maybe not different thing for the talk now. Look, what do they call it? Ekawa Road. By Plymouth Junction now, one big port road, don't they come out for that place there. Now, so the thing they for one place to the other and the rest. Thank you, so they do the big one. Why all this one we say, yes, say, concern where me and my brother Nathaniel the waka pass when this no be why they no feel repair all this one. Okay, again, I want to ask again. I don't know the last time when you don't pass through the GRA houses. Because
I passed through GRA. I passed that place when we say they go enter go back see me. I passed there just yesterday here.
Okay, well
that road has not been taken care. Wait first, no, it has not been taken care of.
Not be I go back to me through 360.
When you pass there, so where that all those clubs, the houses.
Now be 360.
No, as at yesterday.
May I tell you?
Okay.
I don't know whether you follow up. This governor resuscitated back what we call Edo State Road Maintenance Agency. That agency now is headed by Honorable Engineer Felix Ivade.
Okay.
Is the chairman of that road maintenance agency.
Take this call. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening, sir.
Good evening. What do you know where they call us from?
From Benin, sir.
Okay, but I said that's not too clear. make it be say you call us, make sure say your number clear well, and make you reduce the volume of your TV when they talk to us. So you talk about the
immediately the governor inaugurates the resuscitated Edo State Road Maintenance Agency. They went straight to work. And as we talk here now, rehabilitation of potholes, especially in the GRO houses, is ongoing. That's why they try to tell you just now whether, because as of yesterday, those potholes, they don't cover them. What is remaining for that place where they talk that Agubasimi, through that place where you say the clubs, they not 360 now they call that.
Okay.
What is remaining is for them to asphalt and to put asphalt.
Okay.
That if you agree with it, that is area where they work. Now government house
you go say the same thing about Akemba Junction.
I just told you that an agency when supposed to do the work, this governor has just inaugurated the agency, and the agency have just started this work 2 days ago, and between the next 2-3 weeks, 1 month, they are done with those GRO houses. Then they will face the other outside GRO houses that are having this issue of their potholes. But the good thing is this: this governor is solving the problems, not just in the city but in the state. Because before now, if we have had the Edo State Road Maintenance Agency, that agency, they work perfectly. Before now they talk about this,
the problem when they
but the governor come, they don't do that back. They don't give the. Do you know how many equipment that governor bought for them?
The problem when they get
when they carry give them when they say they work.
The problem when they get with you now, my brother, be say yes. You go to see the former government,
No, it's good if you don't appreciate where they come from, you don't know where you did. It's good to always look behind to know where we come from.
Because of say the former government, say the people of Edo State say we don't tire for them. Now they vote in this one.
And this government inherited that problem, which will not just be solved overnight.
Okay.
That's my point.
Okay.
He cannot just solve this problem that he inherited because of the failure of the past government. He can't just solve all of them overnight. And every day he's solving this problem one after the other.
Hello, good evening.
Yes, sir.
Good evening. Who would you talk with you?
It's your boy, Sonny Ledosa.
Good evening. Take your question.
Okay. First of all, I think that we do not have a template in Edo State.
Okay.
That's the reason why you found out that. You remember when the former administration was here, they said that the reason they cannot continue with what do you call it, the generator to supply light on the street lights. That's why they now said they are remodeling it. I remember they said that they took the pole to museum to repaint it. They said that I was sponsored. Today now, you find out that they already have issue with Osiomo. That's why that light is not working.
Okay.
So I want to beg the SSA.
No, the SA, not SSA.
Okay, the SA. I want to beg you. I'm putting you on notice because at best 8 years will remind you again about this issue of the remodeling that place. You are talking about so much about the thing because it's what we discuss every day on Manarata and all that. So I'm not going to repeat what you have already asked questions about. Just one question for him. The governor bought a Caterpillar, tractor, and a payloader for local government chairman. I want to put you on notice. Are they paying back or it's free? If I can tell right now, what I heard from Bushedo is what I can say. I don't want you to speak on that.
Okay, thank you so much. If we leave you, make you talk today. We don't comment.
When governor handed over to the local government council chairman, I want to put it on record now. It is free. FROEE. Nobody that they spell free.
The time when I check and the spelling.
Not the spelling be that. It's free. Okay. The essence is that governor want to make sure say development, not just in the capital city, it go reach grassroots.
Okay.
I thank God. So just as they talk, just say you get one place where for New Benin, where the radio chairman they work. Fine. Now people they work. That's the idea. That is the idea. Why? That's why this governor ensure say the local government they get their funds, say they work. Okay. That's why this governor not they stifle the local government. That's why not they thief their money, not they eat their money. That's why this governor is one of the only governor in Nigeria where allow autonomy in the local government.
Okay.
Because not they touch their money.
Okay. No.
So those equipment once again are free. Unless I can take the work
unless I
for
get
the grassroots.
Unless I get one of the local government chairman.
Please invite them, not the only one. Invite as many as well. Ask them whether governor will they touch the money when they call council.
Okay. I remember say the federal government he talk and say okay before I go take federal government to want somebody dey line. Hello, good evening.
Hello sir, good evening.
Good evening. What be your name? Where they call us from?
My name na Isaac. I dey call from Ugbowo, Benin City.
Okay.
Yes. You know, Then recently we hear of waiting they happen for Ugboa community. Yes, as we are talking now, they have not taken decisive steps to stop those elder killers that have now driven all the farmers and women out of their farms. And there is poverty, flowing in the air at Ugboa community.
Okay, no wahala. If let's say you narrow you on to Ugboa, maybe na that area now BC say for come. Everybody cry about his own. Now be issue when BC they talk now insecurity matter. Now BC say they talk. And now BC say security matter when BC say we go still talk about. And one of the things that when BC say we pencil down for here. But somebody see the line. Hello, good evening. Hello. Okay, if let's say network chop that one. Since BC say my brother don't push us go the security side. I'm going to enter the insecurity situation when BCSA is there for here. If you look at now, along this Benin Lagos road, you get one community when they call the place Osa community. They see they call them Isoko camp. Almost every time, at least 2 times in 1 week. 2 times in 1 week, quote me. There must be an incident of robbery or kidnap by that place. In less than 2 weeks, we recorded 4 incidents when they kill driver of moto, even up to GEO moto, even come at that I can't talk about her. They kill the driver. They carry 17 people carry come out on one occasion. The other occasion, they carry 15 people come out. And this thing happened in less than 2 weeks. 4 incidents. Now, Edo people they carry come also. No. And Edo, whether we like them or not, if I don't say we still not be Edo people, nice Edo state here, now be say if it happens so. You don't understand? And so much, the governor, the Mr. President, so say, hold your governors responsible. Will they give them enough money to do what they do? Just like you talk, I say, make we ask local government chairman, their money they reach their hand according to what you talk. As the chief security officer of Edo State now, this country they happen for that place. What can they do to address
this governor? When we talk about this insecurity challenge, we can agree that this governor, his efforts to tackle this insecurity, we can see a lot of improvement in it.
The one I feel to say I see improvement. The one we say it concern courtesy. I feel agree for that one.
Insecurity.
I feel agree for that one.
But this one we say they kidnap. This area where they talk.
Narrow that's to kidnap.
This area where they talk. This particular area road where they talk now. Don't forget that one a major highway expressway. I know that this governor have reached out to his colleague.
But the place
where those states.
The place where they talk. No, you know Ondo State too.
The place people when they kidnap. That will not be that road that leads to now federal highway now.
No, if you
not be Edo people, they fly that place now.
If you repair the road, when be federal road, now federal this thing now federal road when be federal road, Sapler road now.
No,
wait now.
Now repair of road you talk about this.
I dey tell you now. If you feel repair the road, when we say yes na Sapler road, na federal road. Then this one now, the place where you talk so now of your southwest now this is
if only you allow me.
Why we know?
If only you even allow me, may I explain to you. You know, sometimes when you ask questions, person when you bring carry a constitute because he have more information to tell you and tell the public. That's why they bring and compare. So when you ask the question, you go allow me to explain to you what is on ground, what is being done. Now, security not be an individual thing. It's a collective effort.
Now it should be a work.
Yes, now collective effort.
Okay.
And that axis, the road users of that particular axis, they are not just Edo people alone.
Okay.
And because the governors in APC have agreed that they have to synergize efforts so that they will come together. Each of the governors, each of their boundaries and the roads linking to each other ensure so they have this cooperation in providing security. And that's what I was going to. That this governor has reached out to his colleague from Ondo State, his brother, and they already have a strategy. Because if you notice recently, just as you said, not only that area now, that corridor, that they hear this. I mean, this mailing now. But if you check at the Common Land, if you check mainly within the Benin, thank God today, this Benin, Auchi, Ekpoma Road before. Before this government came, used to
hotbed.
But today it's no longer like that. For a very long time, and nobody have said, explain incident of say that they kidnap for that road again. But you can see what the government have done in that road.
But for Isako,
you can see the investment in that road.
For Isako, they see the kidnap now.
And they come.
For Akoko,
all I'm saying, but let us not localize the security matter. It's
Okay.
not only an Edo problem. Insecurity, not really an Edo problem.
Because not
it's not just even a Nigeria problem. It's a global phenomenon.
Okay.
But the good thing is that this governor is doing what it takes to ensure, say, the insecurity challenges, they don't take care of them. And we can see all his efforts. That's what matters. You can see all his commitment. You can see his investment in security. You can see what he's doing. He's not just only has to sit down in his office and be speaking English. No, the man is working to ensure say they resolve them. I'm thanking for the courtesy matter you just talked. I don't used to be the hub of the courtesy. But today, the man have taken care of that.
For me, if I see something, I go talk him.
Yes, I have to thank you for that. Not everybody get that courage.
If you look inside where they tell you so for Isoko camp, so now inside those states here,
I agree.
Just for Ovia Southwest local government area, you know, even reach Ugbogui, just between Okada and Ugbogui. Now they by the left there. You know, even reach the side when we say we call Akure or Ondo State join. You know, understand? So now because you talk say would they expect say by now the person you go tell me say okay maybe we'll go put police post there or put something for that place because we don't somebody call into one of our programs tell us say in the driver they come military checkpoint when be say dey for that place they say make they stop first say kidnappers dey for front. You know, understand? So they wait for a second up for front. So by implication, like you have to go first do their work, come out there, and all of that before you say they'll come do their own. And especially by this time now, the chief security officer when be say the governor be, go don't call some of these people to order.
You see the reason why when I talk based on knowledge. When I talk about say the collaboration, you just mention something say yes, those areas when you talk.
Yeah.
But those kidnappers, when they kidnap the victims, you know where they carry and they go. All those on that part, you know that part is form of the boundary between Akure, those Akure bushes and no.
But do
you know where they take those victims to? So that's why the collaboration I was talking about. The governor is looking for a lasting solution. If we have a solution whereby from the axis of our neighbors, the neighboring states, well, of course, when this thing happen, these criminals, they don't have where they can take the victims to go and hide. From that axis out of those forests, we have strong security synergy. From the Edo side, we have a strong security synergy. At the end of the day, it becomes difficult for them to continue in their criminality. But regarding to the post when they talk, of course, security strategy, I just told you there's a plan. It's not something you just come out and be saying, but I can show you. I can show you, yes. No, not
no security.
Yes, there are some strategy.
Okay,
you cannot just put on air. But I can show you that this governor, but Bana is supposed to know. Not the governor when you go just hand they look. He's an action governor, practical governor. And he is doing everything possible to make sure say these things become a history and Edo people, their lives and property are safe.
2.5 million votes.
Yes.
So you number read them to 3 million votes.
And the way they go now, go past.
The way they go. If you look at the number of people that went BC day for Edo State, our population about 4.5, if I don't make a mistake. And if I don't make a mistake, that the number of people that went BC they be registered voters and the rest of them, they never reached that kind 3.5.
You know what to be our registered voters.
So I want to find out from you how will I tend to get 3.5 million votes when the BC yes say the people that went BC say after the last time when I checked, registered voters never reached that number.
That's why they ask now, what is the number for our registered voters?
No.
Yes, now go and check. Check for INEC. I don't want to, if I throw, so you just come, make one call. After this program, on your own, you find out from INEC to know what is the, as of today, in those states, which numbers of people don't register with INEC. Register voters now they talk so. So you go, when you don't see that figure, you go no say this governor is a man of a vision. Now, some people say where they want to get the vote, where they want to get the and the governor begin to laugh. Because the governor say where you go, if they are in the street, oh my God, I wish you were with us yesterday when the governor go inspect Ghana Park. You can see people from the street, people they hear from Opamo they come. I'm not exaggerating, inside houses. Before the governor were able to, in fact, the governor convoys, they're not fit parks. He has to come down from the car 12 kilometers. People packed out. Akpako Rescue, Opamolo, Akpako Rescue, Edo Shan, show how to even for the first time agree that what he has seen in those states, I've never seen anything like that before. So the point I'm talking about, those are the 2.5 million votes. Not be by talk now. What this governor is doing, that's why he has continued to say that. Waiting when he do, the work when he work, the infrastructure when he build, the human life when he affect. Now they go pack come out that day. They go say, because of you, we are voting President Tinubu, made a letter, because this governor, now every time they talk and say, all this money when they use, they do all these projects, what would they see for those states? Now, because say President Tinubu take him as his son, now they ensure say this money they come at those states, and if they use them as they give them to them. Because people are asking, where is this money coming from?
Hello, good evening. Hello. Yeah, good evening. What if you reduce the volume of your television or waka come on there? Thank you. Yeah, good evening. What will be your name?
Good evening. I'm Sonny from Ubawa.
Okay, talk to us.
I just want to use what our brother is saying there. Of the truth, this our governor trying for this federal project.
Okay.
I can remember some years ago, 2003, when I used to travel from Benin to Port Harcourt to do some job. When you are coming from Port Harcourt, as soon as you reach Oloko, your heart don't pay you to reach Benin. And so many incidents happen when you take many souls. Even during the one independence, something when you many lives, no tanker. If only that one, the disciple Benin road from Togo to Benin, if you tackle that one,
but you go agree, say you go agree with me, say they never do Ologbo.
Huh?
You go agree with me, say Ologbo still they very, very bad.
It's still bad. That is what our brother just tell you there now. They take the job from Benin to Ologbo.
All right, thank you so much. The time no be our friend. Quick round up.
And the insecurity, yes, the governor is trying. I believe he will do more.
All right, thank you so much for that one. BCSA we talk. We go the round up now. We thank you so much. God's will. Negbe when BC you come here, the special advisor to Governor Monday Okpewolo on. Okay, the call, they call me. Make a bit, I take one call before BCSA will come out. Maybe someone will see, commend you again and see how the BCSA yeah, do to the shine. We thank you so much when BCSA you come here. That call, BCSA will take. If the call, no one enter. I thought we'll take round up before. But if BCSA don't come, hello, good evening. You did the follow for television. Or what can come on there?
Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Now you be the last caller today. Major quick, make and sharp. What will be your name?
My name now Samuel from Benin.
Okay.
My brother who did the US.
Okay.
Thank you say you bring money to come and say the number of voters will be those people are 2.5 million. This is the plan as the one making the plan as the one that can get the one who is inside the register. They only come up vote for President Gandhi.
Okay.
And secondly, they want to tell us that President Gandhi is
okay. All right, thank you.
The difference is that the last government, there was a president that was bringing money to Edo State. Where did they use the money?
Okay, that's going to be different.
So that is different now.
All right, thank you so much. We do you well when we say you call. I want to thank you when you say you call just now, my brother. I know you know very say we need to call that call because of time. But I tell you say thank you, Sonny. You got those the other Sonny too when we say you call for Ugbawo. Thank you, Isaac from Ugbawo. We thank you so much. I will thank you again and again when we say you call. We know next time when we say we'll call you, you go come. Until next week when we say we go see. My name now Thomas Ado. I'll tell us one thing. Truth, no the fear. Now I'll go talk now the fear. And a good evening.
This is ITV. Certainly the best. This is ITV. Certainly the best.
The new Edion expressed excitement as he danced and rejoiced before the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawori Igbinedion, who also joined in the dance. As visiting and paying of homage to various homes of senior elders continued, the initiates spent 7 days performing diverse kinds of rites as required by tradition. They were furnished with rules and regulations regarding their new office as Edion.
That I grew up in this community to the point that they have now also chosen me as an elder in this community. It's a thing of great joy. All thanks to the Esama of Benin, my people, my family, everybody, all Okada community for this great honor. I am very, very grateful.
Well, this is my brother. I'll call him my uncle because he grew up with my father. I'm so proud of him because we are doing the same rituals as the Edions of the Okada. It is our duty for us to make this place a greater place, for outsiders to come and see the goodness of God in Okada. And I'm proud of every one of us here. So shall it be to each and every one of us in Jesus' name.
Odion ma Okada zima Esama zima Dion Ebuna zima Dion Obala zima Dion Marawe Mari Esama Dion na the mado pon Esama the mado gbeken Esama e ma Dion wa na Esama ma gbeken ne osabo obuyo biton ne baba no get turn maga no dia mi maga ma ni do gbeken ne de na e ma ya fe e ma ato e ma agbon oro pa ewu dori e ma dia wo re ne o be ti agbon ya no we mi maga me ni just ko sino mi afa
in Esama, in our father's house, in respect of our initiation to elders Edion level. As tradition demands, we are here today to come and also pay our homage to him, to also for him to also pray for us for long life and prosperity.
The climax after 7 days was paying of homage again to the Odion way, where he gave the initiate the full rights to function and to henceforth participate in meetings with Edion. It will go down in the history and minds of Okada community, Ovia people, Edo State, and Nigeria in general. The ambience, style, and the colorful ceremony associated with the 2025 initiation into the Edion Council of former Governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosagari Igbinedion, his brothers Bright Ayamakwe Igbinedion, Honorable Charles Osenwige Igbinedion, Peter Osawori Igbinedion, Dr. Fred Osawuni Igbinedion, Barrister Mike Osayene Igbinedion, Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ogbede Onwunse, Honorable Efosa Douglas Igbinedion, Ukponwa Igbinedion, Osawe Igbinedion, Edosa Igbinedion, Dr. Daniel Omorege Igbinedion, as well as Agbong Steve Igbinedion, among other sons of Okada.
This is ITV. Certainly the best.
Once again, welcome to this fitness show on ITV this morning. I'm Gato Destiny, aka Man of Steel. Already, I've introduced us to the use of cardiorespiratory exercises and aerobics. This morning, once again, we want to take another variation of the aerobics. Thank you all to watch. We will be stretching first, of course, otherwise called the warm-up, which is very essential and necessary in every workout. Afterwards, we'll do a cool-down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Please return that, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. For our waist and of course on our torso, we have to do some stretching. Please place your hand by your side. And let's go. This direction first, please. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Alright, that will be fine. Of course, this way. 1, 2, 3. Alright, and before the last one, let's place our hand behind our back. Mind you, it's proper this way. Don't go like this, it's wrong. Just do this or alternatively do this. Alright, but I prefer this personally. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that should stretch your back for you. Of course, let's do our thigh stretch. 1, 2, 3. Remember, when you pull your thigh, ensure that your elbow is directly facing, your knee is directly facing the ground. Alright? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that'll be fine. Guys, are we good? Alright, the first program to be run this morning will be the mountain climb. Yeah, many of you are conversant with this move. And of course, we will be introducing more to you. But for now, let's hit this. Alright, let's step down to it. Yeah, all good? Yeah, good. Let's go. We're going 3 sets and 10 reps each. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Woo. Alright, please. Woo. Yeah. How do you feel? Yeah. That was set 1. It's necessary you do your workout, the reps, and it's set. Alright, so that was the first set, and we're not wasting time waiting for the second set. The minimum break duration for every set should not exceed 20 seconds, and a minimum of 10 seconds. Alright, we're good with 10. Of course. Let's do it again. Right, let's go. 3, 2, hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, when you do this, more effect will come to your abdominal region if you just look up while doing it. What I mean is this. Alright? So not all the way this. But there's nothing wrong with staying this way. However, breathing your head might place more pressure. Alright, for the very last set of this mountain climb, let's get down, please. Let's go. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, at this junction, we will take water break. We'll join you in the next workout for this very session. Thanks very much. Once again, I'm Miguel for Destiny. Alright, let's do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. Yeah, you have to let it work. 3, 2, 1. This when you do this, ensure that your knee gets to the level of your chest. Okay? Well, that's the maximum level you get. And of course, the minimum here. I understand not everyone is as flexible as I am or as anyone here. Please, will just keep it safe and do the right thing. Thanks very much. Alright, we'll go on the left. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, that's exhausting. How do you feel? Yeah, thank you very much. And this is the last set of this workout. Remember, every workout should be done this set and the rest. Alright, thank you. Let's do this. Let's go to the left. To right, brother. 3, 2, 1. Let's hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Yeah, without stopping. Let's go. 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. And that'll be all for this morning. Alright, remember, I said in the beginning, before any workout, there's need for a warm-up. And after that, there's also need for cool-down. This is the cool-down. Alright guys, just sustain back, watch this first. Ensure that your knees are locked, alright? This one goes with hamstrings, the calf, and as well as the lower back. Doing this. Swing it, swing it, swing it. Got that? Alright guys, let's do this. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, just 5, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Alright. So, lastly, what we did before we started, let's stretch it. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So that's the last thing. Yeah. Please let's target our hamstrings. Do this. Just sit inside of it. Alright? Please don't stand on it. Keep that shape like this. And hold stand just this. Alright? Stand 1, 2. Yeah, this is a form of squat though, but this is not the purpose of developing or building the hamstring muscle, it's just for stretching it. Yes, today you do not need to use weights to build your pectorals, your chest, and of course your biceps, your biceps and triceps. You have programs you can do at home and get what you want. You understand? So we'll be doing push-ups this morning, otherwise called push-ups. We'll do push-ups this morning. And of course, we do have our ladies. There are variations for ladies. Please watch them very closely to get, if you're a lady out there, watch them closely to get what you have to do. And of course, our guys are here. Thanks very much. Let's hit it, guys. Are we ready? Are we good? Yeah. We're going to do the pyramid first, which is the closed range and push-up. Alright, let's go. 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, how does that feel? Yeah, that's the first set for this morning. And we'll be doing 3 sets of that. Meanwhile, the first one was close your hand in the pyramid shape. And that one goes to the tricep. For ladies that have sagging hand, you can do that actually. And it will help you. And of course, this time around we're doing mid-open. And finally, we'll do wide range of it. So we're going there now. The mid-open. Let's go. 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, that's for the mid open. And someone wants to ask, why exactly are ladies cross their legs? Why they cross legs for ladies? Now you understand that the guys have more defined muscles, and of course to bring more weight on the upper body, we go on the toes, picking all the weight in the body to the upper body. But for ladies, they do not need much weight, just that. So we break it down at the knee level by crossing the legs. So the weight used starts from this very region. You understand? Alright, thank you for watching. Alright, for the last very set of these exercises, the wide range or the push-up, particularly intended to build the side of the chest. Do you understand? Alright, let's hit it. Okay, this is wide enough. At least double your shoulder width. Double your shoulder width is enough. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. How many of you noticed I cheated there? I actually did 1, I did 2, and I called it 1. Yeah, just to lay more emphasis on that part. But today, thank you guys, yeah, we're awesome. But today, we're done with this. Thank you very much for watching. Please, be safe.
In the morning sun, searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. Birds chirping and I hear my name, grasping into a life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a start. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah.
This is ITV. Certainly the best.
The new Edion expressed excitement as they danced and rejoiced before the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawori Benedion, who also joined in the dance. As visiting and paying of homage to various homes of senior elders continued, the initiates spent 7 days performing diverse kinds of rites as required by tradition. They were furnished with rules and regulations regarding their new office as Edion.
That I grew up in this community to the point that they have now also chosen me as an elder in this community. It's a thing of great joy. All thanks to the Esama of Benin, my people, my family, everybody, all Okada community for this great honor. I'm very, very grateful. Well, this is my brother. I'll call him my uncle because he grew up with my father. I'm so proud of him because we are doing the same rituals as the Edions of the Okada. It is our duty for us to make this place a greater place, for outsiders to come and see the goodness of God in Okada. And I'm proud of every one of us here. So shall it be to each and every one of us in Jesus' name.
Waya wawesu Odion ma Okada zima Esama zima Dion Ebuna zima Dion Obana zima Dion Manawe Mahari Esama Diona Nimado Pome Sama Nimado Beken Esama Emana Dio Warena Esama Magbekene Osaba Obuyo Bitone Aba no get on maga no dia mi magame manido gbekene ne na ima yafe ima ato ima agbon oropa ewuwu dori ima adi awore ne o be ti agbon ya no we mi magame ni just to know me afa
in this summer in our father's house in respect of our initiation to elders Edion level. As tradition demands, we are here today to come and also pay our homage to him, for him to also pray for us for long life and prosperity.
The climax after 7 days was paying of homage again to the Edion way, where he gave the initiate the full rights to function and to henceforth participate in meetings with Edion. It will go down in the history and minds of Okada community, Ovia people, Edo State, and Nigeria in general. The ambience, style, and the colorful ceremony associated with the 2025 initiation into the Edion Council of former Governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakari Benedion, his brothers Bright Ayamakwe Benedion, Honorable Charles Osenwige Benedion, Peter Osawori Benedion, Dr. Fred Osawuni Benedion, Barrister Mike Osane Igbenedion, Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ogbedio Wonse, Honorable Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Ukbonwa Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omarege Igbenedion, as well as Agbong Steve Igbenedion, among other sons of Okada.
This is Anegbete community situated in Isako Central Local Government Area of Edo State. It is an agrarian community with united people that promotes unity and oneness for peaceful coexistence. The inhabitants of the community migrated from Benin, the cradle of black civilization, a kingdom where king is truly king. The ancestors of Anegbete saw that age was the main determinant of leadership in the rural setting, and the eldest man in the settlement was regarded as the leader who presided over meetings, and his authority is held in high esteem. To further strengthen this unique system of leadership, age group evolved in Anegbete. In Anegbete, age group is categorized into two, that is the common and the noble. Anegbete is rich in cultural heritage, as the community at noon saw the commitment of the festival with the first set rolled out in beauty colors to showcase their might and strength, indicating their feet and ready for the responsibilities behold on them. The streets in the community with a feed up of young men and women adorned with the festival. Later, the royal family takes the stage as their children fight out royally and work in the community to showcase their might and fitness.
My leader. Ojúde aṣáájú abẹ́rẹ́ pẹ́. Àyàbá sọ́kè abẹ́rẹ́ pẹ́. Àdàyè àtọ́jú abẹ́rẹ́ pẹ́. Wajua.
The Igwe Festival is the colorful and crowd-pulling festival in Benin Kingdom. The Igwe Festival is an annual event that is celebrated by all Benin, both at home and abroad, to mark the end of the Benin year and to usher in a new year with a renewed hope for peace and prosperity. The annual Ugie Festival is centered on the Oba of Benin as the Oba takes the center stage.